Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was Merlin's heir? Harry slammed a stack of maps down on the scarred kitchen table and sent a line of cold tea sloshing over the edge of a chipped mug. The sound echoed in the empty house. Grimmauld Place seemed to swallow it and then throw it back at him. Floorboards creaked somewhere above. A pipe rattled in the walls. The portrait in the hall muttered in her sleep. He did not flinch at any of it. He was past flinching. His eyes stayed on the parchment in front of him. Circles around safe houses, crosses over names, little notes in Hermione's neat hand where someone had gone missing or where snatchers had been seen. It all blurred into one long smear of ink. "Harry," Hermione said quietly from the other side of the table, "you are going to tear it if you keep doing that." He looked down and realized his fingers were digging into the edge of the parchment. His knuckles were white. The paper was starting to curl. He let go and sat back. His chair made a rough sound against the floor. "Does not matter," he muttered. "The map is already useless. Half the people on it are dead." Hermione's mouth tightened. Her hair was pulled back in a rough knot, and there were purple marks under her eyes that no charm had fixed. She reached out and smoothed the corner of the parchment with careful fingers, as if the care could make up for everything else they had broken. "Do not say that like it is nothing," she said. "They were not marks on a page." "I know," Harry snapped. His voice came out sharper than he meant, and Hermione's shoulders stiffened. He shut his eyes for a second, forced his voice down. "I know that. That is the problem." From the corner of the room, a chair creaked. Ron shifted his feet up onto another chair and leaned back, balancing on the back legs. "Oi," he said. "If you two are going to shout, warn a bloke first." "We are not shouting," Hermione said. "And get your feet off the chair, you will fall." "Have fallen from worse," Ron said. "Remember flying forward. I am a professional." The easy joke fell flat. Harry glanced at him. Ron's hair needed a cut. His sleeves were rolled up. There was dried blood on one of the bandages around his forearm from the last raid. He had not bothered to change it. Ron noticed Harry staring and made a stupid face, crossing his eyes. It dragged the edge of a real smile out of Harry before it faded again. The kitchen smelled of stale toast and smoke. Someone had tried to cook and given up. There were cups and plates everywhere. A pile of Daily Prophets sat on the dresser, headlines shouting about disappearances and ministry statements that everyone in this house knew were lies. Dumbledore's old silver instruments in the corner were dead and silent. The chair where Dumbledore had sat during order meetings was empty. Harry kept looking at that chair. Felt like there should be a plan sitting there. A clear path. A voice that knew what to do next. Instead, there were only maps and lists and the tired breathing of his two best friends. Hermione spoke first. "We do have a plan," she said, as if she had followed his eyes. "We have the Horcrux list. We have the locket. We know there are more. We just need to keep moving." "To where?" Harry said. "Back to the ministry. They have tightened security since last time. To some foreign bank and hope they do not recognize me. To a random forest and hope a Horcrux falls out of a tree." "Come on, mate," Ron said. "You know it is not that bad." Harry turned on him. "Not that bad," he repeated. "Dumbledore is dead. Snape is headmaster. Voldemort is walking around with my face on every wanted poster. The Order is down to 3 teenagers and whoever is not already in Azkaban or hiding in a shed. But sure, not that bad." Ron opened his mouth, then shut it again. He scrubbed a hand over his face. Hermione drew in a slow breath. "Harry," she said carefully, "you are tired. We all are. But Dumbledore did leave us clues. The pensive memories. The ring. The locket. There is a pattern." "He left us scraps," Harry said. "He left half answers and then died and expected us to just figure out the rest while everyone we care about gets picked off." Did he ever think maybe we needed the full truth? Hermione looked down at the parchment. Her fingers traced one of the circles, the one around a safe house in Devon that was not safe anymore. I do not know, she said. I wish I could ask him. I wish he had written more. But this is what we have. Silence fell again. The old clock on the mantel ticked, then clicked past a number and stuck. It had been stuck there since the last time the Weasleys had been here, before the burrow had become a target. Harry stared at the clock hand that had stopped, pointed at danger and did not move. A hard knock broke through the gloom. Came from the hall. Not a soft owl tap. A solid, repeated sound. Ron's chair thumped down to 4 legs. His wand was in his hand in a second. Death Eaters, he whispered. Hermione was already on her feet. Harry's hand went to his wand by reflex. For a second his heart raced and his throat felt tight. He imagined masked figures in the hall, curses blasting through the door. Another fight in a house that already carried too many ghosts. Stay back, Hermione said. Ron, the door. Harry, ward check. Her voice shook only a little. Harry nodded and pushed his fear aside. He stepped out into the dim hall, wand raised. The house creaked. The portrait in the hall stirred. Filth in my halls, she hissed, barely awake. Silence, Harry snapped without thinking. The curtain muffled her again. He moved to the front door, every sense stretched. The wards Dumbledore had woven around the house tugged at his skin when he came near the entrance. He could feel their old strength, duller now that their maker was gone, but still present. Nothing had broken them. He took a breath and set his wand on the wood. The old magic hummed under his fingers. No breach, no foreign mark. Someone was knocking from outside but had not broken through. Harry, Ron called quietly from behind. See anything? Wards are intact, Harry said. Whoever it is, they are knocking like they own the place. The knock came again. 3 beats, slow and measured. Hermione moved up beside him. If it was Death Eaters they would not knock, she said. Not like that. It sounds more like an official visit. Ministry, Ron said. Worse. Could be the Order, Hermione said. Someone who knows the codes. Harry swallowed and pressed his ear to the door for a second. A voice came through, muffled but formal. By order of the Gringotts High Council, it called. This summons is delivered to one Harry James Potter. Harry blinked and stepped back. Gringotts, he said slowly. Hermione frowned. What do they want? Ron muttered. We have not robbed them yet. Ron, Hermione said. What? I am just saying. Harry breathed out and reached for the door handle. Back me up, he said. He flicked his wand to release the locks and pulled the door open a crack. A goblin stood on the doorstep. He wore formal black robes and a gleaming pin that Harry guessed marked him as a messenger of some sort. His sharp eyes took them all in with one sweep. Harry Potter, the goblin said. Harry held the door wider. Yes, he said. If this is about my vault, I have paid all the fees. The goblin's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. This is not about fees, he said. His voice was dry and precise. By the authority of an ancient charter, the Gringotts High Council summons you to the bank for an account audit and inheritance review. Harry stared at him. Now, the goblin added. Security escort included. You may bring 2 human companions. No more. Wait, Ron said. What charter? Why now? We are in the middle of a war. The goblin ignored him and produced a parchment with a neat seal. He held it out. Hermione stepped forward. Harry let her take it. Her fingers brushed his for a second. Her hand was cold and a little clammy. She unrolled the parchment and read quickly. Her eyes moved faster with each line. Well, Ron demanded. What is it? Hermione looked up at Harry. It is real, she said. It is a formal audit command. It references something called the Potter Foundational Trust and a charter dated before the Statute of Secrecy. It says refusal is not permitted under Goblin law. Harry felt as if the floor shifted under his feet. Foundational Trust, he repeated. We have never heard of that. There is a note about sealed records, Hermione said. It says they can only be opened after the death of a designated human guardian. That would be Dumbledore. Harry's breath caught. Dumbledore again. Even dead, the man had left locked doors behind him. The goblin watched them with patient eyes. "Time is of some importance," he said. "The war you speak of has already begun to affect the bank. We prefer to complete sensitive matters before more foolish human politics interfere." Ron bristled. "Foolish," he began. Hermione stepped on his foot. He hissed and shut up. Harry kept his gaze on the goblin. "Is this about money?" he asked. "Because if this is just a way to raise fees or grab the Potter vaults, I am not leaving this house. I have enough to worry about." The goblin's eyes flashed. "Gringotts does not need your coins, Mr. Potter," he said. "This is not about savings or expenses. It is about magic. Old magic. The charter is older than your ministry, older than your school, older than the silly title boy who lived." The words landed like stones in the quiet hall. Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. "Harry," Hermione said softly, "if this charter is tied to Dumbledore's death, it might have information he did not share. Maybe even something about the Horcruxes. We cannot ignore it." Ron shifted his weight. The floor creaked. "Could be a trap," he muttered. "They know you are wanted. They get you inside the bank, hand you off to you-know-who." The goblin snorted. "Gringotts does not hand over clients," he said. "Not to your ministry, not to your Dark Lord. Quite often we have to protect your kind from your own leaders. This is a matter of honor and contract. The bank will not breach it." He sounded insulted at the idea. Harry believed him more for that than for the actual words. Harry looked at Hermione. Her expression was tight but determined. She always looked like that when there was information on the line. "If there is even a chance this is linked to your family, or to something Dumbledore hid, we should go," she said. Harry dragged a hand through his hair. He felt tired in his bones. Every choice felt like a trap. Move and someone died. Stay and someone else died. "Will the bank protect us inside?" he asked. "I am on wanted posters. There are bounties." "Gringotts is neutral," the goblin said at once. "No ministry Auror and no Death Eater will cast a curse inside without paying a price he does not wish to pay. The wards will not permit it." "Comforting," Ron muttered. Harry took a breath. "Fine," he said. "Two companions. Hermione and Ron." Ron straightened a little, as if he had been expecting to be cut out. The goblin nodded once. "Gather what you need," he said. "We travel by controlled port key from the alley. You will be searched at the bank entrance. Human weapons are restricted." "Our wands are not weapons," Ron said. The goblin gave him a thin smile. "Of course not," he said. "And goblins do not keep swords." He turned and walked down the steps without waiting for a reply. Hermione rolled up the parchment. "We should tell someone," she said. "Lupin maybe, or Kingsley, just in case we do not come back." Harry's chest tightened, but he nodded. "Send quick Patronus messages," he said. "Say we are going to Gringotts for a forced audit. If we are not back by night, they should assume trouble." Ron winced. "Great," he said. "Nothing like a cheerful send-off." Hermione shot him a look. "Go pack," she said. "Basic bag, cloaks, potions. We treat this like a raid. We do not know what we are walking into." Ron pushed himself up from the chair. "On it," he said. He limped a little as he left the room. Harry noticed it now. The last fight with Snatchers had left a deep bruise along his shin. He kept brushing it off as nothing. Hermione touched Harry's arm. "You all right?" she asked. "No," Harry said honestly. "But when has that stopped anything?" Her mouth twitched. "Never," she said. "Come on." The wards around Gringotts prickled on Harry's skin as soon as they stepped into Diagon Alley. The street looked wrong. Half the shops were shuttered. Dark figures lingered at corners. A pair of cloaked wizards with ministry armbands stood by a poster of Harry's face, talking in low voices. No one stopped them, but Harry felt eyes follow them all the way to the white steps of the bank. He kept his head down, the hood of his cloak pulled low. Hermione walked close to his right, the edge of her cloak brushing his hand now and then. Ron was on his left, favoring one leg, trying not to show it. The goblin messenger moved ahead with easy confidence. The sharp marble steps rose before them. Gringotts looked the same as ever from outside, proud and clean, but there was something tense in the air. Extra guards at the door. Extra wards humming under Harry's feet. 2 armored goblins crossed spears as they approached. "State your business," one said. The messenger did not slow. "High Council audit," he said. "Client Harry Potter." Companions approved. The guards studied Harry for a long moment. Something in the wards must have pinged his name anyway. One of them flicked a glance toward the ministry patrol down the street. The patrol looked back, then away again, as if they had heard the same warning Harry had. Goblins did not share their toys. "Proceed," the guard said. They stepped through the doors. The air inside the bank was cooler, full of the smell of metal and ink. Quills scratched on parchment. Chains rattled softly. Goblins worked at their benches, polished and precise, as if the outside war did not exist. A few wizards looked up as they passed. A witch near the front desk frowned at Harry's hood, but did not call out. People were wary. No one wanted to start trouble in Gringotts. The messenger led them straight past the main counters toward a set of heavy side doors that Harry did not remember ever seeing open. They swung inward after a silent exchange between goblins, revealing a corridor lined with old stone. "Security checks," the messenger said. "Wands on the table. Pouches open. No cursed artifacts beyond this point." Ron sputtered. "You cannot take our wands," he said. "We are in the middle of a war, in case you have not noticed." Hermione shot him another look. "They are not taking them forever," she said. "Just checking. Right?" she added, turning to the goblin. The messenger inclined his head. "Your wands will be returned at the end of the review," he said. "If you try to hex anyone in the meanwhile, the wards will deal with it faster than our guards can." Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. Slowly, he set his wand on the flat stone table. Felt wrong to let it go. The wood left his fingers and his hand felt naked. Hermione and Ron did the same. Goblins stepped forward and passed small metal rods over the wands, then over their belts and pockets. The rods hummed when they brushed against the pouch where Hermione kept potions. "All legal," she said quickly. "Healing drafts. Pepper up. Calming draft." The goblin sniffed the air around the pouch and seemed satisfied. "Permitted," he said. When the checks were done, the messenger gathered their wands into a carved box. "These will be stored until we return," he said. Harry forced himself to nod. The wards around him felt different now, like a heavy blanket he could not remove. "Where exactly are we going?" he asked. "Is this about my family vault?" The goblin's lips curled. "It is about your family, yes," he said. "But not the vault you think." Ragnar's office was deeper in the bank than Harry had ever been. The corridor opened into a high chamber lined with old ledgers and carved stone panels. A long desk of dark wood stood on a raised platform. Behind it sat a goblin who made the others look almost soft. Ragnar's hair was silver at the temples. His eyes were sharp and dark. He wore armor under his formal robe, and a blade rested against the side of his chair as naturally as a quill lay on the desk. He did not stand when they entered. He did not need to. "Harry Potter," he said, and his voice filled the room. Harry felt an old instinct he could not name push him to straighten his spine. He clasped his hands to keep from fidgeting. "Sir," he said. Hermione stood at his right, chin up. Ron shifted on his sore leg, trying not to lean. Ragnar studied each of them in turn. His gaze lingered on Hermione, then on Ron, and finally returned to Harry. "You walk into my bank wrapped in human war and human lies," he said. "You carry the stink of blood wards and Dumbledore's binding magic. Yet you still stand." "Interesting," Harry swallowed. "We came because you summoned us," he said. "If there is a problem with my account, say it. We will deal with it and go." Ragnar's mouth twitched. "Humans always think in coins," he said. "This is not about your pocket money, boy. Sit." He gestured to 3 chairs before the desk. Harry sat. Hermione sat beside him. Ron dropped into the last chair with a faint grunt and rubbed his shin. Ragnar folded his clawed hands on the desk. "Gringotts recognizes ancient contracts," he said. "We honor them even when human governments fall." The The Potter line bound itself to us in the era when goblin and human still traded magic as equals. That contract includes a clause regarding inheritance and magical anomalies in the blood of the heir. Anomalies, Hermione repeated. Dumbledore, Ragnarok continued as if she had not spoken, held a human guardianship writ over your estate, Harry Potter. By that writ, he requested limited access to your vaults for the boy's upkeep and education. Nothing unusual there. However, he also filed a sealed notice with us that activated an emergency audit at the time of his death. Harry's breath caught. He set this up, he said. He knew this would happen. Ragnarok's gaze did not soften. He knew something would happen, the goblin said. Whether he wished you to benefit from it or only to be contained by it remains to be seen. Ron frowned. Contained, he said. What does that mean? Contained from what? Ragnarok ignored him. The writ instructed us, he went on, to keep a particular vault sealed until the death of both your parents and your designated human guardian. That condition is now met. The charter requires that we open that vault in your presence and in the presence of a witness you trust. One witness only. No more. His eyes shifted to Ron and Hermione. You may choose which companion enters, he added. The other will remain at the entrance. For reasons of space and security. Ron sat up a little straighter. I am not waiting outside while Harry walks into some cursed hole, he said. Ron, Hermione said. Maybe we should hear what is actually in there first. Ragnarok tilted his head. The vault in question is not numbered among the simple family holdings, he said. It is registered in our deepest records as Vault 13. It has not been opened since the 10th century. Hermione's breath caught. The 10th century, she said. But that is when Hogwarts was founded, when the founders were alive. That is when the Order of Merlin was first formed. Harry stared at Ragnarok. You are joking, he said. Goblins did not waste time on jokes. Ragnarok's face did not change. I do not joke about old magic, he said. Vault 13 holds items bound to an ancient human line known to us as Emeries. Your mother's sacrifice woke dormant signatures in you that match that line. The blood wards placed on you at Privet Drive did the rest. They suppressed it, hid it, disguised it. But they also marked it. We felt that mark in our wards the first time you stepped into this bank as a boy. Harry's skin went cold. You felt something in me, he said. And you never said. Ragnarok's eyes were steady. We were bound by Dumbledore's guardianship writ, he said. He requested that all reads on your magical core be sealed and not shared with you without his consent. He cited the greater good. Goblins respect contracts, even when they taste bitter. Hermione's hands closed into fists. He had no right, she said, her voice suddenly sharp. It was Harry's magic, Harry's life. He was a child. How dare he make that choice for him? Ragnarok gave her a small nod, as if marking her anger. Your complaint will need to wait, he said. The contract has shifted. The guardianship is over. The vault calls. The charter demands that we open it with or without your comfort. He stood in one smooth motion. Potter, choose your witness. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. Ron was already leaning forward, face set. If this is tied to Dumbledore and your family, you need someone who will punch him in the nose on your behalf, Ron said. I volunteer. No offense, Hermione. Hermione rolled her eyes. Right, because violence fixes everything, she said. Harry, think. If this vault is that old, it might contain texts in languages we do not know. Runes, legal clauses, magical theory. Someone has to read them before you accidentally sign your soul away. Again, Ron huffed. I can read, he said. Not ancient runes you cannot. Hermione shot back. Harry's chest tightened. In another time he might have laughed at them. Now the old joke about their strengths just hurt. Both of you stop, he said quietly. They went still. I need both of you, he said. You know that. Ron, I trust you with my life. Hermione, I trust you with my mind. If I could drag you both into this vault at once, I would. But the goblins say one witness. And if this is about contracts and charters and magic I have never heard of, I need Hermione with me. Ron's jaw clenched. For a second Harry thought he would argue. Then Ron dropped his gaze. Fine, he said. You go with him, Hermione. I will wait and guard the entrance. If anything comes down that corridor that looks shifty, it gets hexed. Deal. Hermione's face softened. Thank you, she said quietly. Ron shrugged, as if it did not matter, but his cheeks were a little red. Harry looked back at Ragnar. Hermione will come with me, he said. Ron will wait outside. That is the best we can do. Ragnar inclined his head. Acceptable, he said. Then let us go before some bright ministry idiot decides to stage a raid. The cart ride down into the depths of Gringotts felt longer than Harry remembered. Metal rattled against stone. The air grew colder, sharper. The torches that lined the tunnels were fewer here, their light steady instead of flickering. The familiar turns he knew from visits to his family vault faded behind them. Ragnar rode at the front, claws wrapped around the edge of the cart with easy balance. Ron sat beside Harry, knee pressed against his. Hermione sat on Harry's other side, her hand gripping the rail so hard her knuckles were white. How far down does this place go? Ron muttered as they took another steep drop. Deep enough that your ministry cannot hear what is said, Ragnar replied without looking back. Do not fall out. The wards will not enjoy having to catch you. Ron snorted. Comforting, he said again. The cart jolted as it hit a rough patch of track. Ron swore under his breath, louder when his already bruised leg banged against the side. You all right? Harry asked. Fine, Ron grunted. Just going to have a beautiful bruise from my hip to my foot. No big deal. Hermione frowned. You should have let me look at that earlier, she said. It is not nothing, Ron. You keep putting weight on it. If I had let you fuss over it, we would still be in the kitchen, Ron said. Besides, you have not exactly been sleeping either. Do not start nagging me now. Harry half listened to their bickering. Most of his attention was fixed on the way the air felt. The further they went, the more something pressed in on his skin. Not just the cold. Old magic packed thick in the stone. The cart finally slowed. The tracks straightened. Ahead, Harry saw a vault door unlike any he had ever seen. It was not marked by a neat number and a simple keyhole. It rose from the rock itself, a circle of metal and stone woven together, covered in carvings that hurt his eyes if he looked too long. Symbols he did not recognize. Lines of script in a language that made his scar prickle. 2 goblins in full armor stood guard on either side. Their spears were crossed over the center. The torches here burned with a steady green flame. The cart stopped. Ragnar stood. Vault 13, he said. Even his voice sounded different in this place. Lower. More formal. Ron stared. It looks friendly, he said. Very welcoming. Hermione did not answer. She was staring at the carvings with a look Harry usually saw in the library when she found something new. Ragnar stepped down from the cart. Harry followed, his legs a little unsteady after the ride. Hermione came after him. Ron took longer, swinging his bruised leg over the side with a wince. You stay here, Ragnar told Ron. On the platform. Do not approach the door. Do not touch the guards. Do not attempt to listen at the crack when it opens. The wards will notice. Ron held up his hands. Was not planning to, he said. I will just sit here and admire the terrifying ancient door that probably wants to eat us. One of the armored goblins actually snorted at that. The sound was brief and sharp. Ragnar turned to Harry and Hermione. You two come forward, he said. This vault will open only for the blood and the air. And the witness if the air accepts them. Any attempt by any other human to enter will end poorly for them. Harry's stomach twisted. Define poorly, he said. Extraction would be messy, Ragnar answered simply. Harry, Hermione whispered. Do not step inside without me. He glanced at her. I will not, he said. We go together. They shared a quick, tight nod. Felt like they were about to dive into cold water. Ragnar moved to a small metal dish set into the rock beside the door. He drew a thin dagger and sliced his own palm without a flinch. Dark goblin blood fell into the dish. The carvings on the door flared faintly. Gringotts calls on the Emery's charter, Ragnar said in a clear, measured voice. Guardian dead. Parents dead. Heir present. Open. The air shivered. The green flames on the torches flared brighter for a heartbeat, then settled. Ragnar turned to Harry and held out the dagger. "Your turn," he said. Harry hesitated only a moment before he held out his hand. The blade was sharp, cut his skin with a clean sting. Blood, bright and human, dripped into the same dish. The carvings blazed. Heat rushed through the air. Harry felt something slide along his magic, tasting. His scar burned, then cooled. Every hair on his arms stood on end. The vault door groaned. The stone circles shifted. The metal bands uncoiled like a lock undoing itself from the inside. Slowly, with a weight that made his ears pop, the door rolled aside. Cold air flowed out. It smelled of old stone and something else, something like thunder before it breaks. The space beyond was not full of piled gold or shelves of treasures. It was almost empty, a simple stone floor, a high, curved ceiling where the carvings continued. In the center, on a raised block of stone, lay a narrow pedestal holding a small object on a chain. Beside it, on a second block, rested a scroll tied with a strip of deep green ribbon. That was all. Harry stared. "Where is the rest?" Ron called softly from behind. "Where are the piles of gold? The cursed crowns? The creepy suits of armor that come alive? Did someone spend it all?" "Ron!" Hermione hissed. Ragnar did not take his eyes off the objects inside. "Vault 13 does not hold coins," he said quietly. "It holds anchors. Now step through." He gestured to the threshold. Harry swallowed. His cut palm stung. He could feel a faint pull from the object on the pedestal, as if someone had hooked a string in his chest and given it a gentle tug. He looked at Hermione. "You ready?" he asked. "No," she said, honest and pale. "But we are going in anyway." They stepped together. The air inside the vault was colder than the corridor. Every sound seemed louder, even the soft tap of their shoes on the stone. Harry moved closer to the pedestal. The object there was an amulet, as simple as the pedestal itself. A metal disc on a chain, dull and dark, marked with the same strange script as the door. No jewels, no obvious glamour. "The amulet Echidna," Ragnar said. His voice was a little softer now, almost respectful. "Foundational artifact of the Emery's line. The last time a human hand touched it was before your ministry existed." Hermione's eyes were wide. "Echidna," she repeated under her breath. "That name is in some of the apocryphal sections about Merlin. No one ever proved the texts real." "They are real enough," Ragnar said. "And much of the wizard world chose to forget them because they were inconvenient. That is what they do." He looked at Harry. "This amulet was designed to respond to one thing. The awakening of your line in the blood of an heir. Your blood, your presence, your magic. When you touch it, it will either accept you and do its work, or it will reject you and destroy you." Harry's throat went dry. "Those do not sound like equal options," he said. Ragnar's mouth curled in something that might have been a humorless smile. "Old magic rarely cares about your comfort," he said. "But the contract demands the test, and the wards in your blood are already tearing themselves apart. If you walk away now, the suppression around your core will slowly crush you. You have been living under those wards since you were a child. They were never meant to last this long." Harry felt sick. "Dumbledore put those there," he said. "He told me they were protection. The blood wards. They did protect you," Ragnar said. "From the killing curse. From outside threats. They also throttled your core every time it tried to expand beyond the pattern he liked." His eyes were dark. "He built a cage and called it home." Hermione sucked in a breath. "How could he?" she whispered. "Harry, that is monstrous." Harry thought of Privet Drive, the cupboard, the way his accidental magic had been punished, the way Dumbledore had always called it necessary. His stomach clenched. "I do not have a choice," he said hoarse. "If I touch it and it kills me, then at least it is honest. I am done with half-truths." Hermione stepped closer. Her hand found his and squeezed hard. "You are not doing this alone," she said. "If anything goes wrong, I am here. I will drag you back if I have to." "That would be difficult," Ragnar murmured, but he did not try to stop her. Harry managed a crooked smile for her sake. "Do not let Ron sell my broom if I die," he said. "Shut up," she said, though her eyes were wet. He let go of her hand and reached out. The amulet looked small and dull and harmless. His fingers hovered over it for a second. His scar tingled. The pull in his chest grew stronger. He closed his hand around it. Pain hit like nothing he had ever felt. It was not a distant, spearing agony like the scar when Voldemort was near. It was not the all-over burning of the Cruciatus. It was everywhere at once, inside his bones, in the marrow, in the air in his lungs. His magic surged up as if something had ripped the lid off a pot that had been boiling for years. He screamed without meaning to. His knees buckled. The world vanished in a flood of white and green. He heard Hermione yell his name, far away. He felt someone grab his shoulders to keep him from hitting the stone. Something inside his chest tore. Not flesh. Something deeper. Layers of tightness that he had never noticed before snapped one after another. Each break sent a wave of heat through his veins. Images slammed through his mind. Not memories. Structures. He saw Privet Drive from above. Lines of force wrapped around the house like bands. He saw the cupboard where he had slept as a child. A knot of binding magic pressed into the walls. He saw Dumbledore's wand tracing patterns in the air over his baby crib. Each stroke laying another line of pressure over his tiny core. Squeezing it down, down, down. He saw all of that, and then he saw the same lines burn away. The wards erupted. Not outward. Not in a blast that tore the world, but inward, collapsing, shredding, sucked back into the center of his core. Each collapsing ring fed a flood of energy into what it had held back. His magic rushed out to fill the space. It felt like taking a full breath after years of breathing through a straw. It was terrifying. He could feel the weave of magic in the air around him with a clarity that was almost painful. Every ward in the vault sang at once. Every torch flame was the equation. The stone under his knees was not just stone anymore. It was a pattern of structure and weight that he could read without understanding how. His scar flared. The Horcrux fragment, that dark, snarling corner in the back of his mind that he had learned to live with, rose up in panic. It pushed against the new order. A knot of chaos pressed into a field that wanted structure. For a second Harry thought he would explode. Then something in the amulet pulsed. The flood of raw power did not crush the fragment. It flowed around it, through it, grabbing the edges and forcing them into shape. The wild piece of Voldemort's soul shrieked in his head, a noise like scraping metal, and shrank. For the first time, Harry felt that piece of foreign magic as something he could see. An ugly, black mass of information jammed into the clean lines of his own. The new surge of power wrapped around it, not erasing it yet, but containing it. His scar still burned, but the pain changed. Less stabbing, more like pressure. This is real, he thought. This is me. He did not know how long it lasted. Could have been seconds. Could have been an hour. He floated in pain and light and structure until a voice cut through. "Harry," Hermione said. Her hands were on his face. Her voice was sharp with fear. "Harry, look at me. Breathe. Please." He dragged in air. His lungs felt too full. His eyes stung. He blinked. The vault swam back into focus. The amulet was still in his hand. It had warmed, but it was not burning him. The carvings on its surface glowed faintly, then dimmed. He was half on his knees, half in Hermione's lap. She had moved under him when he fell. Her knees must hurt on the stone, but she did not seem to care. Her hair had come loose and hung around her face. Ragnarok stood a few steps away, watching with an expression that Harry could not read. "How long?" Harry croaked. "About a minute," Hermione said. Her voice shook. "Maybe less." "Felt longer." "A minute," Harry repeated. It had felt like his entire life had been ripped out and rewoven. His body trembled. Sweat ran down his back. Every heartbeat felt too strong. Yet under the exhaustion there was a buzz in his core that had not been there before. His magic did not feel like a stream anymore. It felt like a river pressed behind a thin wall. "You live," Ragnarok said. "Nice to be a pleasant surprise," Harry muttered. He tried to push himself up. His arms shook. Hermione helped him. her hands steady under his shoulders. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Like I have been hit by a bludger and given a pepper up and a cheering charm at the same time," he said. He rubbed his chest. "Everything is loud." Hermione's brow furrowed. "Loud," she repeated. Harry looked around the vault. The torches burned with the same green light, but now he could see threads running from them into the walls, connecting to the carvings. The air around Ragnarok shimmered with layered ward bands. Even Hermione carried a faint glow, a weave of protective spells that clung to her skin. "I can see the magic," he said slowly. "Not just feel it. It is all lines and patterns, and it is all trying to talk at once." Ragnarok nodded once. "The blood wards have broken," he said. "The suppressors are gone. Your core is no longer gagged. What you feel is the world as the Emery's line was meant to feel it. You will have to learn to close some of it off, or it will drown you." Harry swallowed. "Emery's line," he repeated. "You mean Merlin?" Hermione sucked in a breath. "Ragnarok," she said. "Are you saying Harry is related to Merlin? That is not just a legend." Ragnarok's eyes flicked to the other object on the stone block. "The scroll with the green ribbon. Some of that answer lies there," he said. "The rest lies in old records and in choices not yet made. For now, we have completed the first part of the charter. The heir has touched the amulet. The suppression has ended. The second part is the reading of the prophecy." He reached out but did not touch the scroll. "This was deposited with the vault by the order of Merlin in the first era of Hogwarts," he said. "Bound to the Emery's blood. The ribbon marks it as a directive for the line. It will open for the heir or for one the heir fully trusts. I suspect that means your witness." Hermione went still. "Me," she said. "You think I should open it?" "Harry needs his strength," Ragnarok said. "The amulet has just forced his magic into a new shape. If he strains his core more now, he might collapse. The charter expects the heir to have an anchor. You were allowed into this vault as that anchor. The bank reads such things." Hermione's cheeks flushed. She looked at Harry. "It is your choice," she said. "I will not touch it unless you say so." Harry met her eyes. They were still wide with fear and something else. Determination. Trust. "You read it," he said. "If this is about me, I need you to hear it too. You are the one who will make sense of it." She nodded once. Her hand squeezed his shoulder again before she stood. Her steps were careful as she crossed to the second stone block. The scroll lay there, neat and simple. The ribbon tied around it was a rich, dark green, the color of the deep part of the forest. When Hermione reached out, the ribbon glowed. The little knot untied itself and the strip of cloth slid aside, curling back as if it were alive. The scroll loosened with a soft crackle. Hermione sucked in a breath. "Old parchment," she murmured automatically. "Preservation charms still active. Ink is goblin-made." "Read," Ragnarok said quietly. Hermione unrolled the scroll. The ink on it was dark and clear, no fading at all. The script was in a formal hand, old-fashioned but readable. She cleared her throat. "Prophecy of the Green Ribbon," she read. "Recorded under the eyes of Merlin Emeries and the Circle of Avalon." Her voice steadied as she continued. "When the serpent splits his soul for dominion and the land cries out under the weight of broken oaths, the Emery's line shall rise again, not bound by the focus of wood, nor bent by the laws of councils, but carrying the staff of creation in his hand. He shall know the structure of what was and what is, and he shall be called the achronological heir." Harry felt the words slide over his skin like cold water. Achronological. Out of time. It matched the way his core felt now, tugged in all directions at once. Hermione swallowed and read on. "He shall mend the present where it is torn and cast the shape of what comes after in the light of the foundation. If he turns his sight toward dominion, the world shall fall under one will and magic shall be a chain. If he turns his sight toward restoration, the world shall break and be remade, and magic shall flow as it did in the first age." Her voice trembled just a little at that part. Harry's fingers dug into the stone under him. Restore or rule. No middle path. Hermione drew another breath. "The serpent shall seek to corrupt the lines of the land and make of them his throne. The heir shall stand at the place where all lines meet. With him shall stand the circle not of lords but of equals. Goblin, centaur, elf, witch, the heir shall bind or be bound. He shall not walk away unchanged. Silence settled in the vault after she finished that line. The only sound was Harry's rough breathing and the faint hiss of the green torches. Hermione looked down to check the end. There is one more part, she said quietly. She lifted her eyes back to the scroll and read. The boy of lightning and the child of reason shall carry this burden together. One to hold the power, one to hold the line. If either falls, the foundation cracks. If both stand, the age of chains ends. Her voice failed on the last word. She stared at the parchment as if it might change. Harry stared at her. Child of reason, he said slowly. Hermione let out a small, broken laugh. That would be me, she said. I suppose. Ragnar nodded, eyes thoughtful. The prophecy names the heir and his anchor, he said. Boy of lightning, child of reason. That fits you both well enough. The bank has suspected as much for some time. Hermione lowered the scroll. Her hands shook. This is mad, she whispered. This is not just about killing Voldemort. This is about rewriting how magic itself works. And you are supposed to do it. Harry's mouth was dry. I am supposed to stand at some magical crossroads and decide how the future goes, he said. That is not terrifying at all. He tried to make it a joke. Fell flat. His heart pounded. His magic still buzzed under his skin. The prophecy's words settled in his chest like heavy stones. He thought of all the times he had been told he was the chosen one. This felt different, bigger, worse. Dumbledore had known about this. He must have. He had walked around with this in his head and still sent Harry back to the cupboard. Still laid wards that suffocated him. Anger flared, sharp and bright, then faded under the sheer weight of everything else. Hermione folded the scroll with careful hands. The ribbon slid back around it and tied itself, as if it had never moved. She turned to Harry. Tears stood in her eyes now, clear and angry. We are not doing this alone, she said. Do you hear me? I do not care what some dusty prophecy says. I am not letting you carry this by yourself. Harry met her gaze. For a second the vault and the goblin and the ancient carvings all blurred at the edges. I know, he said, and his voice came out rough. I do not think I could, even if I wanted to. Hermione stepped closer and knelt in front of him again. Her hands cupped his face, thumbs brushing the sweat at his temples. You will not become what they fear, she whispered. You hear me? You will not be a chain. You are the boy who keeps breaking them. It was a simple thing to do after that, to lean forward an inch. Her lips touched his, soft and quick, more promise than anything. His heart jumped. His magic flared and then settled in a way that felt almost sane. She pulled back, cheeks flushed. Sorry, she muttered. That was not very rational. Harry let out a breath that might have been a laugh. I am not complaining, he said. Ragnar coughed once. If you are finished, he said dryly, we should leave this place. The prophecy has been read. The amulet has done its work. The vault will seal again. There is still a war going on above our heads, in case you had forgotten. Harry pushed himself to his feet, using the stone for support. His legs were unsteady, but they held. I had not forgotten, he said. If anything, it just became harder to ignore. Hermione stayed close, one hand hovering near his arm in case he stumbled. As they stepped back over the threshold, the air pressed around them again. The vault door began to roll shut with a deep, grinding sound. The last thing Harry saw inside was the faint green line of the ribbon. On the platform, Ron sprang to his feet. Finally, he said, you were in there ages. What happened? Are you all right? You look like you have been through a potions accident. Harry opened his mouth, closed it again. His head spun. The words of the prophecy echoed in his mind. Boy of lightning, child of reason, lines of the land, staff of creation. He could not say any of it yet. I will explain later, he said. Back at Grimmauld. Somewhere safer. Ron frowned. Safer than a vault that nearly murdered me during a school trip, he said. That is a high bar. Hermione glanced at him. For a second Harry thought he saw something in her eyes, a quick measuring look. Ron's relief seemed a little too eager, his smile a little too wide. But she said nothing. Not yet. Ragnar stepped between them and the vault door as it sealed with a final thud. The audit is complete for now, he said. There will be more meetings, more explanations. For tonight, Mr. Potter, you should go home. Do not cast any advanced spells until your core settles. If you try, your magic may answer in ways you do not expect. Harry nodded. He felt the truth of that in every nerve. As they climbed back into the cart, as the tracks rattled and the cold air rushed past, Harry stayed silent. Hermione's hand found his again and did not let go. Ron muttered about his bruised leg and how goblin carts were a menace. Harry barely heard him. The lines were still there in his mind. Threads of power running through stone and air and sky. A knot of dark magic caged behind his scar. Old wards broken. A new, terrifying freedom rushing in to fill the space. And under all of it, the words Hermione had read. He shall not walk away unchanged. Harry stared into the darkness ahead as the cart carried them back toward the surface, and knew that nothing in his life had ever been more true. Ron landed on the old sofa in the drawing room and groaned. Next time, he said, throwing an arm over his face. If a goblin invites us for a nice relaxing death test, tell me I am busy. Harry stood in the doorway and did not answer. The house felt different. It was the same grim old place they had been living in for months. Same smell of dust and potion smoke. Same faint creak in the third stair. Same dark wallpaper and crooked picture frames. And yet every time Harry blinked he saw lines. They ran along the walls, bright for a second, then faded. Bands around windows. Rings in the floorboards. Threads through the ceiling to the wards above. He could not see them all at once. They prickled at the edge of his sight, like words on the page of a book he had not decided to read. Harry, Hermione said softly behind him. Sit down. You look like you are about to fall over. He realized he was gripping the doorframe hard enough to make his fingers hurt. He let go and crossed the room. His legs felt shaky, as if he had run upstairs too fast. Hermione nudged a stack of books off an armchair with her foot and dropped them on the floor. They fell in a messy pile that made her wince. I will fix that later, she muttered. Harry sank into the chair. The cushion sagged under him. For a second he just stared at his hands. There was a faint red line across his palm where the goblin blade had cut him. It had already scabbed. His magic hummed under his skin like a live wire. Hermione sat on the arm of the chair, close enough that her sleeve brushed his shoulder. Ron peeked at them through his fingers. So, Ron said, are we going to talk about how you went into a vault, screamed for a bit, then came out looking like you had stuck your hand into a cauldron full of lightning? Lightning does not go in cauldrons, Hermione said automatically. Ron lifted his head. It was a figure of speech, he said. You know what I mean. Harry swallowed. The memories of the vault came back in jerks. The amulet in his hand. The way the wards had broken. Dumbledore's magic ripping away. The prophecy Hermione had read. The quick, soft kiss that still made his lips tingle when he thought about it. He could not explain all of that at once. Ragnar called it the amulet echidna, he said. His voice sounded rough. It broke the blood wards. All of them. The ones Dumbledore put on me when I was a baby. They were not just protecting me. They were strangling my magic. Ron sat up straighter. Strangling, he repeated. Come on. Dumbledore saved you. He put you with your mum's family. He gave you protection from you-know-who. Harry felt something cold shift in his chest. Do not tell me what Dumbledore did, he said quietly. I was the one in the cupboard. I was the one who could not make a simple spell work without nearly snapping my wand in half in second year, while you and Hermione were flying ahead. I thought I was just rubbish sometimes. That was not an accident. Hermione had gone still. Her eyes were fixed on him. You think he did it on purpose, Ron said. Why would he do that? He needed you to kill Voldemort. Hermione spoke before Harry could answer. He knew, she said. He knew about the Emery's line. The vault records confirmed it. He knew Harry's core was different. He filed a sealed writ with Gringotts to hide all readings on Harry's magic. He told the goblins not to tell Harry anything about his own core. Her hands curled into fists on her lap. He did not ask, she went on. He did not wait until Harry was old enough to decide. He forced suppression on a child and then lied about why. Ron shook his head. That does not make sense, he said. Dumbledore was odd, sure, and he kept things close. But he loved you. Mum always says he cared about you like family. Family do not put cages around you, Harry said. He said it too fast. The words came out hard. Silence fell for a moment. The old black tapestry in the corner rustled in a draft. Harry rubbed his forehead, just above his scar. It ached, but it was a different ache now. Less sharp. More pressure. I am not saying he hated me, he said. Maybe he thought he was doing the right thing. Maybe he thought I could not handle this. Maybe he was afraid of what I would become with too much power. Fine. I can even understand that, a little. He looked up, eyes dark. But he did not tell me, he said. He made choices for me. Again. He decided who I should live with, what I should know, how strong I was allowed to be. He left me half-blind and expected me to win. Hermione touched his shoulder. Her fingers trembled. Ron swallowed. His freckles stood out stark against his pale skin. Right, Ron said finally. Say he did all that. Say you are Merlin's great whatever and he was scared of that. What now? You touched the shiny amulet. You screamed. You did not explode. Great. Are you going to start turning everyone into frogs if they annoy you? Some of the tension in Harry's chest eased. He huffed out a breath. If I could do that, he said, you would be hopping already. Hermione made a small sound that could have been a laugh. Ron relaxed a little. There he is, he said. For a second I thought we had lost you to mysterious ancient heritage, and you were going to start talking like Professor Binns. I feel wrong, Harry said. My magic does. Everything is noisy. I can see the wards in this room. That clock, for example. He nodded toward the mantel. The old black clock sat there, dusty and still. No hands moved. The glass was cracked. It is broken, Ron said. It is wrapped in a time ward, Harry said. The magic is still active even though the clock is not. It is stuck in a loop, trying to reset the hand to the same number and failing. Hermione stared at the clock, then at him. You can see the spells, she said. Not just feel them. Yes, Harry said. I did not ask for that. Well, Ron muttered. If Merlin left you a magical user manual, he really could have spread the features out a bit. Hermione ignored him. This is important, she said. It means you are not just strong. You are structured. You can read magic itself. That fits with what Ragnarok said about foundational patterns. She got up and started pacing, talking faster. If Dumbledore suppressed that because he was afraid, then he did not just fear raw power. He feared you changing how magic works for everyone. He was the architect of the modern magical order. Hogwarts, the Wisengamot, the international alliances. If your line can reshape the foundation, then everything he built could shift under him. Ron frowned. I do not understand half of that, he admitted. Imagine, Hermione said, if I invented a new way to build houses and I controlled all the materials. I could decide who lives where, who has power, who does not. Then someone else shows up with the ability to rewrite the ground under those houses. I might be tempted to lock them in a cupboard. She said it flatly. The bitterness in her voice made Harry look at her. You are angry with him too, he said quietly. Hermione stopped pacing. She pressed her lips together. He messed with your core, she said. He left blood magic on you without proper consent. He used goblin contracts to keep you in the dark. That goes against everything he claimed to stand for. I spent years defending his choices. I am tired. The words hung there. Ron shifted, uncomfortable. Mum will not like this, he said. The Order worshipped him. People still do. If they hear you say he was wrong, they will call it slander. I am not planning to write it in the Prophet, Harry said. Right now it is just us. The goblins. Hermione. You. That is enough trouble. Ron chewed the inside of his cheek. What did that scroll say again? He asked. The prophecy thing. The one about you and, reason girl. Hermione colored. Harry glanced at her, then away. It named me as the achronological heir, he said. It said I would stand where the lines meet and either chain magic or restore it. It said Hermione is my anchor, the child of reason who holds the line while I hold the power. Or something like that. Ron blinked. And you kissed him, he told Hermione. Hermione nearly fell off the arm of the chair. Ron, she hissed. That is not the point. Ron held up both hands. I am just checking I heard that right, he said. World-changing prophecy, you two are magically matched, and you snog in a vault. That is one way to keep things simple. Harry's ears burned. It was not snogging, he said. It was a small kiss. I thought I was going to die. She thought I was going to die. It just happened. Hermione covered her face with both hands. Can we not do this bit now? She said through her fingers. There are more important things. Ron eyed them, then shrugged. Fine, he said. We can postpone the teasing. For now. His eyes flicked to Harry. For what it is worth, he said more quietly. I am glad you did not die. Even if you are now apparently some sort of walking magic blueprint. Harry let out a breath. Thanks, he said. I think. He pushed himself up out of the chair. His legs still trembled, but the shaking had eased. I need to move, he said. If I sit still any longer, my brain is going to eat itself. I need to see what I can do now. Carefully, Hermione stood too. You should rest, she said at once. Ragnarok told you not to cast too much yet. Your core is still settling. I am not going to duel anyone, Harry said. I just want to see if I can light a candle without blowing up the house. Ron snorted. I am suddenly very glad Creature is not here to see this, he said. Harry headed for the door. The lines at the edges of his sight pulsed with each step, as if the house was waiting to see what he would do. Hermione followed. At least let me supervise, she said. Someone has to take notes before you black out. Ron stayed on the sofa, flexing his sore leg. I will be here, he said, guarding the very important sofa. If the sofa attacks, I will shout. They set up in the small sitting room on the second floor, away from the main wards and the kitchen. Hermione cleared a low table of old magazines and a broken chess set. She set a single stubby candle in the middle. This wick was black from use. All right, she said. Simple test. No wand. Just your magic and intent. Try to light this without touching it. Harry moved to stand on the other side of the table. His cut palm itched. Last time I tried wandless spells, nothing happened, he said. Usually I just get a faint fizz. Well, Hermione said. Last time you had half your core wrapped in blood chains. Things might be different. Her voice was matter of fact, but he did not miss the worry in it. Focus on the candle, she went on. Not on raw power. You told me in the vault that you see structures now. Try to see the candle as a pattern. Look at the wax, the wick, the air around it. Feel where the fire would sit. Harry drew in a breath and let it out slowly. The room was quiet. The only sounds were distant creaks and the faint drip from a pipe in the wall. He narrowed his eyes at the candle. The lines came. They were faint at first. A pale outline around the wax. A small knot at the wick. A pattern of currents in the air above it, ready for heat. He could feel the ward structure in the walls too, but he pushed that aside. He focused on the tiny system in front of him. See the path, Hermione said softly. He did. He reached. His magic moved like it had in the vault, fast and eager. It flowed along the path he focused on. Pressure built in his chest. Easy, Hermione murmured. Slow. You are not blasting a door. You are nudging a spark into place. He tried to compress his intent. Not a flood, just a drop. For a second nothing happened. Then the wick glowed. A tiny point of red appeared. Then orange. A tongue of flame climbed up, small but steady. The candle burned. Harry sagged. His breath came out in a rush. The buzzing in his head spiked, then eased. Hermione's eyes were wide. You did it, she said. You did not even move your hand. Harry stared at the candle. I just told it what it already wanted to do, he said slowly. The structure was there. My magic just matched it. It was easier than I expected. Too easy. He did not feel exhausted, not the way he usually did after big spells. He felt stretched, like a muscle he had never used before had just been flexed. Primal sorcery, Hermione murmured. He looked up. That is what the goblins called it, she said. Magic that works on the base patterns instead of through tools. If you can see the skeleton of a spell, you can push it in the direction you want without wasting energy on words or wand movements. She bit her lip. This is dangerous, she added. And also incredible. Harry snorted. That sums it up, he said. The air around the candle shimmered a little. He could see the heat making small waves in the pattern. It was strange and hypnotic. Without thinking, he reached out again. He wanted to see if he could push the flame sideways. The magic answered faster this time. It flowed to his will like water. The flame jumped. It leaned sharply to the right, then snapped back, taller and brighter. The wax at the top of the candle melted in a rush and ran down the side. The buzzing in Harry's head spiked to a roar. He staggered. Hermione grabbed his arm. Stop, she said. Stop. That is enough for now. He tried to pull back. For a heartbeat, the magic refused. Panic clawed at his throat. The flow did not slow. It wanted to keep shaping, keep adjusting, keep fixing every tiny imbalance in the pattern. He could feel the same desire reaching for the wards in the walls, for the clock downstairs, for the broken hinges on the door. I could fix everything, he thought. The idea was sharp and tempting. Hermione's hand tightened. Harry, she said sharply. Look at me. Not at the candle. At me. He tore his gaze away. Her brown eyes were fixed on his. He could see the reflection of the flame in them. Breathe, she said. In. Say it with me. In. Out. He did. In. Each breath drew some of the magic back into his center. The tug on the room eased. The burning in his head cooled. The flame on the candle settled into a normal size. Harry swallowed hard. That escalated quickly, he said weakly. Hermione did not let go right away. She watched him for another long moment, then slowly eased her fingers from his arm. Your magic is trying to reorganize everything it sees, she said. That is what Dumbledore feared. If you lean into that without a filter, you could remake the whole house without meaning to. Harry rubbed his chest. I thought I was just adjusting the flame, he said. Then I felt the wards, the weak points, the cracks in the old spells. All of it. It is like my mind has another sense now and it does not have an off switch. Hermione nodded, lips pressed together. Then we need to build one, she said. Before we do anything more advanced. He gave her a tired half smile. You say that like we have time for a proper study schedule, he said. We will make time, she replied. If you burn out your core or pull the wards down by accident, the war ends early and badly. She started pacing again, thinking out loud. We need someone who understands primal structures, she said. Someone who has seen Emery's line magic before. Goblins have records going back centuries, maybe even longer. Ragnarok hinted they have scholars. She stopped and turned to him. Ragnarok owes you now, she said. You let him fulfill the charter. The bank takes that seriously. We should ask for help before we stumble into something we cannot reverse. Harry sighed. Back to Gringotts, he said. Hermione grimaced. Or they come to us, she said. Which is worse, I am not sure. The goblin arrived the next morning during breakfast. They were halfway through a tray of something that might once have been eggs. The smell in the kitchen was not encouraging. Creature had made it, then stormed off to complain in the pantry after Hermione made a comment about salt. Ron poked the food with his fork. Do you think this counts as a dark artifact? He asked. Looks cursed. Hermione rolled her eyes. It is perfectly edible, she said, though she did not look convinced. Harry's head throbbed faintly. He had not slept much. Every time he closed his eyes he saw wards, lines, the words of the prophecy. Dumbledore's handwriting on the goblin writ. He pushed the eggs around his plate without much appetite. The fireplace flared green. All three of them jumped. A goblin stepped out onto the hearth. He wore practical armor beneath a dark robe, and his hair was pulled back into a tight tail. He was shorter than Ragnak, but stockier, with forearms corded in hard muscle. A pair of goggles rested on his forehead. He brushed ash off his sleeve and glanced around the kitchen with a quick, sharp gaze. "Human lair," he muttered. "Messy as expected." Ron choked on his tea. "Excuse me," he said. The goblin ignored him and focused on Harry. "Harry Potter," he said. "I am Borin, Gringotts Engineering and Warding Division. Ragnak sent me." Harry stood automatically. "Sent you for what?" he asked. Borin jumped down from the hearth with surprising lightness. He carried a heavy leather satchel. The straps creaked as he moved. "To stop you from tearing your own core apart before you can use it," Borin said. "And to ensure the Emery's line does not destabilize the bank's ward array. Our survival interests align." Hermione set her fork down carefully. "You came through the flu," she said. "I thought goblins preferred not to use wizard channels." "We prefer physical wards and stone," Borin said. "But carts take time. Ragnak thinks time is short. The ministry grows bold. So we use what works." He sniffed the air. "What is that smell?" he asked. Ron flushed. "Creatures cooking," he said. "You can have mine." Borin eyed the plate. "No," he said. "I value my insides." Harry almost smiled in spite of himself. "You said Ragnak sent you," he said. "As my tutor." "As your handler," Borin corrected. "Tutor sounds soft. My task is to teach you enough control that you do not accidentally turn London into a pattern problem." Ron blinked. "A what?" he said. Borin clicked his tongue. "Humans," he said. "You name everything with images. Goblins use function. You see spells. We see structures. You are not a normal wizard anymore, Potter. Dumbledore's suppression stopped you from ever becoming one. Your core is closer to primal nodes, the kind Merlin Emery's worked with. If you do not learn discipline, you will reach for every structure you see until something breaks." "We already noticed a bit of that," Hermione said quietly. Borin's eyes flicked to her. "You must be the anchor child," he said. "The one named in the scroll. The line holder." Hermione straightened. "I am Hermione Granger," she said. "And I am nobody's child. But yes, the scroll named me. I am here to make sure Harry does not forget he is human while everyone calls him Heir." Borin studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded once. "Good," he said. "I dislike dealing with worshippers. They do not listen. You will take notes." He tapped the satchel. "Ragnak gave me copies of the guardianship writ and the readings we did on your core over the years," he told Harry. "You should hear exactly what Dumbledore did. Not the rumors. The documents." Harry's stomach clenched. He gestured at the table. "Sit," he said. "We can talk here." Borin looked at the chairs as if they might bite him, then chose the one farthest from the pan of eggs. Hermione fetched parchment and a quill without being asked. Ron stayed where he was, eyes flicking between Borin and Harry, jaw tight. Borin opened the satchel and pulled out a stack of thick parchment. Goblin ink shimmered on the surface. "The first record," Borin said, "is dated on the night your parents died. Dumbledore came to the bank the next morning. He requested emergency guardianship over your estate and instructed us to establish blood wards at a location of his choosing. He did not give the full address, only coordinates and blood samples." Hermione's eyes widened. "He used goblin wards to lay the foundations for the ones at Privet Drive," she said. Borin nodded. "He believed in layering protections," he said. "That alone is not unusual. The odd part comes here." He slid the top sheet across to them. Harry leaned in. He recognized Dumbledore's handwriting. Twisted something in his chest. The neat loops, the careful strokes. The words, however, were different from the gentle notes he had seen on chocolate frog cards. "Clause 3, Borin said, tapping with a claw. "And 4. Read them." Hermione read out loud. Clause 3. All readings of the magical core of the warded child are to be sealed upon guardianship approval. The Goblin Nation is requested to refrain from sharing, insinuating, or otherwise revealing the existence of any deviation from standard human magical development to the child until such a time as the guardian deems it necessary. Clause 4. Any emergent signatures related to the Emery's line are to be suppressed or redirected by whatever means are least harmful to the child's physical form. Her voice shook by the end. Harry felt the words hit like punches. Deviation from standard human magical development, he repeated. That is how he described it. Boren's mouth curled. Humans fear what they cannot fit into their tidy boxes, he said. To us, your readings were not a deviation. They were rare, powerful, and interesting. Emery's line signatures appeared in your aura as soon as the blood wards activated. Your mother's sacrifice woke them. Dumbledore saw the same thing and panicked. Ron frowned. He asked you to suppress Harry's magic, he said slowly. Did you do it? Boren's eyes flashed. We do not meddle inside a human core without very strong reasons, he said. Dumbledore did not have that power here. He had the power to ask us to keep quiet. That much we did. We sealed our reports and waited. The suppression he wanted he built himself, with his wand and your aunt's blood. Harry stared at the parchment. So he knew I was Merlin's heir, he said. From the beginning. Boren shrugged a little. He knew you were Emery's descendant, he said. He did not know how strong that would become. There has not been a true Emery's heir since long before Hogwarts. The line watered down. Few believed it would appear again. Hermione spoke in a low, hard voice. He still chose to hide it, she said. He decided his plan for the war mattered more than Harry's right to know who he is. Boren inclined his head. I am not here to judge him, he said. Dead wizards rarely listen. I am here to stop his decisions from killing you now that the bindings are gone. He took out another parchment, this one covered in tight goblin script and diagrams. This, he said, is the last read we did on your core at your first trip to the bank. You were 11. The Emery's pattern was already trying to grow beyond the blood wards. That is why you had so much trouble with basic spells sometimes. The core wanted structure at a deeper layer than your wand could access. Harry remembered moments from first year. Spells that fizzled. Others that went off with too much force. The incoherent rush of magic when he had chased Draco on his broom. The way his scar had ached whenever powerful magic was near. It felt like something was always wrong, he said quietly. I thought I was just weird. Or cursed. You were caged, Boren said. Now the cage is gone. The trouble is, you have never learned to live outside it. That is why we start small. He swept the parchments back into the satchel. Lesson 1, he said, folding his hands. Intent. Ron groaned. Do not tell me we are going to meditate, he said. I tried that once. Fell asleep. Woke up with Fred drawing a mustache on me. Boren snorted. Goblins do not sit cross-legged and hum, he said. Primal intent is not about emptying your head. It is about knowing exactly what you want a structure to become and committing to it. No doubt. No half-thought. No laziness. If you cannot hold a clear shape in your mind, your magic will find its own, and you will not like the result. He pointed at Harry. You already felt it yesterday, he said, when you reached for the candle and then for the wards. Your core tried to adjust everything at once. That is the Emery's bias. It seeks equilibrium. It wants to fix broken patterns. You must learn to tell it what counts as broken and what does not. Hermione scribbled notes at a furious pace. So you train him to set boundaries for his power, she said. Mental limits. Define tasks instead of vague urges. Yes, Boren said. We start with the wards in this house. They are old, patched, and ugly. They are perfect. Ron leaned back, folding his arms. What about me? He asked. Do I just sit here and watch while you two rewrite magic? Boren regarded him for a moment. You do not see the patterns, he said. That is fine. Not everyone needs to. Your task is simpler and just as important. You watch Harry. If his nose starts bleeding, if he slurs his words, if he stares at a wall and does not answer, you hit him or shake him until he stops. Anchors are not only for prophecy. They are also for common sense. Ron blinked. You want me to hit him, he said. If he overreaches, Boren said. Yes. Pain brings humans back to their bodies. It interrupts the loop. He must not be allowed to drift for too long. You and the girl are his ties to flesh. Use that. Hermione stopped writing. I would prefer methods that do not involve injury, she said sharply. Boren sighed. You can also throw cold water on him, he said. Humans and your soft feelings. Either way, do not let him float. Ron considered that. All right, he said. I can throw water. And maybe a slap if he starts trying to rearrange my bones. Harry rubbed his eyes. Thanks, he said dryly. Nice to know you have a plan. Hermione reached over and squeezed his arm. We are not going to let you lose yourself, she said. No matter what Dumbledore thought he had to stop. Boren stood. Get your cloak, he said. We are going upstairs. The main ward nexus runs along the top floor. We will begin there. Ron groaned again. Brilliant, he said. Wards and stairs. My leg is going to love this. The top floor of Grimmauld Place had always felt heavy. Even before Harry could see magic, there had been a weight to the air. The narrow corridor, the closed doors, the faint smell of old potions and dust and something metallic. Now the weight had shape. Lines crisscrossed the ceiling, bright and dull at once. Some glowed steady, others flickered, frayed at the edges. Circles knotting around doors, bands along the skirting boards, a tangle of old black family spells layered with fresher protections. Harry stood in the middle of the corridor and tried not to let his eyes go out of focus. Boren padded ahead of them with easy steps, claws clicking softly on the floor. He stopped by a cracked window where the grime on the glass barely let in any light. This is a junction point, Boren said. The house wards meet here. Black family curses, Dumbledore's protections, your own accidental magic. You tried to defense yourself once in this hall when someone threw a jinx. That imprint remains. Harry's skin prickled. He remembered a fight with Sirius and Snape shouting at each other. A spell that had shot off at the wrong angle. His shield charm sparking under pressure. What do you want me to do? He asked. Nothing large, Boren said. You are not strong enough yet to rewrite an entire nexus. We will start with one thread. He pointed at a faint line near the window frame that sagged like a loose rope. See that? Boren said. Harry nodded. That is a black family alarm, Boren said. It used to tell them if anyone opened the window without permission. The charm is nearly dead. The structure flickers. If left alone, it will fail properly in a year or two. Your task is simple. Reinforce it. Not change. Not add. Simply give it strength so it stops flickering. Harry swallowed. That is simple, he said. Boren gave him a sharp look. Do not say that, he said. Respect the structure. Arrogance breaks cores. Take a breath. Focus. Remember the candle. Hold the shape. Do not wander. Hermione stood a little behind Harry, notebook clutched to her chest. Ron leaned against the opposite wall, one leg stretched out, watching. Harry drew in a breath. The loose ward line hovered at the edge of his sight. He narrowed his focus to it. He imagined the structure as a pipe with a crack. Magic trickled through the crack and leaked away. He pictured himself pressing the crack closed. His magic rose, pushed against his ribs, eager. The line brightened, sensing the attention. Careful, Boren murmured. Small push. No more. Harry sent a trickle of power toward the line. It accepted it. The flicker smoothed. The segment that had dimmed glowed brighter. The pattern steadied. Relief washed through him. He pulled back. The buzzing in his head was louder again, but not unbearable. How do you feel? Hermione asked quickly. Tired, Harry said. But not sick. Boren nodded. Good, he said. That is how it should feel. You did not redraw the whole ward. You simply repaired a weak point. That is safe for now. Ron squinted at the window. It looks the same, he said. That is sort of the point, Harry said. If I get this right, no one outside will notice I am rewiring the house. Boren grunted approval. Lesson 2 will be more complex, he said. We will look at how to anchor a new pattern to an old one without tearing it. For now, you stop. Do not touch any more threads today. Harry made a face. I can handle more, he said. Boren gave him a flat stare. Can you? He said. Your pupils are still large. Your aura is still flaring. If you push, you may not feel the damage until later. Humans always think they can handle more. Then they collapse at the worst moment. Hermione stepped in before Harry could argue. He is right, she said. You promised to be careful. If you burn out, we lose our best chance to end this war and fix the mess Dumbledore left. Harry closed his mouth on the protest. The buzzing in his head did feel a bit sharper around the edges. His breathing was faster than it should be for someone who had just stood still. All right, he said. No more for now. Boren relaxed a fraction. Good, he repeated. We will meet again later tonight. You will eat. You will sleep. No secret experiments while I am gone. Harry scowled. Do you make that speech to all your students? He asked. You are my first human one, Boren said. Think of yourself as an interesting hazard in the workplace. Hermione snorted. Ron finally laughed. For the record, Ron said, if you end up on some goblin safety poster, I am keeping a copy. That night, Harry lay awake in his narrow bed and listened to the house breathe. The lines were still there when he closed his eyes, but they were dimmer. He had learned, slowly, to blink them away. If he focused on the feel of the blanket, the weight of his own body, the sound of Hermione turning pages in the room down the hall, the patterns faded to a tolerable background. He thought of the prophecy again. Boy of lightning, child of reason. He thought of Hermione's hands on his face in the vault, of her voice grounding him, of her kiss. It made his chest feel tight in a way that had nothing to do with magic. He also thought of Ron. Ron had joked, as always, had offered to throw water on him to slap him awake. But Harry had seen the way Ron's eyes had lingered on the parchment in Boren's hand. The way his jaw had clenched when Hermione talked about emeries. The way he had looked away when the word anchor came up. Ron was his friend. His first friend. Someone who had been there from the beginning. It felt wrong that some ancient scroll seemed to have written him out of the key roll. Harry rolled onto his side and stared at the wall. We are not doing this alone, Hermione had said. He believed her. He needed to. A floorboard creaked out in the corridor. Harry propped himself up on one elbow and listened. The sound came again. A careful step. He slid out of bed and pulled on his robe. His wand lay on the bedside table. He picked it up out of habit, even though he did not strictly need it. He opened the door a crack. Ron stood in the corridor, back to Harry, staring at the same ward nexus window they had worked on earlier. The moonlight coming through the dirty glass cast a pale stripe across his face. Harry hesitated. Cannot sleep either, he said quietly. Ron jumped. Bloody hell, he hissed. Do not sneak up on people. Sorry, Harry said. Ron shifted his weight. My leg hurts, he muttered. And there is a goblin downstairs who keeps muttering to himself while drawing runes on the table. Hard to relax. Boren is checking the basement wards, Harry said. He said there are gaps. Of course there are, Ron said. This place was designed by people who thought portraits shouting insults counted as home security. He rubbed a hand over his face. This is mad, you know, he said after a moment. All of it. Merlin's heir. Goblin tutors. Prophecies about rewiring magic. It was easier when the plan was just find Horcruxes, smash them, stab Voldemort, go home. Harry leaned against the wall opposite him. Easier, he agreed. Not better. Ron glanced at him, eyes shadowed. You are really going to go through with this? Ron said. The restoration thing. Changing how magic works. Harry thought of the prophecy again. If he turned his sight toward Dominion, magic would be a chain. If he turned it toward restoration, the world would break and be remade. I do not know how yet, he said, but I cannot ignore it. If Voldemort learns to twist the lines first, he will take everything anyway. I would rather break the world myself than let him hollow it out. Ron flinched. You hear yourself, he said. Break the world. You sound like him. Harry went still. I am not him, he said. I know, Ron said quickly. I know you are not. You care too much. That is the problem. You would set yourself on fire if it saved someone. But once you start thinking you get to decide how magic should be for everyone, where does it end? Harry had asked himself the same question. That is why Hermione is here, he said. She will tell me when I am being an idiot. Ron's mouth twitched into a crooked smile. She does that anyway, he said. They stood in the corridor for a while, listening to the house. Look, Ron said finally. I am with you. I always have been. I grew up with Dumbledore as this legend. Mum cried when he died. Dad said the world would not see his like again. Now I am supposed to believe he was wrong about something this big. It is a lot. Harry nodded. I get it, he said. I spent 6 years treating him like he could fix everything if I tried hard enough. Turn out he could not. And he did not always try. Ron let out a long breath. Yeah, he said. Well, I am not promising I will stop feeling weird about it. But I will try not to shout at Hermione every time she calls him an architect of oppression. That would help, Harry said. Ron snorted. Architect of oppression, he repeated. Sounds like something Percy would write in a memo. They both laughed quietly. Downstairs, a faint thump sounded as Borin moved something heavy. Ron rubbed his leg. I am going back to bed, he said. If I do not get some sleep, I will start seeing magical patterns just from exhaustion. He took a step, then paused. Harry, he said without turning. Promise me something. What? Harry asked. Promise you will not leave me behind, Ron said. When you go off to stand at your giant magic crossroads. Promise you will at least give me a chance to stand next to you and pretend I know what is going on. Harry blinked. I promise, he said. You are my best friend. That does not change because some dusty scroll likes Hermione's brain. Ron nodded once. All right, he said. Good night. Good night, Harry replied. Ron limped away. Harry watched the ward lines above the window shift faintly around him. Somewhere deep under the floor, Borin muttered to himself. The house settled. Harry closed his door and lay back down. The buzzing in his head was still there, but softer. He knew it would not last. Gringotts had opened a path he could not step away from now. There would be more lessons, more changes, more fights. He pressed his hand over his scar and felt the contained Horcrux fragment push weakly against the new order inside him. Not yet, he whispered. Outside, somewhere far beyond the walls of Grimmauld Place, lines of magic ran under the land, old and deep, waiting. Harry shut his eyes and finally slept. Breakfast at Grimmauld Place was not much more cheerful the next day. The same chipped plates, the same lumpy porridge, the same tray of something that might have been sausages at some point in its life and had since lost the will to exist. Ron prodded one with his fork. If this war does not kill me, he said, Creature's cooking will. From the stove, Creature muttered under his breath and banged a pan louder than necessary. Hermione sat with a book open beside her plate, though she was not really reading. Her hair was tied back in a low knot, ink on one finger where she had been scribbling notes late into the night. Every now and then she glanced at Harry as if checking he had not quietly exploded in the night. Harry stirred his porridge without eating it. The lines were still there. They ran in the corners of the kitchen, along the ceiling, around the fireplace. Protective charms. Old black family nastiness. Quick patches Dumbledore had added. He could almost hear them hum if he sat still long enough. He dragged his attention back to the table. We need to talk to Ragnarok again, Hermione said, closing the book with a soft thump. The prophecy mentions a circle, Harry. Not the order. Not the ministry. Something older. If there are people connected to the Emery's line, we cannot ignore them. Ron scooped a mouthful of porridge and grimaced. More secret societies, he said. Because the last ones have worked out so well. Hermione shot him a look. The order is not secret in the same way, she said. It is just an underground resistance group. I am talking about structured knowledge. Long-term planning. People who might know what restoring the foundation actually means. Harry rubbed his thumb along the edge of his spoon. Borin hinted, he said, when he talked about primal nodes. He said Merlin did not work alone. He mentioned an old circle once, when he thought I was too tired to be listening. You are never too tired to listen to secrets, Ron said. You are one to talk, Harry replied. Ron grinned briefly, then sobered. Do you really want to walk deeper into goblin plans? He asked. We already let them poke your core. Now you want them to introduce you to their ancient club. Not their club, Hermione said. Merlin's. There is a difference. Is there? Ron muttered. The fireplace flashed green without warning. Ron swore and knocked his cup over. Tea puddled across the table. Boren stepped out of the flames, brushing ash off his sleeves. His goggles were pushed up on his head. He looked as if he had been awake all night. Human architecture, he said, glancing around the kitchen. Smoke, clutter, and poor ward anchoring. Charming. Creature made an offended noise and vanished into the pantry. Hermione was on her feet at once. Good morning, she said. We were just talking about you. I suspected, Boren said dryly. Your owl arrived before dawn. Ragnock agreed. Harry's grip tightened on his spoon. Agreed to what? He asked. Boren set his satchel on the table with a dull thud. To open the next door, he said. You asked about the circle. The one that swore to stand with the Emery's line when the foundation shifted. Still exists. In fragments. The Goblin Nation maintains one of its last meeting grounds under our watch. If you walk through that door, Potter, you step past Dumbledore's world for good. Ron glanced at Harry. No pressure, he muttered. Harry wiped up the spilled tea with a rag. More for something to do with his hands than because he cared about the mess. What happens if I say no? He asked. Boren shrugged. You remain a badly trained primal node in a collapsing war, he said. Voldemort continues to experiment on the ley lines without structured opposition. The Horcrux in your head continues to gnaw. You probably still face him in the end, but with fewer tools. So no real choice, Harry said. Choice, Boren said. But not much sense in the other option. Hermione's eyes were bright. This is what we wanted, she said. Access to knowledge that was hidden when Hogwarts was young. People who know how Merlin used this power without becoming Voldemort before Voldemort. Ron pushed his bowl away. Do I get a vote? He asked. Harry looked at him. You always do, he said. Ron sighed. I hate that answer, he said. Fine. If the circle lot can stop you from blowing the roof off by accident, I vote yes. But if anyone in there starts chanting about destiny and sacrifice in capital letters, I am punching them. Boren's mouth twitched. I will make a note, he said. Finish eating. We leave in 10 minutes. Travel is through Gringotts. Your wards here are too weak to anchor the gate. Harry looked down at his porridge. His stomach felt tight. Food was not going to help. He forced a spoonful into his mouth anyway. Tasted like glue. Hermione sat again, shoulders tense. She picked up her fork and stabbed at a bit of sausage. Harry, she said, low enough that Boren and Creature could not hear. You do not have to do this alone. I know the prophecy says I am your anchor. That is not a title. It is just what I was already doing. We walk into this together. He met her eyes. Good, he said. Because if they start talking in riddles again, you are the one taking notes. Her mouth twitched. I always am, she said. Diagon Alley looked even worse in daylight. Half the windows were boarded up. Closed signs hung crooked. A witch hurried past with her cloak pulled tight, eyes on the ground. Posters fluttered on the walls, Harry's face glaring out from the latest ministry notice. Harry kept his hood low as they followed Boren toward the bank. The lines under the cobblestones tugged at his senses. Old ward anchors, the shimmer of shop protections, a twisted patch of magic near a doorway where someone had tried to install a dark sensor and failed. Boren walked with the easy stride of someone who knew the exact reach of every charm around him. Keep your heads down, he said without looking back. Gringotts will not let Aurors stun you in the lobby, but a stray curse on the street is still possible. Comforting as always, Ron muttered. Hermione moved closer to Harry. Her shoulder brushed his. They reached the marble steps and climbed. The goblin guards at the door straightened when they saw Boren. Spears shifted from a cross-block to a salute. Engineer Boren, one said. High Council business, Boren answered. Open the path to the Circle Hall. The Emery's heir attends. The guards' eyes flicked to Harry. Something like recognition passed through their faces. One stepped aside and pulled a lever set deep into the wall. Harry felt the wards shift. A seam appeared in the marble floor of the foyer, fine as a crack in glass. Stone folded in on itself, revealing a narrow stair that led down into darkness. Of course there is a secret staircase under the bank, Ron said under his breath. Why would there not be? Boren gestured. After you, Potter, he said. Mind your step. The wards do not carry you if you fall. Harry nodded and started down. The air grew cooler with each step. The sounds of the bank faded. Instead he heard the quiet hum of deep wards and the distant drip of water. Hermione's hand brushed his sleeve once, steadying both of them. The stair ended at a plain iron door. No carvings, no numbers, no obvious keyhole. Boren stepped past them and pressed his palm to the metal. Runes flared briefly around his hand, then sank back. Circle access requested, he said in gobbledygook. The door listened. Harry felt it read the pattern of Boren's magic. Check it against something older, and then relax. Emery's Heir, Boren added in English. Anchor, companion. A pulse ran through the iron. Harry felt it skim over him, cool and sharp. It paused at his scar, at his chest, at the amulet that hung under his shirt. The green ribbon scroll had been left in the vault, but its echo was still wrapped around his core. The door decided that was enough. It swung inward without a sound. The hall beyond was not what Harry expected. He had pictured another vault, all stone and cold, or some grand chamber full of relics and stern portraits. Instead he stepped into a space that felt strangely like the room of requirement on the night it had become a training room. Not in appearance, in intent. The floor was smooth stone, worn by centuries of footsteps. The ceiling was high and arched, lined with simple lanterns that burned with soft light. The walls were covered in shelves and hanging racks and notice boards. Some were cluttered with scrolls and books. Others held strange devices that hummed gently. Long tables stood in the center of the hall, scarred and ink-stained. At one end, a large circle had been etched into the floor itself, threaded with metal lines that glowed faintly. The air tasted of chalk and old parchment and the faint sharp tang of some potion Harry did not know. There were people, not many, a handful around one table leaning over a map. A figure in deep green robes sitting on a bench with a stack of scrolls. A pair of goblins arguing quietly near a rack of tools. Every head turned when the door closed behind them. For a second, the hall held the kind of silence that happens just before everyone decides what to do. Then a woman in green robes stood. Boren, she said. You bring the boy at last. Her voice was clear and low. She looked to be around McGonagall's age. Lines at the corners of her eyes. Hair the color of ash pulled into a firm braid. She carried herself like someone used to command and also used to being ignored by fools. Boren inclined his head. Nimue, he said. The Emery's Heir. Harry Potter. The Anchor. Hermione Granger. Companion Weasley. Ron mouthed the last words, offended. Companion, he muttered under his breath. I sound like a pet. Nimue's eyes moved to them. Harry felt her magic brush his skin, light and cool as river water. Not invasive, curious. So, she said, the boy of lightning, you come to us late. Your world has already almost fallen. Voldemort is not winning yet, Harry said before he could stop himself. Nimue's mouth curved. I did not say who is winning, she said. I said the world is almost fallen. Those are not the same thing. Hermione stepped forward. Chin up. Excuse me, she said. Before this turns into another prophecy riddle, can we clarify exactly what this circle is? Boren said you are sworn to the Emery's line. That is a long time to sit and watch. Someone near the map table snorted softly. Nimue's gaze flicked to Hermione, and something like approval warmed her eyes. You asked the right question, Nimue said. Good. We are the Circle of Avalon. Once long ago we were wide. Goblins, centaurs, elves, witches, wizards. Our task was simple in words and hard in action. We guarded the lines that run under your world and the one who could speak to them. Harry felt the lines under the floor pulse at her words, as if they recognized the description. That one was Merlin, Nimue went on. Emery's. He worked with us to shape the first wards, the first sworn lands, the first accords between human and non-human magic. When he stepped away, your kind rushed to fill the space with councils and ministries. The circle retreated, little by little, as we became inconvenient to their politics. Borin gave a small, bitter smile. Humans did not enjoy being told that magic cared nothing for their titles, he said. Nimue inclined her head. Dumbledore used us when it suited him, she said. He asked advice. He listened when we pointed to cracks in what he built. He also decided the Emery's line was too dangerous to awaken in a boy who lived in a cupboard. So he left you caged. Her eyes met Harry's. We argued, she said plainly. Some of us wanted to break his wards and take you. Others feared that would spark a war before you were ready. In the end, the contract with Gringotts bound us. We could not touch what he sealed without you or his death. Now he is gone. You are here. The choice moves from us to you. Harry's throat felt dry. You all watched, he said. All this time, while I nearly died every year at Hogwarts, while Voldemort made Horcruxes, while he took over the ministry, you just watched. The accusation tasted sharp on his tongue. Nimue did not flinch. Some of us did more than watch, she said. We sent warnings. We whispered to centaur bands. We nudged goblin councils away from foolish alliances. But yes, in the main we watched, because we are not a replacement for your people's own courage. We exist to guide the heir, not to fight his wars for him. Ron shook his head. That sounds convenient, he said. All this power, and you sat on your hands until it suited you. Ron, Hermione hissed. No, let him speak, Nimue said. Resentment is honest. I prefer it to worship. She walked closer, her steps sure on the stone. Listen, Weasley, she said. You call this power. I call it responsibility. When you shape the foundation of magic, you are touching the ground under every house and every wand. You cannot do that lightly. For that we waited, because the wrong heir would have turned the world into a cage. She turned back to Harry. You are not that boy, she said. You walk into vaults to free your magic, not to hoard gold. You carry a piece of your enemy in your head and still choose to break chains instead of forge new ones. You are angry at Dumbledore for the right reasons. That matters. Harry shifted his weight. Anger does not make me trustworthy, he said. Correct, Nimue replied. Which is why you do not walk this path alone. Her gaze flicked to Hermione. The anchor, Nimue said. Child of reason. We have records of your kind. The Emery's line works with patterns. The anchor works with meaning. One sees the shape of magic. The other remembers what it is for. Without you, he would be a storm with no aim. Without him, you would be another clever witch shouting at the ministry without changing the ground it stands on. Hermione flushed. I am just a student, she said. I have not even finished school. Nimue smiled, small and sharp. School is not the same as learning, she said. Hogwarts teaches charms and dueling and how to cope with incompetent defense teachers. It does not teach how to hold a ley line in your hands and move it without breaking a village. A centaur stepped out of the shadow near the far wall. Harry started. He had not noticed anyone there. The centaur was taller than Firenze, with dark chestnut hair and a braided tail. His eyes had the same steady, distant look Harry remembered from the herd in the forest. But there was a bead of metal at his ear that glowed faintly with ward light. Callias, Nimue said. Since you are hiding there, you may as well join the conversation. Callias snorted softly. Humans always think we are hiding, he said. You simply never look up. His gaze rested on Harry. The sky is louder around you, he said. Every time you breathe, the stars change their hum by a fraction. It is irritating. Sorry, Harry said automatically. Callias tipped his head. Better an irritating Emery's than none at all, he said. I will tolerate it. Hermione leaned toward Harry. Did a centaur just say he will tolerate you? She whispered. That is almost a compliment. Next he will offer to share his star chart, Ron whispered back. Callias's ears twitched. Harry was pretty sure he had heard every word. Nimue clapped her hands once, the sound sharp. The circle today is small, she said. You see most of us. Goblin engineers, a centaur seer, myself and one or two others who remember old techniques. There are elves in the wider network. A few friends in your ministry who listen when we knock on the right doors. If you stand with us, we will teach you how to use what you are without burning yourself and everyone else. She looked Harry in the eye. If you walk away, we will not stop you, she said. We will still do what we can to slow the serpent. But this is the path where you stop being only a weapon and start being an architect. Harry thought of Dumbledore again, of how the man had drawn plans and moved people like pieces on a board. I do not want to be him, Harry said. Good, Nimue replied. Merlin did not want to be a king either. He wanted to make sure the next king did less damage than the last. You are not here to rule, boy. You are here to fix what has cracked. That is restoration. Hermione's hand brushed his. You do not have to answer right now, she said quietly. We can think. Make lists. Pros and cons. Harry almost laughed. You want to make a pros and cons list about joining an ancient magical society in the middle of a war, he said. Yes, Hermione said. That is exactly what I want. Ron rubbed his face. Of course you do, he said. Next she will color-code it. Harry looked at the etched circle on the floor, at the shelves, at the people watching him. He felt the lines under the stone, waiting. He thought of the tent, the frost on leaves, Horcruxes whispering, Hermione's tired face across a fire, Ron's absence. That path had led to almost losing everything. Then he thought of the candle yesterday and the way his magic had almost rushed to rewrite the whole room when he lost focus. Without guidance, that would happen again. On a larger scale, he drew in a breath. I am in, he said. On one condition. Nimue raised an eyebrow. Conditions, she said. You learned fast. Harry squared his shoulders. You do not get to tell me to leave Ron behind, he said. Or send Hermione somewhere safe while I do the dangerous bits. I am tired of people deciding who stands next to me. If I am the heir, then my circle includes them. Ron stared at him. Hermione's fingers tightened on his. Nimue studied them for a long moment. You think we would forbid that, she said at last. Dumbledore did, Harry replied. I am not Dumbledore, Nimue said, her voice cool. The circle includes many who are not Emrys or Anchor. We do not require blood to value someone. The condition is accepted. Borin gave a satisfied nod. Good, he said. Now that the grand declarations are done, we can do something useful. Nimue gestured toward the circle etched in the floor. Your first lesson is simple, she said. You will not touch the world lines yet. You will not even touch the full ward web. You will learn structure. Ritualogy turned out to be less about chanting and more about drawing. Harry sat cross-legged near the etched circle with a stick of chalk in his hand. His fingers were already white from dust. Hermione knelt beside him, copying Nimue's shapes in neat strokes. On the other side of the circle, Borin adjusted the metal inlays with a small tool, muttering in gobbledygook. Tiny sparks jumped where the tool touched the lines. The circle is a map, Nimue said as she paced. Not of the world, but of intention. Each line is a boundary. Each node is a task. When humans forget that, they start tracing pretty shapes on the floor that do nothing but waste time. Ron sat on a bench nearby, wand in his fingers. He had been given the job of flicking tiny hexes at the chalk lines on Nimue's signal to see how Harry's adjustments held. So all those circles in old books, he said. Half of them are just for show. More than half, Nimue said. Your kind likes drama. Listen, she tapped the floor with her foot. We are working on a simple pattern, she said. Preservation and restoration on a small scale. House elves do it instinctively. They are the best primal practitioners in your world, and you never bother to ask how. We will copy a tiny piece of what they do. Hermione's head snapped up. Household magic, she said. I knew there had to be more to it than people think. They repair everything so quickly. It cannot just be repetition. Nimue smiled. You will like Bindy, she said. She is our expert in that field. She spends her days patching broken anchors in houses whose owners do not even know her name. A short witch with messy hair and half-moon spectacles appeared from behind a stack of boxes, as if she had been summoned by her own title. I heard my name, she said. Who broke something? Her robes were patched and ink-stained. A measuring tape hung around her neck. She had the air of someone who had not slept properly in a week and did not intend to. "Bindy," Nimue said. "This is Potter, the new Emery's trouble. Granger, the anchor. Weasley, the skeptic. They are learning why your work matters." Bindy sniffed. "Good," she said. "About time someone cared about the charms that stopped their roofs falling in. You cannot expect walls to stand forever without attention. People treat wards like crockery. Use and forget." She peered at Harry's circle. "Your lines are wobbly," she said. "You think too much about the result and not enough about the path. Slow your hand. Magic follows shape." Harry flushed. "I am not an artist," he said. "You do not need to be," Bindy replied. "You need to be consistent. Here." She knelt beside him, took his hand, and guided it through the chalk stroke. "See," she said. "Straight, then curve. Breath, then mark. Your core will match the rhythm. If you rush, it will spill." Hermione watched intently. "That makes sense," she said. "Like arithmancy grids. The pattern matters more than the individual numbers." Harry let Bindy guide his hand again. He could feel his magic respond, settling into a steadier beat as his breathing matched the strokes. "Better," Bindy said. "Now, Potter, we corrupt something." She reached into her pocket and produced a small brass key. "This key once belonged to a townhouse in Nocturne Alley," she said. "Its anchor was twisted for dark work. We scrubbed most of the poison, but left a trace for practice. Hold it." Harry took the key. It was cold. Under the brass, his senses prickled. There were tangled lines inside it, a memory of curses that had used it as a focus. "Feel the wrongness," Nimue said quietly. "Do not pull it into yourself. Just look. See where the pattern knots instead of flows." Harry narrowed his eyes. The lines around the key came into focus. They twisted back on themselves, looping in a way that trapped energy instead of moving it on. There were tiny barbs in the pattern, hooks that would catch at any spell that touched it and send echoes back toward the caster. He grimaced. "It is like a spider nest," he said. "Everything sticks." "Good image," Bindy said. "Now, we do not blast it. That is what your world thinks dark magic needs. Fire and shouting. We do not have that luxury when the anchor is tied to a wall or a bed or a child's toy. We unwind." She placed a small, plain stone in the center of the chalk circle. "This is your target," she said. "We transfer the corrupted pattern from the key into the stone and then strip it away there. Safer for your core. Safer for the building." Hermione nodded slowly. "So the ritual circle is like a buffer," she said. "It lets you handle dangerous structures without them clinging." "Exactly," Nimue said. Boren had finished adjusting the metal inlays. He moved back, arms crossed. "All right, Potter," he said. "Time to see if you can listen as well as you complain." Harry swallowed. "What do I do?" he asked. Bindy pointed to 3 nodes she had marked in the chalk. "These are your steps," she said. "First, you call the pattern out of the key. Not the power, the pattern. You picture the shape and ask it to move. Second, you let it run along the circle into the node pointing at the stone. Third, you hold. You do not try to reshape yet. You simply keep it contained while it thrashes." Ron shifted on the bench. "This sounds like luring a doxy into a jar," he said. "Very similar," Bindy said without a smile. Harry knelt inside the chalk circle and set the key on his palm. The stone sat a short distance away, inside the marked node. He closed his eyes for a moment, drew a breath, then opened them again. The pattern in the key looked back. He reached. His magic flowed out slower this time. He followed the outer edges of the warped structure, tracing its lines without touching the barbs. He pictured the pattern as a bit of thread he wanted to lift free. "Come on," he murmured. The pattern shivered. It did not like to move. It had sat inside this metal for years, soaking up curses, becoming lazy and mean. Harry pressed. He did not push with force. He pushed with shape, offering it a new path along the chalk line toward the stone. The first strands began to peel away. They slid along the circle, leaving a faint trail in the chalk that only he could see. The stone pulsed as the pattern settled into it, knotting around its surface. Harry's skin prickled. Sweat broke out along his spine. Hold, Nimue said softly. Do not let it jump elsewhere. Focus on the stone. Harry locked his gaze on the plain rock. The swirling wrongness tried to slip sideways, reaching toward his hand, toward the floor, toward the nearest source of power. He tightened his grip on his own core and refused. No, he said. The pattern snarled. For a second, he felt it lash toward him, barbs scraping along the edge of his mind. His scar twinged. Hermione's voice cut through. Harry, she said sharply. Here. Not there. He looked up at her without breaking the connection. Her gaze was steady. Her presence was a point of sense in the moving lines. His focus settled. The wrongness stilled in the stone. He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Good, Bindy said. You have it. Now you stop. You do not strip it today. You let Callias and me do that later. Your core has done enough. Harry almost protested. I can try, he said. Borin snorted. You always can try, he said. The question is whether you should. Let the others work. Part of being an architect is not insisting on doing every repair yourself. Nimue flicked her wand in a quick, sharp motion Harry did not recognize. The circle shimmered. The stone lifted and floated toward her, wrapped in a faint green glow. Good first attempt, she said. You listened. You did not rush. You did not show off. I approve. Ron clapped slowly, a grin creeping over his face. Look at you, he said. Saving the world one evil pebble at a time. Harry sat back on his heels, shoulders shaking a little now that the strain had eased. Hermione reached into her bag and produced a small bottle. Drink, she said. It is a mild restorative. Nothing heavy. He took it, the glass cool in his fingers, and swallowed. His magic steadied, the buzzing in his head dropping to a dull hum. Thank you, he said. Her smile was quick and warm. You did well, she said. You did not melt anything. I am proud. His ears warmed. It was one tiny pattern, he said. The world is made of them. Exactly, she replied. You do not fix a crumbling bridge all at once. You start with one stone. Borin nodded in grudging approval. She thinks like a goblin, he said. This is useful. Hermione straightened, a little flushed with pride. Best compliment I have had all week, she said. Given the week, that is saying something. Ron groaned and stretched his legs. Can we have a break? He asked. My job so far has been to sit and make snide remarks. Exhausting work. Your turn comes later, Nimue said. We will need someone to test the stability of work towards. Repeatedly, Ron narrowed his eyes. You say that like you enjoy watching people get zapped, he said. Experience is a fine teacher, Nimue replied. Bindy laughed for the first time. Do not worry, Weasley, she said. We have safety charms to make sure you do not lose any parts you need. Ron paled. Define need, he said. Harry laughed, the sound coming out more freely than he expected. For a moment the hall felt almost normal, like a strange extension of Defense Club, full of odd teachers and dangerous lessons but still grounded in something that felt like school. Then he remembered the war waiting above. The feeling faded, but did not vanish entirely. They took a break in a side chamber lined with old banners. Hermione spread parchment on the table and started updating her notes, murmuring to herself about patterns and anchors and how this changed everything arithmancy classes assumed. Ron flopped into a chair and stole a biscuit from a tin Bindy had left. These people are mad, he said with his mouth full. Goblins who teach, centaurs who complain about noise, secret circles under the bank. Mum would blow a gasket. Harry sat opposite him with a mug of tea that tasted better than Creature's cooking. He watched Hermione for a moment. She had ink on her cheek. A curl had escaped from her knot and hung near her ear. When she frowned at a line and then crossed it out, her tongue poked out slightly in concentration. He felt a strange warmth in his chest. He had always known she was clever. He had watched her answer every question in class. He had seen her face crumple when teachers ignored house elves and basic rights. He had relied on her to remind him to eat when he got lost in plans. Here, in this hall full of old magic and old responsibility, her strength was even clearer. She was not just book smart. She was holding him steady when his power wanted to rush outward and fix everything. She was the one whose anger bit deep when Dumbledore's choices became clear. She wanted to make lists before agreeing to join an ancient circle in the middle of a war. He admired that. He must have been staring longer than he realized, because she looked up and met his eyes. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," he said too quickly. Her brows rose. "Harry," she said. He cleared his throat. "I was just thinking," he said. "You look completely in your element, here, with a dozen new systems to understand. It suits you." Color rose in her cheeks. "I like knowing how things work," she said. "It makes the world less terrifying." She hesitated. "And I like that they take me seriously here," she added in a lower voice. "At Hogwarts I was the annoying girl waving her hand all the time. Here they call me Anchor and ask for my opinion." "You earned it," he said. "I would be lost without you." Her eyes softened. "You would be fine," she said. "You would stumble and fall and get up again like always. But I am glad you do not have to." Ron made a gagging sound. "If you two get any more sincere," he said, "the walls are going to start sweating." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Go away," she said. "Find a ward to trip." He put a hand to his chest. "Hurtful," he said. "I share my wisdom, and this is the thanks I get." Harry threw a biscuit at him. Ron caught it and grinned. The easy moment did not last. Ragnarok entered without warning, his presence filling the doorway. Conversation in the hall beyond dimmed. Even Callias straightened. "News," Ragnarok said without greeting. "The Ministry has noticed fluctuations around Diagon Alley. They think it is Death Eater experiments or goblin unrest. For now, their attention is turned toward Nocturne. That buys us little time, but not much." Nimue followed him in, her face set. "The world does not wait for us to finish training a boy," she said. "You have a few days before someone clever enough asks why the lines near Gringotts are humming more than usual." Hermione's shoulders tensed. "Can they track the exact source?" she asked. "Do they have instruments that precise?" "Not yet," Boren said from behind Ragnarok. "Their devices see surface spells and dark flares. They do not see the deep lines. But rumors travel. Someone will notice oddities around Grimmauld Place eventually too." Ron shifted in his chair. "So we have to do all this and keep going on the Horcrux hunt," he said. "At the same time." "Yes," Nimue said simply. "Voldemort will not pause his work because you have homework." Harry looked down at his tea. The cup trembled slightly in his grip. He felt Hermione's hand on his arm. "You did well today," she said quietly. "Remember that. It matters." He nodded without looking up. "I do not know how to tell the others," he said. "The Order, Remus, the Weasleys, they already think I am some symbol. If they find out I am Merlin's heir on top of the prophecy, they will lose their minds." Ron frowned. "We do not have to tell them everything right away," he said. "We can say we are getting extra ward training from Gringotts and leave it at that." Hermione gave him a sharp look. "Lying to your parents and Remus about fundamental changes to the war does not sound wise," she said. "What do you suggest?" Ron shot back. "We sit Mum down and tell her Harry is connected to the land now and might break magic if he sneezes. She will lock him in the burrow and throw away the key." "She would never," Hermione said automatically, then hesitated. "Actually, she might try." Ragnarok watched them with a neutral expression. "The Circle does not seek your order's approval," he said. "Our contract is with the Emery's Line and with Gringotts. However, I recommend you tell someone you trust. Secrets rot if buried too deep." Harry thought of Lupin's tired eyes, of Kingsley's calm voice, of Mr. Weasley's steady kindness. "We start small," he said. "Lupin, maybe Kingsley. People who have seen enough strange things that this will not break them. We keep the words Merlin and Emery's quiet for now. We talk about ley lines and goblin training and the possibility that Voldemort is learning similar tricks." Hermione nodded slowly. "That might work," she said. "We frame it as strategy, not fate." Ron leaned back. "The more secrets we have, the more something is going to blow up," he said quietly. Harry knew he was right. He also knew there was no clean option. The argument came that night. It started small, like most dangerous things. They were back at Grimmauld Place, exhausted from the trip and the lessons. Creature had grudgingly produced stew. Borin had retreated to the basement with notes about ward points. Ragnarok had gone back to the bank. Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat around the kitchen table again, bowls half empty. "We tell Remus tomorrow," Hermione said, breaking the quiet. "We can send a Patronus and ask him to come. Or we can go to him." Ron poked at his stew. "And we say what?" he asked. "That Harry is now plugged into the ground like a muggle socket. That goblins have a club under their bank that has been watching us for years." Hermione set her spoon down a little harder than she meant to. "Ron," she said, "we have been through this. Keeping everyone in the dark is how Dumbledore ended up making bad choices. We are not repeating that." Ron's jaw clenched. "Oh, so now we know better than Dumbledore," he said. "We have spent 2 days in some secret goblin study group, and suddenly we are experts." "That is not what I said," Hermione replied, voice tight. "It is what it sounds like," Ron said. "You and Borin and Nimue and all these people talk like Dumbledore was some idiot who messed everything up. He was brilliant. He went up against Grindelwald. He built alliances. He did not sit in a cave drawing circles. He also put a suppressor on Harry's core without telling him," Hermione snapped. "He bound his magic and handed him to abusive relatives. Brilliant does not mean flawless." Ron slammed his spoon down. "Do you even hear yourself?" he said. "You used to quote him like a textbook. Now you talk about him like he is some villain." Pain flashed across Hermione's face. "People can be wrong and still have done good things," she said. "I am not throwing away everything he did. I am saying this one choice was wrong. Deeply wrong. It nearly cost Harry his life. We are allowed to be angry about that." Ron's gaze slid to Harry. "And what about you?" he asked. "Do you feel the same? You are just fine with goblins tearing apart everything Dumbledore built because they think they know better?" Harry felt pressure building behind his eyes. "It is not about tearing everything apart," he said. "It is about fixing the bits that were broken. Dumbledore made choices for me. Choices that were not his to make. I have to live with the consequences. That includes this." Ron laughed, short and humorless. "Listen to yourself," he said. "You sound like them already. Foundation this. Restoration that. Next you will start talking about destiny with capital letters." Hermione flinched at the word. "Ron," she said. "You are not being fair." "Fair," he repeated. "You think any of this is fair? I spent years watching you two run off into danger with Dumbledore's blessing. Now he is gone and you have found new adults to follow into the fire. Only this time I am not in the circle. I am just the companion." The word came out thick with bitterness. Harry's stomach twisted. "That title was not meant as an insult," he said. "Borin just likes labels. You are my best friend." "Right," Ron said. "Best friend. Who does not get named in the prophecy. Who does not get his own ancient line or fancy anchor role. Just the one who tags along and throws water when you get too full of power." His tone stung. Hermione pushed her chair back. "This is not about titles," she said. "We would not be here without you. Every Horcrux we have destroyed so far, you were there. Your ideas. Your courage. None of this works if you are not at our side." Ron shot to his feet. "Then why does it feel like every decision gets made without me?" he demanded. Harry and Hermione go off to secret vaults. Harry and Hermione meet goblin circles. Harry and Hermione share prophecies and kisses in ancient halls, while I wait outside like a spare broom. Harry's face burned. "That is not how it happened," he said. "You were at Gringotts. You were there when we opened the vault. We chose Hermione to read the scroll because it was written in a way she could decode faster. That is all. The kiss was a moment. We thought I was dying." Ron's eyes were bright. "I know," he said. "I am not thick. I know you did not plan it. I know you care about me. But it still feels like there is a club I am not in. And every time you two look at each other over my head, it gets worse." Hermione's shoulders dropped. "Ron," she said softly. "We are not trying to shut you out." "It does not matter what you are trying," he said. "It is what is happening." He looked at Harry. You promised you would not leave me behind, he said. Later, in the corridor, you said I would stand next to you when you went to your giant magic crossroads. I believed you. I still want to believe you. But right now it feels like you are already walking away, and you have not even left the house. Harry had no answer for that. He wanted to say he would fix it, that he would make sure Ron felt included in every scene, that no secret would be kept from him. But he knew that was impossible. The circle had its own rules. Some knowledge could not be shouted in every room without risk. If the Ministry or Voldemort got wind of the Emery's connection too soon, people would die. Secrets again. Ron saw the hesitation. There it is, he said quietly. The look that says you want to tell me but you think you cannot. That is how it starts, you know. One secret, then another. Then suddenly you have a lot of reasons not to trust the ginger bloke who just wanted to help. He grabbed his jacket from the back of the chair. I am going upstairs, he said. Before I say something I cannot take back. Ron, Hermione said. He paused at the doorway but did not turn. For what it is worth, he said, voice rough. I do not hate Nimue or Borin. I do not even hate Dumbledore, even if he did something stupid. I just do not know where I fit anymore. When you figure it out, let me know. Then he was gone. Footsteps thudding on the stairs. The kitchen felt very quiet. Harry stared at his half-empty bowl. I should go after him, he said. Hermione put a hand on his arm. Give him time, she said. If you follow him now, it will turn into a row. He is scared. So are we. He needs to shout into a pillow before he can listen again. Harry closed his eyes. I hate this, he said. So do I, she replied. He opened his eyes and looked at her. He is right about one thing, Harry said. We have been making choices without him. Even if there were reasons, it still hurts. I do not want to become someone who keeps his friends in the dark because it is easier. Hermione nodded. Then we do better, she said. We bring him into the next lesson. Even if the circle is wary. We explain more. We let him see you struggle. Not just the parts where you light candles with your mind. A weak smile tugged at his mouth. He has seen plenty of me struggling, Harry said. Normally with homework. That is different, she said. This time it is your core, your power. He needs to see it scares you too. Harry looked toward the stairs, where the lines of the house wards flickered faintly. He asked me to promise I would not leave him behind, he said quietly. I meant it. Then keep it, Hermione said. Not with words, with choices. She squeezed his arm. Come on, she added. Borin is probably muttering at the basement walls right now. If we do not check on him, he will rewire the kitchen without asking. Harry pushed his chair back and stood. His legs felt heavy, as if the floor was pressing up against them. Right, he said. Let us make sure the house does not fall down before I get the chance to break the world. Hermione rolled her eyes. Positive thinking, she said. Very healthy. He managed a small grin. As they left the kitchen, the old clock on the mantel ticked once and stuck again. Harry resisted the urge to reach out and fix it, one pattern at a time. Rain clung to the ruined stones like sweat on skin. The air over Merlin felt heavy, as if the whole hill had been holding its breath for a very long time and was just now remembering how to exhale. Harry stood near the broken arch of an old doorway, shoulders tight, wand in his hand but hanging low. Magic hummed under his skin in a way it never had before the vault. It was louder here, sharper, like the place was calling to the thing that had finally woken inside him. Hermione moved up beside him. Damp curls stuck to her cheek. Her eyes flicked over the shattered courtyard ahead, every line in her face focused. You are doing the staring thing again, she murmured. You know, the one where you look like you are listening to music no one else can hear. I am listening, Harry said quietly, just not to music. Behind them, the rest of their strange little group adjusted into position. Nimue stood in the open, a few steps behind Harry, bare feet on wet stone, pale dress brushing broken moss. She looked about 17 if he just glanced, but her eyes sat in her face like old stars, calm, watching. A thin band of silver metal rested against her throat, dim and still. Borin was to the right, nearer a fallen column. The goblin elder had a rune-etched rod in his hand and a short blade at his belt. His flat black eyes moved over the ruins the way Harry had seen goblins look at vault doors, taking in every crack. Callias waited at the far edge of the courtyard, tall centaur shape half hidden by a cluster of half-dead trees that had forced their roots through ancient stone. His bow was already strung, arrow ready. He watched the slope below, ears twitching with every distant sound. Bindy stood close to Hermione, small hands folded in front of her, eyes wide. The house elf looked like any other at first glance, but the layered set of bracelets on her wrists pulsed with faint light, like contained ward lines. Harry took a slow breath. The air tasted of wet stone and old ash. Somewhere deeper in the ruins, water dripped at a steady pace. Each drop echoed. So Hermione said, voice low, "Let me guess. This place sits on one of the main line convergences." Harry let his gaze move over the courtyard, then up toward the half-collapsed tower beyond. The world layered itself in his mind without him asking. Physical stone. Veins of power running underneath. Old lines marked by Merlin long before Hogwarts existed. New scars where later wizards had tried to harness the same power with crude spells and ugly rituals. 3 lines, he said. They cross under the central hall. Someone carved channels into them centuries ago. Someone else carved something worse over the top later. Hermione hid a quick shiver by pretending to adjust the strap of her bag. You can see that just by looking. Feeling, he said. It is like reading code, remember? Only this is all hard-wired in the ground. She nudged his arm with her shoulder. You do realize how absolutely unfair that sounds to people who had to spend years learning runes from textbooks. You read a 300-page book in one night, he muttered. You can cope. She puffed out a breath that was almost a laugh. Behind them, Borin cleared his throat. It was a small noise, but it carried. Report, the goblin said. Harry turned partway toward him. Lines are active. The old Merlin structure is stable under the main hall. Something recent is corrupting the outer layer. He frowned. It is not just dark curses. It feels fragmented, like someone tried to pull the lines apart. Borin nodded once. The records suggested recent activity. Our scouts reported unnatural fluctuations in this region over the last 4 months. Hermione glanced back at him. Fluctuations as in random wild magic, or fluctuations as in another mad war lord poking at the foundations of reality. Both, Borin said. Obviously. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. Of course. Nimue stepped closer, skirt whispering. The steady rain did not seem to touch her. Droplets slid away from her skin without leaving a mark. This was once a sanctuary, she said, gaze sweeping the broken walls. A place where Merlin anchored the first restoration rituals for these lands. When the Romans left and chaos followed, he needed a place to fix things after each storm. The stone remembers. Harry looked at her. And now, Nimue said softly, someone else has decided that if you cannot own the foundation, you break it. Callias spoke from the tree-lean, deep voice steady. Movement on the southern slope. 5 human shapes. Cloaks. He paused, ears tilting. They stopped. Watching. Harry felt the lines again. The energy under his feet eddied, like water disturbed by stones. He could sense pockets of warped magic clinging to the outer edges of the ruins, like old cobwebs that had been soaked in poison. We are not alone, he said. Death Eaters, Hermione whispered. Her hand tightened around her wand. He could see the tremor in her fingers. She forced it still. Borin clicked his tongue. I told Ragnarok this site would not stay quiet after your awakening. A surge like that at Gringotts was bound to be noticed. Later, Harry said, throat dry. What is the plan now? Everyone looked at Nimue. She folded her hands. The plan is simple. We came to test your restoration craft on a minor wound in the lines. You perform the test. I maintain the ward shell. Borin and Bindy hold structural watches. Callias covers any approach. We complete the work before our enemies gather enough strength to break us. Hermione stared. That is the simple plan. Nimue smiled with the faintest tilt. It is simpler than trying to fight a war without repairing the ground you stand on. Harry let out a small breath he had not noticed he was holding. The plan sounded insane. Moving forward while being watched sounded even worse. But the longer he waited, the more wrong the lines under his feet felt. The corrupt edges crawled up his spine like cold fingers. If we walk away, he said, Voldemort keeps using this site. He keeps eating at the foundation. He builds something worse on top of it. Hermione looked at him for a long second. Fear, anger, and calculation flickered behind her eyes. Then we do not walk away, she said. But we do it smart. Harry, you stay in the center. No hero moves. If anyone is going to poke reality, it is going to be the one with the ancient backup system. Comforting, he muttered. She reached out and slid her hand into his. Her palm was cold and damp, but the grip was steady. Hey, she said. You do not have to be the hero. You just have to be you. That is already terrifying enough. He snorted despite the knot in his chest. You are terrible at encouragement. And yet you are still here, she said. He squeezed her fingers once, then let go. Fine, he said. We move. They crossed the courtyard in a tight cluster. Nimue led them through a jagged arch into the central hall. The roof had fallen years ago. Only a few ribs of stone remained, like the bones of some giant creature left to rot in the open air. Rain fell through the gaps in cold lines. The moment Harry stepped onto the central floor, his vision lurched. The world snapped into layers again. Old stone, older runes, threads of power running in simple patterns that belonged to Merlin. Then, over all of it, a jagged web of dark work. Black hooks hammered into the lines. Splinters that bled chaos into the structure. He staggered. Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry, I am fine, he said, but his voice came out thin. It is just loud. Bindy let out a soft gasp. The lines are screaming, she whispered. Poor things. Boren moved toward the center, stepping exactly where Nimue nodded. He did not look at the blood-stained marks on the floor. The round space in the middle of the hall still showed the ghost of a circle where something had once stood. An altar. A focus. Now only scorch marks remained. Here, Boren said. This is the shallowest wound. You can see where someone peeled back the outer layer and drove in that dark anchor. Harry swallowed. His scar itched under his fringe, though it had not burned like it used to since the amulet had shattered the suppression. All right, he said hoarsely. This is still just with splinters in the code. I can try to pull them out and send the line back to its state before the damage. Hermione eyed him. You make it sound like you are debugging a transfiguration essay. It is easier if I think of it like that, he said. The world is a mess. You fix one line at a time. She nodded slowly. Then start with one line. Nimue. Nimue raised her right hand. The silver band at her throat brightened. A thin shell of translucent light spread outward from her fingers, wrapping the hall in a faint dome. Harry felt it settle over the ruins. The outside world went quiet, like someone had dropped a thick blanket over the hill. The rain did not stop, but each drop muted when it passed through the barrier. Ward shell active, Nimue said softly. It will hold for a while. Not forever. Do not dawdle. Harry stepped into the center of the circle. He knelt, pressed his palm flat against the cold stone, and closed his eyes. The first time he had tried this, back in the hidden tunnels of the circle, he had nearly passed out after restoring a single corrupted charm on a ring. This was several orders of magnitude larger. The line here connected to half the country. Deep breath. Code, he thought. Not mystic rubbish. Code. In his mind, he pictured the line under Merlin as a long ribbon of light running through darkness. The damage showed as black cracks spreading along its surface. Fragments of foreign script shoved into the original text of the world. He focused on a small section. A single crack. He saw the moment the damage had happened. A ritual circle. Runes drawn in blood. Voices chanting a name that was not Voldemort but belonged to something older. The line torn open. Dark information shoved inside. Harry felt his stomach flip. He forced down nausea. You are not here to watch. You are here to fix. He reached for the earlier version of the line. The state before the ritual. It was still there, layered under the present, like an earlier draft hidden in the back of his mind. He touched that version and willed it forward, like dragging an old file back over a broken one. The crack resisted. Dark script clung to the edge of the line. "Come on," he whispered through his teeth. His hand shook against the stone. Sweat ran down his back in a cold line. His heart hammered. Somewhere on the edge of awareness he heard Hermione murmur his name. Nimue said something steady in the old tongue, holding the ward. Bindy hummed under her breath, shoring up household threads around them. The dark script finally peeled away. The crack smoothed. The line under his mind flickered, then settled back into the clean state he had seen before. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. He opened his eyes. The hall still looked broken. Stones still lay where they had fallen. But the pressure in the air felt lighter. The constant scraping noise under his thoughts eased. "You did it," Hermione breathed. "I felt that." The whole room relaxed. Harry sat back on his heels, chest heaving. That was one splinter. Boren watched him carefully. "How many more?" Harry let his gaze drift over the hall again. His new sight flickered in and out of focus, like a tired eye. "A lot," he said. "Then we will be here a while," Boren said calmly. Callias spoke from the edge of the ward. "We may have less time than you think. The Watchers have moved closer. 7 now. Possibly more behind them. They move like trained wizards." Harry cursed under his breath. Hermione ground her teeth. "So they saw the surge." "Of course they did." Nimue lowered her hand just a little. The ward shimmered but held. "We continue," she said. "The enemy will not wait for us to be ready." "Why should we wait for them?" Hermione swung toward her. "Because if they bring down the ward while Harry is elbows deep in the foundation, he is going to fry his brain." "Charming image," Harry muttered. Nimue met Hermione's gaze. Her expression was not unkind, just very steady. "I will not let that happen." Harry saw Hermione's jaw clench. She wanted to argue. She also knew they were out of good options. "Fine," she snapped. "Harry, you get one more patch. Then we reposition. If they decide to do something stupid, I want you upright, not in some sort of magical coma." "You know how to make a boy feel special," he said weakly. She ignored that, though her fingers brushed his shoulder as she stepped closer. The touch grounded him more than he wanted to admit. "Focus on the worst crack," she said. "The one that gives them the most leverage." He nodded. The next section came a little easier. He knew what he was doing now. Pull the old state. Lay it over the new. Force the line to accept the earlier version. Still hurt. Sweat soaked his shirt. His head pounded. But he did it. The air in the hall cooled. The buzzing under his skin changed to something steadier. He sagged back, breath ragged. Nimue lowered her hand fully. The ward shell reshaped, focusing more tightly around the broken walls. "We have bought this place a little time," she said. "Not much." Callias drew his arrow back a touch farther. "They are nearly at the outer circle of stones," he called. 10 now. Masks. You know them. Death Eaters. Hermione's jaw went tight. "Of course." Boren stepped forward. "We should choose ground that suits our side." Harry pushed himself to his feet. His legs felt like wet rope, but he stayed upright. "The central hall gives me good access to the line," he said. "If they warp it again while we are here, I can feel it. Out there I would be guessing." "Then we hold here," Nimue said. Bindy nodded briskly. "I will lock the minor paths so they cannot apparate inside the ward." She snapped her fingers. Small points of light raced along the stones, settling in the cracks like tiny glowing nails. Callias shifted fully into the hall, hooves ringing on stone. He took up position near the arch, arrow ready. Hermione moved to Harry's side. "You are not overdoing it," she muttered. "That is not a full sentence," he said absently. She glared at him. "Do not correct my grammar right now." He managed a weak smile. "You started it." A sharp crack sounded from outside the ruins. Then another. The familiar noise of apparition. Harry's stomach twisted. Masks and black cloaks appeared beyond the ward shell, near the broken outer wall. They spread out in a loose line, wands raised. One of them strode forward, confidence in every step. The silver mask gleamed dull in the gray light. The mouth hole curled into a sneer. "Potter!" A cold voice called through the rain. "We have been looking for you." Hermione whispered, "Yaxley." Harry nodded once. His scar tingled. then went quiet when his own power pushed back at whatever echo connected him to Voldemort. Nimue spread her hands, and the ward shell shimmered more brightly. The Death Eaters halted a few steps from it, sensing the barrier. "You are trespassing," Nimue said calmly. Her voice carried without shouting. "Leave this place." Yaxley laughed. "Bold words from an outdated legend. We have our orders. The Dark Lord wants the boy." And the source he tapped. His wand flicked. Curses slammed into the ward, lighting it with ugly color. The air shivered. Harry flinched as his senses picked up the impact on the lines beneath. Every blast vibrated through the foundation like a hammer hit. "That is not good for the structure," Boren muttered. He drew a line of glimmering symbols in the air with his rod, then slammed them into the ground. The hall shook once, then steadied. "They will keep hammering until something gives," Hermione said, voice clipped. "They will get tired before the ward does," Nimue answered. "Pretty sure there is no union rule about curse breaks," Hermione shot back. Another round of curses exploded against the shell. The barrier flared, but did not fail. Then one of the Death Eaters did something different. He raised both hands. Not just his wand. Harry felt a new wave of magic gather. This was not standard curse casting. Felt older. Rough. A wild tug on the lines. "That one," Harry said sharply. "Middle of the group. He is pulling at the same foundation I just fixed." Boren swore in gobbledygook. "If they manage to rip the surface layer while you are still linked," he said, "the recoil will tear through you. So we do not let them," Hermione snapped. The Death Eater dropped his hands. The ground outside the ruins heaved, stone buckling. The ward shell shook. Nimue teeth clenched. Sweat appeared at her temple. The silver band at her throat burned white. "Callias," she called, "take that one." The centaur stepped up to the edge of the hall, drew the bow to full draw, and loosed. The arrow shot through the ward like light and cleared the barrier without disturbing it. It streaked toward the chanting Death Eater and slammed into his shoulder. The man screamed and dropped, spell disrupted. The rest of the group reacted in a rush. Green light, red light, sickly yellow arcs, all slamming into the ward. "Harry," Hermione said, "time to show them what Merlin blood looks like." He nodded once. The old instinct was to raise his wand and throw curses back. That would be easy. Familiar. It would not solve anything. Not here. He let his wand stay down. Instead he reached for the line under the hall again. The foundation of Merlin wrapped around them like a buried spine. The power there was not his, but it was friendly. It recognized the signature that broke the blood wards. It recognized the Emery's line. "Help me," he whispered. He pictured the air just outside the ward, the exact volume of space where the Death Eater stood. He marked it in his mind. Boundaries, height, distance from the stone. Then he rewrote its structure. The air thickened in an instant. One moment it was rain and wind. The next it was a solid barrier of invisible glass. Death Eaters in the front rank slammed face first into it, masks clanging. Someone cried out as nose cartilage broke. The ones in the back tried to raise their wands, but the new structure caught them too. The air around their arms changed density, turning sluggish. Every movement slowed as if they were pushing through wet cement. "You did not even say anything," Hermione breathed. "Did not need to," Harry said through clenched teeth. His fingers dug into his own palms. Holding the rewritten section of reality in place felt like gripping a rope with raw hands. He kept the structure simple. Just density. No fancy triggers. The simpler the code, the less likely it was to backfire. "Move," he growled. The ground under the trapped wizards shifted. He told the stone to crack in a clean line. A long section dropped a few feet, then snapped back into place like a sprung trap. The resulting jolt knocked two Death Eaters off their feet. One mask flew free, clattering across the rock. From the treeline beyond, more dark figures appeared. "Reinforcements. Too many," Boren said. He sent a sheet of orange light along the floor that rose up into a lower wall inside the ward, reinforcing the base. "Keep them outside," Nimue said, voice tight. One of the outer Death Eaters shouted a cutting spell that shrieked across the space. It splashed against the ward, then flicked downward, skimming along the stone until it struck the ancient base of one support pillar. Harry felt that hit like a punch in the gut. The pillar was tied to the line he had repaired. The sudden cut threatened to undo his work. He snapped his focus to it. In his mind he grabbed the falling stone and held it still. The cut froze in the air, a bright sliver of unstable information. His vision blurred. Blood dripped from his nose. "Harry," Hermione said sharply. "You are bleeding." "Little busy," he gasped. She swore. "You are doing this in the least safe way possible." He gritted his teeth and dragged the information of the pillar back into the state he wanted. Clean. Whole. Connected to the line without any foreign inserts. The sliver of cursed cut flickered, then vanished. The pillar stayed upright. The ward steadied. Outside, the Death Eaters regrouped. Yaxley barked orders. A few of them pulled back, letting the ones in front continue the pressure. Harry saw one of the retreating figures raise a hand to a mark on his arm. "They are calling him," Hermione said, voice low. "They are calling Voldemort." Harry's stomach went cold. "Then we end this before he gets here," he said. "That is not how his travel works," Boren said grimly. "If he decides this is important, he will step through any ward we place without effort." Comforting again, Harry muttered. He could not fight Voldemort directly here. Not yet. But he could send a message. He could make sure that when the report reached that snake face it sounded like a warning. "Fine," he said. "If they want the source, they can see what it actually does." He released the structured air outside the ward. The Death Eaters stumbled, some falling to their knees as resistance vanished. Before they could fully recover, he reached for another part of the environment. This time he took the moisture in the air above them. The rain, the mist, the cold hanging damp. He dropped the temperature inside that dome of space in a single swift pull. Water in the air froze into needles. For 1 second, the sky above the Death Eaters glittered like a field of tiny diamonds. Then gravity did the rest. The frozen needles fell in a sudden sheet. They struck masks and exposed hands at high speed. Cries of pain rose as thin shards bit into eyes and skin. One man screamed and clawed at his face when a needle slid under the edge of his mask. Harry's chest burned. His vision narrowed. Holding that much at once hurt. Hermione's hand found his sleeve. "Breathe," she said urgently. "Do not forget to breathe." He sucked in air that tasted of blood and frost. Outside, Yaxley bellowed. "Enough," the Death Eater roared. He tore off his own mask, face twisted. The skin on his cheek had small cuts, trickles of blood trailing down toward his jaw. "You think little tricks will save you, Potter." He jabbed his wand toward the ward. Dark energy gathered at the tip, thicker than anything the others had thrown. It pulsed with a sickly, deep color. "That spell is not in any book," Hermione whispered. Harry felt it. The curse went past simple flesh harm and bone breaking. It reached into the structure of things. It wanted to tear more than bodies. It wanted to rip at the pattern that made a person who they were. It slammed into the ward. Nimue cried out. Her knees buckled. The silver band at her throat flared painful white. The curse skidded across the barrier, looking for a weak point. Found one. Not in the main dome. At the point where the ward folded back around the left side of the hall. A place where the stones had always been weaker. The spell punched through. Harry saw it happen the way he saw code. A thin needle of dark information pierced the ward at an angle and streaked toward them. "Nimue," he shouted. She turned slightly that way, trying to reinforce, a fraction too slow. The curse hit her in the chest. There was no bright flash. No dramatic explosion. That almost made it worse. The spell sank into her torso like ink soaking into paper. Nimue staggered. Her eyes went wide. For a moment she stayed upright on sheer habit, hands still half raised. Then she collapsed. The ward flickered. For one terrifying instant, the dome around them thinned to almost nothing. Harry moved on instinct. He grabbed the line under the hall with both hands in his mind and shoved raw power into the barrier. It flared back to full strength. The rush of magic ripped through him like fire. He dropped to one knee beside Nimue. Her dress had no burn mark. Her skin looked untouched. But something under the surface shrieked. He could feel it. The curse had not torn flesh. It had gone for the pattern underneath. The thing that made Nimue Nimue. Her magic. Her time. Her breathing hitched. Her eyes stared at nothing. Hermione dropped beside him, hands already moving. No entry wound, she said, voice too high. No obvious trauma. That means it is not a standard curse, Harry. I do not have a counter for this. Borin knelt on Nimue's other side. His face had gone flat. That was worse than seeing him scared. That is a root-breaking curse, he said roughly. Ancient. It unravels the binding that holds body to magic. Goblins ban that work in our war codes. That does not help. Hermione snapped, panic bubbling. What do we do? Borin looked at Harry. You have one option, he said. Harry knew what he meant before he said it. Restoration, Harry whispered. Hermione's head snapped toward him. On a person. You said we are not ready. You said you would start with objects, then maybe plants, then maybe smaller animals. Not people. I do not see a plant bleeding out on the floor, Borin said harshly. Nimue's chest rose in short, shallow pulls. Each breath sound scraped. Harry swallowed. His hands shook. If we do nothing, Borin said. Quieter now, she will unravel. A root-breaking curse does not stop on its own. Hermione's eyes burned. And if he tries and messes up, she could be gone anyway. Or he could go with her. Harry stared at Nimue's pale face. The immortal guardian who had talked about Merlin like an annoying older brother. The woman who had called him heir with no flattery at all. Just simple fact. She had stepped between them and chaos more than once already. She had taught him to steady the new sight when it first woke. He could not watch her fade. I am doing it, he said. Hermione grabbed his wrist. Harry. He looked at her. If I do nothing, she dies, he said. If I do this wrong, she dies. If I do it right, she lives. I do not like those odds either, but I am not going to sit here and let that spell eat her because the lesson plan said we should practice on rocks first. Her mouth trembled. That is not rational, she whispered. Nothing about this is rational, he said. It is just what we have. For a second, no one spoke. The ward boomed again as more curses hit. The whole hill seemed to hum with pressure. Hermione closed her eyes. Fine, she said. Then I am not leaving you alone in there. If you are going to dive into the foundations of a person, you are taking me as far as I can go. He blinked. You cannot see it like I can. I can keep track of your breathing, she said. I can count out loud. I can slap you if you stop. I can remind you who you are if you get lost. You are not doing this all by yourself, Harry. That is not up for debate. A small sound came from Bindy. The house elf knelt near Nimue's feet, eyes shining with panic. Bindy will hold her edges, she said. Bindy will wrap household magic around Lady Nimue, so nothing falls off while Master Harry fixes the code. Harry's throat burned. All right, he said hoarsely. All right. Borin nodded once. Do it fast. The curse is eating already. Outside, Yaxley shouted more orders. The Death Eaters kept hammering the ward. Harry could feel Voldemort's attention moving closer, like a cold thought shifting somewhere on the horizon. No time. He placed both hands flat over Nimue's chest. His fingers pressed against the cool fabric of her dress. He shut his eyes. The moment he reached for the pattern, everything else dropped away. He was no longer kneeling in a ruined hall. He was standing inside a vast web of light and thread that made up a soul. Nimue's structure stretched around him in quiet complexity. Layers upon layers. Memories. Power. Time. The oath that tied her to the Emery's line ran through everything like a bright cord. The root-breaking curse appeared as jagged black cuts slicing along those cords. The darkest threads latched on to the points where magic and body met, chewing through them. Harry's stomach lurched. This was not like fixing a line in the ground. This was someone. He focused on the central cord. The one that burned brightest. The part of her tied to the Emery's duty. He told himself it was just another line. That he had fixed lines before. That he could do this if he kept it simple. Fetch earlier state. Replace broken piece. Keep her. He reached back along the cord. In his mind he rolled it back like a scroll, looking for the point just before the curse struck. He found it. A version of the pattern without the jagged cuts. Clean. Whole. He grabbed that version. As he did, the curse tried to lunge at him. The dark script coiled like a snake, sensing the new mind there. It moved off Nimue, aiming for him. Harry swore and threw up a shield made of his own pattern. He felt the curse scrape along his edges, looking for a way in. He refused to let it. No, he said out loud and in whatever space he stood in now. You do not get another person. He pushed the earlier Nimue pattern into place. The curse fought it. Every fragment tried to cling. For a second he was not sure which would win. Then bindy household magic wrapped around the edges of the soul like warm cloth, holding everything together. The curse lost leverage. It screeched and tore free, flung backward out of Nimue's structure. Harry grabbed it before it could fly anywhere else. He did not absorb it. He did not try to purify it. He simply took the information and sent it back down the line into the earth beneath Merlin, straight into an empty pocket of code he had cleared earlier. Then he locked that pocket and stamped the Merlin pattern over it like a seal. You live here now, he told the curse. You touch no one. The dark script dissolved under the weight of that rule. The web around him steadied. Nimue cord glowed clean again. The cuts vanished. Her pattern settled back into its rhythm. Harry sagged with relief. Then the backlash hit. All the power he had used to yank time around inside a human soul rushed back at him. His own pattern shook. For a second, his body and magic were not in sync. He felt like he was falling sideways through his own life. A hand closed on his wrist. Harry, Hermione voice called. Not inside the web. From outside. Real sound. You are breathing too fast. Listen to me. Come on, you stubborn idiot. Do not you dare vanish on me. He clung to the sound. He followed it back down. He slammed into his body with a painful jolt. His chest convulsed. He choked on air that tasted like dust and rain. He rolled onto his side and retched. Thin bile and a little blood hit the cold stone. His head pounded, bright white sparks behind his eyes. Every limb trembled. Harry, Hermione said again. Her hand was on his back, rubbing hard. It is all right. Breathe. I have got you. Good. He dragged air in. His lungs burned. He coughed, then sucked in another breath. Lady Nimue. Bindy whispered in awe. She is back. Harry forced his eyes open. Nimue lay where she had fallen, but her chest now rose in steady, deep breaths. Color had returned to her cheeks. Her eyes fluttered, then opened. For a moment she looked blank, as if waking from a very long sleep. Then she focused on Harry. That, she said in a hoarse voice, was reckless. He laughed weakly, which hurt. You are welcome. Hermione let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh. Her eyes were wet. She did not bother to hide it. Do not ever do that without warning again, she snapped. I did warn you, he croaked. You just did not like it. She leaned in and pressed her forehead to his for a second. Her hair brushed his cheek. Her breath shook. You are an idiot, she whispered. A brilliant, completely necessary idiot. His hand found hers. He squeezed. For a moment, the war, the ruins, the screaming lines all faded. It was just her and him, pressed together in the middle of yet another disaster they had somehow not died in. Outside the ward, someone shouted. Reality rushed back in. Yaxley had seen Nimue fall. He had also seen her get up again. He stared at the scene inside the ward, eyes wide with anger and something close to fear. What did you do? He yelled. What are you? Harry rolled onto his back, still gripping Hermione's hand. His whole body ached. He felt like he had run for miles and then slammed into a wall. He pulled himself to sitting. I am the wrong person to poke, he called back, voice rough. Yaxley snarled and raised his wand again. Curses slammed into the ward in a renewed storm. Nimue pushed herself upright with Bourne help. She steadied, then lifted her hands once more. The silver band at her throat glowed, this time without the wild flicker of pain. The next one who throws root-breaking work at us, she said coldly, we'll see what happens when the Emery's line returns it with interest. Harry felt the lines under the hill stir in response to her words. Nimue had always been linked to the Foundation, but something about the Restoration had tightened that connection. The land recognized her again in a way it had not done in a long time. We cannot stay, Boren said quietly to Harry. You are almost spent. Nimue took a hit to the root even if you fixed it. The longer we hold this position, the more likely he is to come himself. Harry nodded. His head throbbed. Can we get out without collapsing the work I did? Yes, Boren said. For now. You anchored the repairs properly. The enemy would need to perform a much larger ritual to undo them. Hermione's eyes flicked between the Death Eaters and Harry Paleface. Then we retreat, she said. We have already done more than we planned. We cannot test the first restoration and win a battle and fight a full Dark Lord in one afternoon. There are limits, Harry. Good, he muttered. Nice to know I have some. Callias stepped closer. I can cover a withdrawal path if Nimue opens the ward just enough. Bindy nodded. Bindy can twist the inner paths so any curse follows a loop and hits empty air. Nimue took a breath, then nodded. We fall back to the lower tunnels. From there, the circle can move us. This place remembers our pattern now. Harry tried to stand. His legs did not cooperate at first. Hermione slipped under his arm and took most of his weight without comment. Do not say it, he muttered. Say what, she asked. Anything about me needing to go to the hospital wing, he said. She smiled a little. That thought never crossed my mind. Liar. She tightened her arm around his waist. Move, Merlin boy. Nimue shifted the ward. A narrow slit opened along the far side of the hall, away from the main Death Eater position. The gap shimmered like heat over stone. Callias moved through first, arrow ready. Bindy followed, snapping her fingers to redirect potential curse paths. Boren stepped close to Harry's other side, steadying him from that side. Do not argue, the goblin said before Harry could speak. You weigh less than a vault door. Harry shut his mouth. They slipped through the gap. The world outside the ward felt colder. Rain slapped his face harder. The noise of curses hitting the ward behind them became a distant rumble as they moved down a narrow, hidden passage between broken walls. Bindy work turned the path into a twisty, confused knot. Any tracking charms would get lost in the loops. They reached a lower entrance that had once been a side gate. From there, Nimue traced a circle in the air and pressed it against the stone. A door of light opened, leading into the familiar dim of the circle-based tunnels. Go, she said. Hermione guided Harry through. As they stepped into the relative safety of the inner space, Harry glanced back. He saw Yaxley at the edge of the ward, face bright with rage as spells kept crashing against the dome. He saw the other Death Eaters regroup, checking injuries, tearing ice needles out of skin. He saw the confusion in their movements. They had expected a simple raid on a hidden site. They had found something else. Then the door of light closed. Silence fell. The air in the tunnel was warmer. Torches flickered softly. The smell of stone and old parchment replaced wet ruin. Harry sagged fully against the wall. Sit, Hermione ordered. He slid down until he was on the floor with his back against the rock. His breathing had settled into something like normal, but every muscle still shook. Hermione crouched in front of him, hands on his shoulders, eyes scanning him for damage. Do you feel anything that is not supposed to be there? She asked. Any lingering curse thread? Dizziness beyond the obvious? Voices that do not sound like me nagging you? Mostly I feel like I have been run over by one of Hagrid beasts, he said. And you always sound like you. She scowled, but her mouth wobbled at the edges. That is not reassuring. He lifted a hand and brushed his thumb along her cheek. You kept me here, he said quietly. Thank you. Color rose in her face. You are welcome, she whispered. On impulse, maybe because he was exhausted and the walls were thin, maybe because nearly watching Nimue die had knocked something loose in him, he leaned forward. He pressed his lips to hers. For a moment Hermione froze, eyes wide. Then she moved closer. Her hand slid up to the back of his neck. She kissed him back, soft but not tentative. Real. Warm. The world narrowed again. Not to lines and code this time. To the simple feeling of her mouth on his and the way her breath hitched when he moved just a little closer. When they parted, both of them were breathing harder. That was terrible timing, Hermione said faintly. Probably, Harry agreed. Still glad I did it. She let out a helpless little laugh. Me too. Boren cleared his throat pointedly. They both jumped like guilty third years. Nimue leaned against the opposite wall, arms folded. The silver band at her throat had dimmed again, but a faint glow remained. Her eyes were on Harry, calm and sharp. "You changed the rules today," she said. Harry swallowed. "By saving you." "That as well," she said. "But I meant this. You performed a full restoration on a living oath-bearer under active enemy pressure. The lines felt it. The land felt it. The old wards around Caermerden woke up for the first time in centuries." She paused. "And someone else felt it too." Harry did not need to ask who. "Voldemort," he said. "Yes," she said simply. Hermione rubbed her arms. "He is going to react." "Of course he is," Boren said. "He just watched his trusted circle throw everything they had at you, only to see you rewrite a curse that should have killed an ancient guardian permanently. His worldview just took a hit." "Good," Harry muttered. "His worldview needed a hit." "Do not get cocky," Boren warned. "He will adapt. That is what predators do when they meet a new force. They change tactics." Callias stepped into the tunnel mouth, hooves quiet on the stone. "The stars were very noisy just now," he said. "Patterns shifting. Old paths rewiring. Whatever choice you made out there, it has already written itself into the sky." Harry closed his eyes for a moment. "I do not want to be written into the sky," he said tiredly. "I just want Voldemort to stop breaking everything." Nimue smiled. It was small, but this time it reached her eyes. "That is exactly why you are the heir," she said. "The ones who want the sky for themselves are the ones we spend our lives fighting." Hermione touched Harry's shoulder again. "We need to rest," she said. "Then we need to adjust the plan. Caermerden is not a quiet practice ground anymore. It is a battlefield." Harry nodded slowly. "Let him come," he said. "If he wants to play with foundations now, we will meet him there." His vision blurred for a second with a wave of fatigue. He let his head tip back against the wall. His eyes closed almost on their own. The last thing he felt was Hermione's fingers threading through his, warm and steady. Far away, in a different dark room, another hand clenched hard enough to crack wood. Voldemort stood over a table littered with maps and reports. A Death Eater knelt before him, still shaking from the journey back. His mask lay shattered at his side. "Tell me again," Voldemort said softly. The man swallowed. "We tracked the surge to the old ruin, my lord. We found Potter with a small group. Some sort of witch with strange power, a goblin elder, a centaur, a house elf. They were inside a ward none of us recognized. And you attacked," Voldemort murmured. "Yes, my lord." The ward held. Potter did something to the air. Turned solid. Then he made the rain freeze and fall like knives. Yaxley used the root breaker on the woman. But Potter touched her and she stood up as if nothing had happened. It was like the curse never landed. The lines of the land shifted. We felt it. The castle did as well. Then they vanished. Voldemort looked down at his own pale hand. It trembled with contained rage. "So," he said, "the boy not only survived my curse. He now reverses work that should be beyond any living wizard." He could feel the echo of the event at Caermerden through the web of magic he had spread over the Isles. Something had tugged on a foundation he did not own. Something old. Something that did not care about the tidy structure of wand spells and ministry rules. For years he had taken pride in outgrowing standard magic. Rituals. Blood work. Ancient curses. He had believed himself at the edge of the possible. Now there was a new edge. "Potter has touched something older than both of us," he said slowly. "Something that remembers Merlin." The kneeling Death Eater shook harder. "What shall we do, my lord?" Voldemort stared at the map of Britain on the table. His gaze drifted to the mark he had placed over Caermerden long ago. A small symbol indicating an experiment site. The symbol looked very small now. "We change tactics," he said. His voice had lost its earlier softness. It rang cold and clear through the hall. "The wand path is no longer enough. If the boy has found the root, then I will go deeper. I will pull from the same ancient well and corrupt it more thoroughly than any goblin scribbler or senile headmaster ever dared." He placed one long finger on the map over Caermerden. "Begin moving our assets away from simple raids," he ordered. "We will focus on ritual sites, ley crossings, history. I want every scrap of information on Merlin work, on Avalon, on the original order." If the boy wants to be the architect of magic, then we will see which of us is better at demolition. The Death Eater bowed low, then scrambled out. Voldemort stood alone with the maps and the quiet. For the first time in a long while, the war did not feel like a simple matter of power and fear. It felt like a problem of design. He smiled without humor. So he whispered to the empty room. You have shown me a new board, Potter. Very well. Let us see who owns the foundation when this ends. Outside, thunder rolled over distant hills. Deep under Kaer Morhen, the lines Harry had restored glowed steady, holding the memory of his touch and the promise of more to come. The first scream had already faded to a raw rasp when Voldemort lifted his wand again. The Death Eater on the floor twitched, cheeks wet with tears, robes soaked in sweat and blood. Marble tiles under him were slick where he had clawed at them, nails broken, skin torn. The air inside the drawing room stank of burned cloth and fear. Nagini lay coiled near the cold fireplace, tongue flicking, head tilted. Her yellow eyes watched without interest. Voldemort did not look tired. His eyes were bright and clear, almost curious. Again he said almost gently, "Please," the man croaked. His mask lay cracked a few feet away. Raoul. Yes. Thick neck, small mind, the one who had crawled back from the ruins of Kaer Morhen. My lord, I told you all of it, I swear I did. He did not even use a wand, he just looked at us and the ground moved and her body just stood up as if it had never been cursed. I do not know how, I do not know how. You do not know how, Voldemort repeated, tasting the words. You watched my enemy undo a dark curse that should have killed. And you do not know how. Raoul nodded so fast his head thudded on the floor. Yes. No. I mean, I saw him do it, but I could not see the spell. There was no spell. He just decided it like it was nothing. The fear in his voice scraped at Voldemort's nerves. Not because it was fear, because it was fear of Harry Potter. That would not do. Crucio. The curse hit Raoul like a hammer of pure sound. The man's body arched, heels scraping furrows in the stone, fingers spasming. His scream broke completely this time. Only a high, ruined wheeze came out. Voldemort held the curse for 3 long breaths, then released it. He watched the twitching limbs fall, the chest heaving, the way Raoul blinked as if he no longer knew where he was. What did you feel? Voldemort asked, voice low, when your bone locks refused to answer your wand. Raoul blinked again. His eyes tried to focus on something that was not pain. My lord, he whispered. It was like my body stopped being mine. I tried to move my arm, but it did not listen. It was heavy. Everything was heavy. And then it was like my blood turned to glue. I could feel it. It did not hurt the same as a curse. Felt wrong, like the world had slipped. Wrong, Voldemort said. Not painful. Unfamiliar. Raoul nodded, shivering. That is because it was not spellcraft, Voldemort went on, more to himself than to the broken man at his feet. It was not a charm or a hex. There was no lattice, no structure along the usual threads. You did not feel pressure on your shield because there was no spell to meet it. Raoul stared up, eyes wide and empty. He did not understand a word. That was fine. Voldemort had stopped speaking for his benefit. He lifted his wand again. The Elder Wand felt heavy in his hand tonight. Not in weight, in meaning. A symbol of a system that no longer meant enough. Avada Kedavra. Green light poured out of the wand, struck Raoul squarely in the chest. The body went limp. The head hit the stone with a dull knock. Silence dropped into the room like a curtain. Only Nagini shifted, scales rasping over the floor. Voldemort lowered his wand. His hand did not shake. It never shook. He stared at the corpse for a long moment. The killing curse still worked. The air still trembled for an instant with the echo of that ancient, simple pattern. He could still feel the old comfort of it, the way the incantation guided the power into a clear, sharp line. But under that comfort there was a new itch. It had been there ever since the report came. Ever since he had drawn the memory from the mind of the first survivor of Kaer Morhen. The vision had replayed in his pensive again and again. Harry Potter, no wand in his hand, standing in the ruins with that tired, stubborn look in his eyes. Death Eaters aiming curses. The air thickening without a spoken word. bones refusing to move, blood refusing to flow. Nimue, the ancient witch, struck by a curse that should have torn her magic apart. Bones, nerves, channels, all targeted. Voldemort knew that curse. He had invented the damn thing. She should have died. In the memory, she stumbled. Light crackled over her skin. Her eyes rolled back. Potter reached for her. He did not speak. He did not call any name. There was only a raw sound, half rage, half fear. And then time did something it was not meant to do. Not a time-turner twist. Not a standard rewind. No clock, no sand, no artifact. One instant, Nimue was broken. The next, her body was as it had been minutes before. Whole. Magic steady. Flesh unburned. The curse did not break. It vanished as if it had never been. Voldemort had played the moment again and again. Slow, fast, frame by frame inside his pensieve. Each time the same thing. No spell pattern. No visible tether. The world simply edited itself around Potter's intent. It made his teeth hurt. He turned away from the corpse and walked toward the tall window. The night outside was black beyond the lawns of the manor, sky heavy with clouds. Nagini, he said. The snake slid closer, body looping in lazy curves. He does not cast spells, Voldemort murmured. He rewrites results. Nagini hissed, tongue flicking. Hunger, interest, a faint echo of his own anger. Voldemort felt his own magic, coiled through his veins, gathered in his core. He thought of the years at Hogwarts, of learning spells the same way everyone else had. Latin phrases, wand motions, theory text that pretended to explain things it did not truly understand. It had never been enough for him. That was why he had gone further. Horcruxes, rituals, experiments that even his younger self had known better than to discuss with teachers. He had dug under the surface, but he had still used the same tools. Spells, wands, patterns that anyone could copy, given time and talent. Potter had moved past that. There it was. The itch inside his mind finally formed into a clear thought. Potter had stepped into the foundation. The thought should have filled him with jealousy. Instead, for a moment, it filled him with something worse. Doubt. His jaw tightened. His hand clenched on the Elder Wand until the polished wood creaked. Doubt was not allowed. He turned away from the window. Nagini slid aside as he walked past the dead man and out of the drawing room. The heavy doors swung shut behind him with a thud that echoed along the corridor. The manor was quiet. Most of his followers kept to the other wings when his temper ran hot. A wise choice. Their fear scratched at the edges of his senses, thin threads of thought and emotion. He walked toward the study. Lucius had filled it with expensive chairs and unnecessary art before the fall. Voldemort had stripped most of that out. Books were stacked along the walls now. Old tomes with cracked spines, scrolls bound in leather, fragments of stone scratched with runes. He pushed the door open. Bellatrix was already there, kneeling on the rug near the desk. She was breathing fast, eyes bright and wild, hair tangled. She had clearly heard the screams. "My lord," she said at once, head bowed. "You called for me." Voldemort had not, but he let the lie stand. Her eagerness was useful sometimes. "Rise, Bella," he said. She stood, but kept her head tilted down, eyes focused on his hand, on the wand, on the snake at his feet. He walked past her to the desk, set the Elder Wand down on the polished wood with care, then turned to face her. "Tell me," he said, "what is the purpose of pure blood?" Her head snapped up, eyes wide. "To keep our magic strong," she said at once. "To protect the old families from dilution. To guard our rightful power from mudbloods and filth who do not deserve it." Her voice cracked with passion. She believed every word. Voldemort watched her for a moment. He remembered the teenage girl she had been, dark eyes burning with the same fanatic light, eager to cast her first cruciatus. "Wrong," he said. The word hit her harder than a slap. She flinched. "My lord, I do not understand." "Of course you do not," he said, "because I did not need you to." She swallowed. Her hands trembled at her sides. "Then what is the purpose, my lord?" "Control." He let the word hang in the air. Bellatrix frowned, confused. "Pure blood nonsense," Voldemort went on, voice flat as a leash. "A A story. It gives stupid men something to chant while they do what I tell them. It lets me point them at enemies that matter and enemies that do not, and watch them tear both apart while they think they are protecting something sacred. Keeps them busy, loyal, predictable. Bellatrix stared at him. Her lips trembled. But we are better, she whispered. We are. They are dirt under our boots. You always said so. I said what you needed to hear, he replied. There is a difference. The corner of her mouth twitched. Her eyes darted to the wand on the desk, then back to his face. You do not care about blood, she said slowly. The words were soft, like a child repeating a lesson she did not like. You care about power. At last, Voldemort said. You are not as dull as Raoul. Her breath hitched at the name. She had heard the curse. She knew what it meant. I care about dominion, he said. Not over bloodlines. Over the structure. Bellatrix licked her lips. The structure. The foundation that lets their spells work at all, he said, and some of the anger in his chest finally found a path. Not as rage but as cold, precise focus. The rules that give shape to magic, that decide why a flick and a word can bend reality while some poor muggle can wave a stick and shout Avada all day with no result. He stepped closer. She did not step back. For years I have used their system, he said. I have broken its laws, twisted its edges. I have made my soul untouchable by carving it into pieces and hiding them in artifacts that fit inside their neat categories. Cursed items, anchors, horcruxes. Bellatrix's eyes shone with pride at that word. But all of that, Voldemort said, still plays on the same board. The horcrux, the wand, the wards, the spells, all of it uses the same shallow layer. Potter has stepped below it. He thought again of the memory, of the way Nimue had snapped from broken to whole without any visible spell. He did not counter the curse, Voldemort said. He removed its history. Bellatrix made a small, confused sound in her throat. I do not know what that means. Of course you do not, he said, and for once the contempt was not cruel. Just distracted. You do not need to understand how a wand works to point it and shout. He turned away from her and moved to the shelves. His fingers brushed over the cracked spine of an old grimoire. It had been taken from a French vault long ago. The leather still smelled faintly of smoke. You have always trusted me, he said without looking back. That trust will now be tested. I am going to abandon the board they know. I am going to seek older things, deeper things, the kind of power that does not care about ministry laws or school books or bloodlines. Bellatrix's breath quickened. Older than horcruxes, she whispered. Older than Hogwarts, he said. His fingers closed over a slim volume bound in faded red. Older than the Order of Merlin. Older than the polite lie that magic is just a set of spells and a wand. He pulled the book free and set it on the desk. The cover was stamped with a simple cup. No inscription. Bellatrix stared at it as if it might bite. What is that? A relic of a cult the church feared, Voldemort said. They called it holy once. They whispered that it was the cup that caught the blood of a dying man and turned it into a promise of eternal life. He gave a thin smile. They stole the story from us. From wizards who understood that a vessel can channel more than wine. Bellatrix's eyes widened. The Grail. Stories grow around real things, Voldemort said. The real vessel is not here. This is only a map someone tried to hide inside a religion that hates magic. But it tells me something important. He opened the book. The pages inside were dry and yellow. Symbols crawled along the edges, not runes, not Latin, something else. He had studied them once as a student, then put the book aside because it dealt in rumors, not spells. Rumors of a cup that did not heal the body, but rewrote the rule behind it. A cup that touched the same level of reality Potter had just brushed with his bare hands. He had not believed it then. He believed it now. You will gather Mulciber, Dolohov, and the Carrows, Voldemort said, eyes on the page. Tell them there will be fewer raids for now. Bellatrix flinched. Fewer raids, she repeated. My lord, the others live for the chance to fight. To show your power. To burn. If all they want is to burn something, he said coolly, they can set fire to their own robes. I do not need chaos for its own sake. I need information. There are shrines beneath this island older than any pure blood house. They left marks. Tales. I want them found. quietly, I want every rumor of a cup that never empties, a spring that never runs dry, a ritual that promises body and soul cannot be parted. I want records from the Department of Mysteries. I want church archives raided. I want buried tombs opened. Bellatrix's hands trembled again, but this time from excitement. You want us to hunt stories. I want you to hunt the power behind them, he said. There is a vessel that can act as a conduit for corruption at the same layer where Potter plays with restoration. He rewinds. I will infect. If he uses his inheritance to make the world stable, I will use mine to make it mine forever. He closed the book with a soft snap. This is not about bloodlines anymore, he said. It never truly was. It is about the lines under the ground. The threads they call ley lines. Bellatrix breathed the term out, as if tasting it. Ley lines. Potter stabilized a small convergence today, Voldemort said quietly. He drew on raw power and used it to repair rather than destroy. He has made his first move in a game he barely understands. I will answer by rotting the foundation itself. If I can touch those lines through the right vessel, I will not need Horcruxes. The world will not be able to forget me. Magic itself will carry me inside it. Bellatrix's eyes shone. You will be eternal, she whispered. I already am, he said. But there was no pride in it now, only irritation. Horcruxes make me hard to kill. They do not make me inevitable. A child with enough luck and enough friends still found pieces of me and broke them. I will not be reduced to fragments again. I will become a law. Like gravity. Like death. He turned back to her. Can you serve a lord who admits that you have been fed pretty lies, he asked. Can you follow orders that look less like riots and more like research? Bellatrix swallowed. The wild light in her eyes flickered, then steadied. I do not care what you believe, she said. I care that you are you. If you want us to smash, we smash. If you want us to dig through old churches and scrolls, we dig. If you want me to drink from that cup when you find it, I will drink until my throat bleeds. I belong to you, not to stories. Voldemort watched her for another long moment, then nodded once. Good, he said. Bring Severus before dawn. I will need a mind that can read half-burnt ink and not lose the thread. He will be useful. Bellatrix's mouth twisted briefly. She hated Snape. She hated anyone else who had the Dark Lord's ear. But she bowed her head. As you command, my lord. She turned and hurried out, skirts whispering over the floor. When the door closed, Voldemort let out a slow breath he had not realized he was holding. Pure blood supremacy, he muttered. Cheap bait for cheap men. Nagini lifted her head and hissed. Agreement. Voldemort reached out and stroked her scales with 2 fingers. The contact steadied him. Let them think the war has paused, he said. Let the ministry breathe. Let the order relax. While they squabble over raids and prophecies, we will reach under their feet. He picked up the Elder Wand again. It sat in his hand like a relic from a simpler time. Do not worry, he told it softly. You will still have your part to play. But you are a knife trying to cut water. I need poison in the well. Severus Snape pressed his back against the cool stone of the corridor and closed his eyes. The sounds from the study carried through the door in muffled echoes. He did not hear every word, but he did not need to. That was why he had not. The thin man stood further down the hall, just around the corner, rigid as a statue. Snape had slipped into his mind the moment Bellatrix went past. He held the connection now like a thin, steady line, tasting the edge of Nott's senses. Through those borrowed ears and eyes, he watched the scene. When Voldemort said pure blood idiocy was bait, a sharp pain had shot through Nott's chest. Pride hurt, confusion, fear. Snape had felt his own lips twitch despite himself. He had suspected as much for years. It was still strange to hear it said out loud. He listened to the words about ley lines, about infection, about a cup that could twist the foundation. He did not move. He barely breathed. Legitimacy at this distance, through a closed door, through another wizard's own thoughts, was delicate. Any slip, any spike of emotion, and Nott would feel it and flinch. Voldemort might sense that flinch. Snape could not risk that. His mind flickered to Dumbledore. To the old man with tired eyes and sticky sweets, shut away somewhere inside the Order headquarters. planning in circles. He imagined telling him this. The Dark Lord does not care about blood. He plans to rot the lines under the earth. He plans to become a law. Would Dumbledore be surprised? Or would he nod as if he had been waiting for this? Snape did not know, and that unsettled him. He kept listening. When Voldemort ordered Bellatrix to fetch him, Snape broke the connection at once. He pulled gently out of Not's mind and wrapped his own shields tight. He had just enough time to step away from the wall and adopt his usual bored, slightly irritated expression before Bellatrix came spinning around the corner. "Severus," she snapped. "Our Lord requires your presence." "Thrilling," Snape said in a dry voice. "Shall I bring tea?" She bared her teeth. "Bring your clever little head. He needs it." "Lead the way," Snape said, and followed her, heart beating faster than he let show. Hours later, far from the manor, rain tapped a steady rhythm on cracked stone. The safe house was not much more than a ruin with a roof. The walls leaned. The kitchen had no door. The only light came from a single candle on the table in the main room, flame shivering each time wine squeezed through the broken window frame. The man sitting at the table had hung his Auror cloak on a chair by the door. The fabric dripped onto the floor, forming a dark, spreading patch. He had rolled his shirt sleeves up. His forearms were corded with muscle, lined with small white scars, the kind that came from hex burns and years of rough training. His wand lay on the table, close to his hand but not in it. His jaw was set. Every few seconds his fingers twitched toward the wand, then stopped. He was alone. "For now, you do not have to do this," a small voice whispered. Another voice answered at once. "You do not have the luxury of walking away." He thought of the ruins at the edge of Scotland, of the report he had read from a terrified young member of the Order who had seen the fight at Caermerden from a distance. No spell lights, no shouted curses, just a boy standing with his hands open, and Death Eaters collapsing as if strings had been cut. He thought of the line, scribbled at the bottom of the report in shaky handwriting. He fixed the curse like it never existed. She died, and then she did not die, and there was no spell in between. The Auror closed his eyes for a moment. He had seen dark curses. He had seen bodies ripped apart and stitched back by healers. He had seen time distort inside a locked room when unspeakables pushed childhood toys too far. He had seen too much. He had never seen a statement like that one. He had never seen anyone undo death without a visible cost. Rain drummed on the roof. He opened his eyes when he felt it. The wards around the house pressed inward like a sudden change in pressure before a storm. Not a loud crack. A soft, inevitable adjustment. Someone had passed through them as if they owned them. The candle flame went still. A figure stepped out of the far corner of the room, right out of the shadow. No sound of apparition. No swirl of cloak. One instant the corner was empty. The next it was not. Tall, thin, pale face, red eyes. The Auror grabbed his wand. He did not raise it. He forced himself to stay seated. His heart hammered against his ribs so hard he could feel every beat in his throat. "Lord Voldemort," he said. His voice came out rough but not broken. "Thank you for coming alone." The Dark Lord looked around the room, taking in the damp walls, the peeling paint, the single candle. His lip curled slightly. "This place offends my sense of taste," he said. "But your message was intriguing enough that I will tolerate it." Nagini slid into view behind him, coils moving with soundless grace. Her head lifted, tongue tasting the air. She studied the Auror with bright, hungry eyes. "You said you had information," Voldemort went on. "Information about Harry Potter that the old fool does not want me to have. Information important enough that you dared to ask for a meeting instead of sending a pretty little owl." The Auror forced his hand away from his wand. He rested both hands flat on the table instead, fingers spread, palms damp. "I did," he said, "and I keep my word." Voldemort stepped closer, into the circle of candlelight. The shadows around his eyes deepened. "Do speak," he said softly, "before I change my mind about being patient." The Auror swallowed. His throat felt tight. "I have been inside the Order headquarters since the First War," he said. "I have watched Dumbledore build his little army. I have seen him keep secrets even from us. When the Gringotts summons came for Potter, I saw the way he reacted. Not worried. Afraid. That is not a boy with a destiny he understands. That is a weapon he never told us about. Voldemort's expression did not change, but the air in the room seemed to grow heavier. Get to the point, he said. Potter is not just a symbol anymore, the Auror said. He spoke faster now, as if he needed to outrun his own fear. He went into a vault no one knew existed. He walked out with power that does not obey the rules. He has goblins teaching him things they never share. He has creatures from the forests speaking to him like an equal. He has some ancient circle whispering in his ear. And today he took a curse you invented, the one meant to tear a person's magic to bits, and he erased it from history with a thought. He stopped, chest rising and falling. Voldemort studied him. You sound impressed, he said. I am not impressed. The Auror snapped back before he could stop himself. His voice cracked with something that was not respect. I am terrified. Nagini hissed softly. Voldemort gave the snake the smallest tilt of his head. She went still again. Terrified of Potter, Voldemort said. Of what happens after the war, the Auror said. You and Dumbledore and the Ministry, all of you fit inside a world I understand. You fight, you push laws around, you bribe, you lie, people die, yes, but the system survives. It bends. It bruises. It does not shatter. But Potter is not playing that game anymore. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. Dumbledore built this fragile piece on rules. The Auror went on. He has been bending them for years, but they are still there. Statute of secrecy. International treaties. Trial protocols. All of that. You break them. He patches them. That is the dance. Potter is about to step outside that. He is rewriting the code underneath. If he decides some law does not make sense, he can change the reality it sits on. If he thinks magic in Britain should look different, he will not need a vote. He will not need a Wisengamot. He will just think and the world will adjust to fit him. The words hung in the air. For a moment, the only sound was the faint drip of water from the Auror cloak. You assume he will do this, Voldemort said slowly. You assume that a Gryffindor brat with a hero complex will wake up one day and decide to rewrite reality for his own amusement. I assume he is human, the Auror shot back. Give any human absolute power and eventually they will use it. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe he holds back for years. But he will have to make choices that no ministry can check. No court can contain him. No Auror squad can arrest him. Not if he can think their spells out of existence. His hands curled into fists on the table. His nails dug into his palms. I have spent my life inside the system, he said, voice low. I know it is rotten. I know it has blood on its hands. But it is still a system. Still has some shape. What he is becoming will break it. Not out of malice. Out of simple scale. We will all be living on his mercy. And mercy runs out. Always. Voldemort tilted his head. There was a flicker of genuine interest now. You would rather live under mine, he said. It was not really a question. The Auror laughed once, short and bitter. You are honest about what you are, he said. You want dominion. You do not pretend otherwise. We know where we stand with you. You also still need a world to rule. You need cities, people, structure. Someone to collect taxes and chase muggle problems away from your rituals. You need clerks and Aurors and healers and all the rest. You need us alive. Alive does not mean free, Voldemort said. It means predictable, the Auror said. And predictable is safer than whatever Potter is turning into. I am not here because I like you. I am here because I am trying to choose the disaster I can understand. Silence again. Voldemort stepped closer. The distance between them shrank until the Auror could see the fine cracks in the pale skin around those red eyes. Very well, Voldemort said softly. You have my attention. What exactly are you offering? The Auror let out a breath he had not known he was holding. His hands stopped shaking, not because his fear was gone, but because the moment of choice had passed. I can give you a map of his new magic, he said. Dumbledore thinks he can keep us all away from it, but he cannot help using people. He needs eyes, ears, runners. He needs me. I have access to reports, to training notes, to half-overheard arguments in the corridors when Potter shouts at him about destiny and control. I can tell you how Potter sees his power. The terms he is learning: visualization, intent, restoration. The way he needs to picture every step of an effect before he can make it real. The way strong emotion fuels it. The way he burns himself out if he pulls too much at once. He swallowed. I can tell you where he trains, he said. Who stands beside him. Which ley lines he knows about already. Which ones he has not touched yet. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. In return for what, he asked. The Auror met his gaze. His heart hammered, but he did not look away. In return for a promise, he said. When this is over, if you win, you do not tear everything down. You keep some kind of ministry, even if you stack it with your own. You keep Muggles unaware and mostly alive. You do not turn the world into one long battlefield. You let those of us who helped shape the end sit in the room when you design what comes next. You bargain, Voldemort said. There was amusement in his voice now. You offer treason and demand policy in exchange. I offer you a chance to understand the one piece on the board you cannot read, the Auror said. You said it yourself. He is playing under it. I can give you enough to follow. Voldemort studied him in silence. The candle flame between them did not flicker now. The air felt thick, as if the room itself was holding its breath. Finally, Voldemort smiled. It was a small thing, sharp and thin. You think I will keep such promises, he said. You think I will remember your name when Potter lies dead? No, the Auror said. His voice was steady. I think you will do whatever suits you. But I also know you are not stupid. If I give you what you need, killing me wastes a useful mind. You may decide to keep it around, for a while at least. I am betting on that. Voldemort let out a soft laugh. Brave, he said. Or very tired. Both, the Auror said. Voldemort moved around the table until he stood at the Auror's side. For a moment, his hand hovered above the man's head. Fingers spread as if about to press down. Look at me, he said. The Auror turned his head. Their eyes met. Voldemort slid into his mind. There was no warning, no chance to brace. One instant the Auror was in his own skull. The next, another presence filled it. Cold and vast. Peeling thoughts apart with practiced ease. He tried not to fight. The fastest way to die here would be to resist. Images ripped past. The Order kitchen, crowded with bodies and noise. Dumbledore at the head of the table, eyes heavy. Hermione arguing about goblin treaties. Harry pale and furious as he shouted about lies. A goblin called Borin explaining something with sharp, clipped phrases. Diagrams drawn in glowing light to show how spells were only surface tricks. The memory of the written report from Heir Merlin. The shaky line about death undone. Voldemort seized that one, turned it over, tasted the fear in the ink. He went deeper. He followed the memory of Dumbledore muttering about needing to keep Harry grounded, about suppressors that had finally failed. He saw flashes of old conversations about Merlin and old prophecies that had never reached the department's shelves. The Auror's head throbbed. Blood trickled from his nose. His teeth clenched so hard his jaw hurt. Then the pressure eased. Voldemort withdrew. The Auror slumped forward, gasping. His palms smeared blood across the wood. Interesting, Voldemort said. He sounded almost pleased. You have been paying attention. He reached into his cloak and drew out something small and dark. A ring. Plain, silver, grimy with age. Put this on, he said. The Auror hesitated. It is not cursed, Voldemort added. Not in the way you fear. It is a focus for my wards. If you are to be useful, I would rather know when you enter my reach than have you killed by Nagini or a bored Death Eater at a checkpoint. Nagini hissed again, as if offended. The Auror wiped his nose on his sleeve, then picked up the ring and slid it onto his finger. It was cold. It tightened for a moment, then settled, fit snugly. He could feel something brush his magic. Not a leash, more like a mark on a map. You will send information through the usual channels, Voldemort said. Dead drops, enchanted parchment, no messengers. I will provide you with a means to send a single word if you have something urgent. You will not ask for meetings like this again unless I call you. Understood. Understood. The Auror said, voice hoarse. Voldemort stepped back. Nagini flowed around his feet. One last thing, Voldemort said. You betrayed your side today. You told yourself it was for stability, for a world that makes sense. Perhaps that is even true. But do not lie to yourself about what you are now. He smiled again, thin and cutting. You are mine, he said. The Auror did not answer. There was nothing to say. Voldemort and Nagini faded back into the shadow. There was no sound, no crack, no sway of air. One instant they were there. The next, the corner was empty. The wards eased. The candle flame danced again as a draft found its way in. For a long time, the Auror sat at the table, staring at the ring on his finger. His hands shook now that no one could see. You chose this, he told himself. You chose the disaster, you understand. The words did not make him feel any cleaner. At last he pushed himself to his feet, shrugged his damp cloak back over his shoulders, and reached for his wand. He had a report to write for Dumbledore. He would leave some parts out. Later, when he stepped through the hidden entrance at Grimmauld Place and the noises of the Order kitchen rose to meet him, no one looked twice. People called his name with tired relief. Someone shoved a mug of tea into his hand. Kingsley, Tonks said, poking his arm. You look like death. Rough shift. Kingsley Shacklebolt managed a small smile. You have no idea, he said. Harry woke to the sound of chalk scraping stone. For a second he did not know where he was. The air was cool and dry. There was a faint hum he felt more in his teeth than in his ears. No hospital beds. No Gryffindor curtains. The circle tunnels. The night came back in a rush. Caer Murden. The ward shaking. Nimue falling. The taste of blood in his mouth when he dragged time around inside her and forced it to behave. He pushed himself up on his elbows. He lay on a narrow camp bed in a small chamber carved straight out of stone. Someone had hung a thin curtain across the entrance to give him at least the idea of privacy. His wand rested on the chest at the foot of the bed. His muscles ached as if he had been hit by a bludger from every direction at once. His head throbbed with a dull, steady pulse. Hermione sat on the floor near the wall, hair tied up in a messy knot with a spare bit of twig. A ring of rune chalk surrounded her. She was carefully copying a pattern from a glowing page that floated beside her shoulder. Her tongue stuck out a little as she concentrated. A cup of tea steamed on the floor near his bed. Someone had set a slice of bread and jam beside it. Harry cleared his throat. Hermione jumped, smudged a rune, and swore under her breath before looking over. Finally, she said. Relief showed in her face before she could hide it. You were out for nearly a day. A day, he repeated. His voice sounded rough. That explains the lack of people screaming. She stood and crossed to him, eyes already moving in a quick scan. She checked his pupils, his hands, the line of his throat. Any numbness, she asked. Pins and needles. Voices that are not yours. Sudden desire to recite ancient poetry. No more than usual, he said. She glared, but there was no real heat in it. I am serious. I know, he said. I feel like I got dragged across half of Britain by a troll, but I think everything is in the right place. She let out a breath and sat on the edge of the bed. You scared me, she said quietly. You did something no one is supposed to be able to do. Inside a person. While we were under fire. If you ever do anything like that again without warning me first, I am going to hex you. I did warn you, he said. You just told me it was irrational. It was, she muttered. That does not mean I wanted you to stop. He blinked. That makes no sense. Welcome to friendship, she said. Despite the pounding in his head, he smiled. How is Nimue, he asked. Hermione's expression eased a little. Better than you, somehow, she said. She woke up a few hours after you crashed. Boren did some horrible goblin scan and glared at her for 10 minutes, then declared her pattern stable. She is already back in the main chamber, arguing with him about ley lines. Of course she is, Harry said. Was Dumbledore here? Hermione's eyes flickered. No, she said. He sent a message. Right, Harry said slowly. Let me guess. Something about being careful and how he trusts me, and some vague rubbish about the greater good. She looked down at her hands. Something like that, she said. We can read it later if you want. You should drink the tea. Before it goes cold. He picked up the cup. The ceramic was warm against his fingers. The first sip felt like life. He drank in silence for a moment while Hermione watched him like she expected him to dissolve into mist. "How long have you been sitting there?" he asked finally. She shrugged. "Long enough. You could have slept," he said. "Or gone to read every book in the Circle Library." "I did both," she said. "In shifts." He snorted and coughed. "Of course you did." There was a knock on the stone just outside the curtain. Boren's voice came through, dry as ever. "If the Emery's heir is awake, the world is demanding his attention again," the goblin said. "See," Hermione murmured. "Not even time for a nap." Harry set the cup down, swung his legs over the side of the bed, and stood. His knees wobbled, but he stayed upright. Hermione moved close, hand hovering near his elbow in case he fell. He did not protest. He had learned something in the last few days. Pride did not keep anyone alive. They stepped out into the main chamber. The Circle Central Hall had become something like a war room. A round stone table in the middle held a slowly rotating model of Britain made of faint green light. Thin lines of different colors crossed it, marking ley lines, fault points, and recent disturbances. Figures moved around the edge. Nimue stood near the table, arms folded, hair drawn back. The silver band at her throat still glimmered faintly. Her eyes tracked each moving line. Boren stood opposite her, scroll in one hand and a rune-etched rod in the other. He looked like he had been up all night, but his expression was sharp. Callias waited near the tunnel entrance, bow across his back, arms crossed over his chest. His tail flicked against the stone with quiet taps. Bindy appeared beside Harry and Hermione the moment they entered, as if she had been watching for them. "Master Harry," she said, big eyes shining. "You are awake." Bindy did not want to poke, but Nimue said if you slept any longer she would pour cold water. "Thank you for stopping her," Harry said. Bindy looked guilty. Bindy did not stop her. Nimue decided not to waste water. Harry gave a tired little laugh. Nimue turned. "There you are," she said. "Try not to die in the next hour. It would complicate things." "Nice to see you too," Harry said. She stepped closer, gaze sweeping over him. "You feel rough," she said. "But you are not fractured." "Good. Glad my pattern meets your standards," he muttered. "It does for now," she said. "Come. We have a problem." Boren snorted. "We have several." Nimue pointed at the floating map. Harry moved closer, Hermione at his side. One of the bright crossing points glowed more strongly than the others. It hovered over London. Around it, a ring of smaller nodes flickered. "This is the Ministry Cluster," Nimue said. "Several artificial structures built over natural lines. Some of it is work from the Founder's time. Most of it is later rubbish. Patching, plugs, things the Unspeakables did without really understanding what they were touching." Harry frowned. "What about it?" Boren unfurled his scroll. "We received this an hour ago," he said. "From your old headmaster." He held it out. Hermione took it before Harry could. She scanned the short letter, lips pressing tighter with each line, then passed it over. The words were neat and familiar. "Harry, I hope this finds you well, and that your training is progressing. Despite our differences, I assure you I remain concerned for your safety and the safety of those around you. The Order has received credible intelligence about another of Tom Anchor Points. The source of this information is someone whose judgment I have trusted for many years. The object is believed to be in an old department of Mystery Storage Vault under Ministry Level 10. The Ministry is preparing a raid. I would prefer that you were present, as the anchor may react badly to standard spellwork. Your new talents may make the difference between neutralizing it and losing many lives. Cannot compel you. I can only ask. If you choose to assist, meet Kingsley and the task group at the outer atrium portal in 2 hours. Whatever else is happening, this war still needs you. Albus Dumbledore." Harry snorted. "That is what he calls an apology." Hermione jaw clenched. "He never says what he is sorry for. He just pretends the last 5 awful things were inevitable." "Anchor," Harry said, tapping the word. "He means Horcrux." "Obviously," Boren said. Callias stepped closer. "This vault," the centaur said quietly. "It sits on one of the artificial nodes we already marked as unstable." Nimue nodded. "Exactly. The Unspeakables used that place as a dumping ground. artifacts, broken ritual pieces, cursed furniture. All of it stacked on a patch of reality that was already cracked. Borin glared at the glowing node. If there is a fragment of soul lodged in that mess, he said, it will not sit peacefully. It will be feeding on the instability. Harry's stomach tightened. If you break the object there, he said slowly, the shock could punch straight through the local lines. Could, Nimue said, unless someone who understands the Foundation is present. Hermione looked between them. This could be genuine, she said. Dumbledore has to know that if there is a Horcrux under the Ministry, they cannot just ignore it. He would want Harry there. Harry looked back at the letter. Source whose judgment I have trusted for many years. Kingsley. The thought came with a twist in his chest. Kingsley had always been steady, calm, the kind of adult you could rely on to do the right thing without fuss. Harry remembered his deep voice in order meetings, the way he had stepped between Arthur and a volley of curses in the department last year. He also remembered Voldemort words in the memory the elf had carried back after the tower battle. He remembered the way the report from Heir Merlin had spread so fast. He did not know anything about that meeting in the damp safe house. He did not know about the ring on Kingsley's finger. He only knew that the timing felt wrong. You think it is a trap, Hermione said quietly. Nimue did not answer right away. I think, she said slowly, that your headmaster has finally realized he cannot control you. That frightens him. He still wants you alive, for now. He also wants you contained. The simplest way to do both is to place you in a structure he understands. The Ministry, Harry murmured. Layers of law, wards, oars, cameras, Borin said. If they manage to wrap their own scripts around you, they will not need to kill you. They can lock you in a box and pretend it is noble. Callias flicked his tail again. The stars mark this day as a point, he said. A branch in the path. If we do not go, the line bends one way. If we do, it bends another. There is danger on both routes. Hermione looked at Harry. We always said we wanted to stop the Horcruxes, she said. We cannot ignore one because we do not like the handwriting on the note. He rubbed his forehead. If we go, he said, we walk into a place that already hates what I am becoming. If we do not go, there is a piece of Voldemort's soul sitting under London, chewing on a weak spot. It is worse than that, Borin said. Voldemort has already started looking for ways to use the Foundation himself. If he realizes you will not come to the Ministry, he might go there first. Imagine him in that vault. Harry closed his eyes for a second. I'm so tired of his name, he muttered. So, Hermione said, we pick the problem we can see. He nodded slowly. We go, he said. But we do it on our terms. Nimue inclined her head. That is more like it. 2 hours later, Harry stood just inside the magical entrance chamber attached to the Ministry atrium. He had not been back here since that night in 5th year when everything had gone wrong. The last time he had seen this place, Sirius had fallen through the veil, Dumbledore and Voldemort had torn the air apart, and the Ministry had finally stopped pretending the war did not exist. The polished floor still gleamed. The fountain that had once shown witches and wizards towering over other creatures was gone. In its place stood a plain stone pillar with the names of the dead carved into it. Someone had tied a small bunch of wilting flowers to the base. Harry's eyes flicked to it and away again. He wore plain dark robes with no school crest. The small amulet from Vault 13 lay against his chest under the cloth. His wand sat in a holster up his sleeve. Hermione stood to his left. Her hair was pulled back in a loose braid that made her look older. Her face was set. No one who saw her now would think of the 11-year-old who had once cried about being expelled. Borin and Nimue waited just behind them. Nimue's form shimmered in the corner of the eye if anyone looked straight at her, an old glamour keeping her presence off official records. Bindy clung to the shadow of a column, her own magic folded in tight. Callias had remained at the circle base. A centaur in the Ministry atrium was one complication too many. Oars clustered near the far door. Kingsley stood at their center. He looked like he always did. Tall, broad-shouldered, calm. His dark eyes moved over the team, checking wands and holsters, murmuring short instructions. When he saw Harry, something flickered in his face. Relief, worry, a shadow of guilt he smothered before it fully formed. Potter, he said, walking over. His voice was steady. Good. I was not sure you would come. Me neither, Harry said. Kingsley's gaze shifted to Hermione. Granger, he said with a brief nod. You too. Someone has to make sure he does not rewrite the atrium by accident, she said. A few Aurors nearby gave nervous laughs, unsure whether it was a joke. Kingsley's mouth twitched. We will be taking a secure route, he said. Department of Mystery staff have sealed the usual lifts. This is off the books. Officially, we are checking structural wards after the events at the old ruin. Audit language. The Horcrux information is only on my desk and Dumbledore's desk at present. How convenient, Boren muttered under his breath. Kingsley's eyes flicked to the goblin. And these are your new associates, he said. Nimue, Harry said. Bindy, Boren. Kingsley nodded to each, polite but wary. His gaze slid off Nimue as if his mind refused to pin her down. Circle business, Nimue said calmly. We do not need your files. Kingsley's jaw tightened a fraction. We appreciate any help we can get, he said. Whatever our differences, we are on the same side today. Harry felt Hermione stiffen beside him. She did not say anything. Kingsley turned to the Aurors. All right, he called. Listen up. Our goal is simple. We secure the vault, neutralize the artifact, extract without fireworks. No one gets creative. We follow the plan. What plan? Harry asked quietly. Kingsley looked at him. A simple one, he said. We get in. We let you do whatever you need to stop that thing reacting. If it goes wrong, the Unspeakables have set up containment wards. You will not be alone. Something in his voice set Harry's teeth on edge. There was an extra weight on the word containment. Hermione must have heard it too, because she shifted closer. Where exactly is this vault? She asked. Under level 10, Kingsley said. Old storage cluster. The department has been clearing it for years, but there is always something else to throw down there. They are nervous about any active wards, so we will do an initial sweep. Harry's eyes drifted to Kingsley's hands as he gestured. There was a ring on his finger he did not remember from before. Plain silver. No crest. Harry tamped down the unease. He had no proof. Only suspicion and a bad feeling. They had come here to stop a piece of Voldemort's soul. If he started accusing people without grounds, he would be proving every fear Dumbledore had about him. Let us get this over with, he said. Kingsley led them through a side door and into a narrow corridor lit by pale blue torches. The sounds of the atrium faded behind them. At the end of the corridor, two Unspeakables waited. They wore the usual deep cowls and featureless masks. Harry could not tell if they were male or female, young or old. One of them bowed slightly. This way, the figure said. The voice was distorted by some enchantment. They opened a heavy metal door with a key that shaped itself into the right teeth as it turned. Beyond was a stairwell that spiraled down and down. Harry counted the steps out of habit. His legs still ached, but he kept moving. Hermione's steady presence at his shoulder helped. The air grew cooler. Magic hummed against his skin, a background buzz that got louder the deeper they went. As they descended, Harry's new sense woke fully. He felt the ministry structure like a web around them. Spellwork woven into walls, trigger points, monitoring charms. The whole place was a thick layer of script sitting on top of the real lines. Under that, deeper, he sensed the ley cluster Nimue had shown on the map. It felt bruised, thin in some places, thick and knotted in others. Something down there pulsed with a slow, wrong rhythm. Can you feel it? Hermione whispered. Yes, he said. His hand tightened on the railing. There is something nasty under level 10. More than the usual, she muttered. They reached a final landing. The Unspeakable lifted a hand. The rest of the group halted. Beyond this door, the distorted voice said, is the storage cluster. You will stay within the marked corridors until we reach the vault sector. There are sealed zones you do not have clearance to approach. Boren snorted softly. We are not tourists, he said. Just open the door. The Unspeakable hesitated for a second, then pushed the heavy panel. The door swung inward. A wave of stale air rolled out. It smelled of dust, old stone, and something else. Old magic. Bits of it clung to the air like cobweb. Harry's skin crawled. They moved in. The corridor on the other side was wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Racks of shelves lined the walls, reaching nearly to the ceiling. Boxes, crates, odd-shaped bundles wrapped in cloth or leather rested on them. Small tags hung from some, faded and stained. Hermione's eyes flicked over the labels, hungry even now. He saw her force herself to look away. "We are not stopping to read," he said under his breath. "I know," she whispered back. "It is painful." As they walked, Harry felt faint whispers of magic from some of the objects. Old curses, discarded experiments, a child's toy that still held a mood charm, a hat that radiated a faint illusion field. All of it stacked without much care. "The unspeakables are hoarders," Boren muttered. They turned a corner. Ahead, the corridor widened into a circular space. The floor there was bare stone, polished smooth. The walls were covered with overlapping circles and lines cut into the rock. Harry recognized some of the shapes from the circle training diagrams. Foundational patterns, structural anchors. His heartbeat kicked up. This was not a storeroom someone had casually repurposed. This chamber had been built for a purpose that went beyond locking boxes away. The wrong feeling down in the lines grew stronger. The unspeakable stopped at the edge of the circle. "This is the first boundary," the figure said. "From this point on, the containment field is active. We will enter together. No one casts anything without my signal except the Emery's heir." Harry froze. He had not told them that title. Dumbledore had not used it in his letter. Only the circle had called him that so far. He looked at the mask. "Who told you that name?" he asked quietly. The unspeakable tilted their head. "It is the name written in the old plans," the figure said. "You are what we have been waiting for." His throat felt tight. "Harry," Hermione said under her breath. He noticed then that there was only one unspeakable with them. He looked back down the corridor. The second-robed figure who had met them at the door was gone. Kingsley seemed to notice at the same time. "Where did Sable go?" he asked the mask. The unspeakable did not answer. Auras around them shifted, hands tightening on wands. "Report," Kingsley said, voice sharper. "I want to know where my people are." The unspeakable lifted both hands. The lines carved into the wall flared to life. Harry felt the ley cluster under level 10 jerk like a living thing. "Harry," Hermione gasped. It hit him before he could react. Power surged up through the floor, through his feet, through his bones. It grabbed the connection inside him that had woken in the vault and yanked. His vision went white for a second. He smelled ozone and stone dust. The air around him stretched, then snapped tight. When he could see again, the others had been forced back a few steps. A faint circle of light glowed on the floor around him and Hermione, Nimue, Boren, and Bindy. Kingsley and the Auror stood just beyond the line, wands raised, eyes wide. The unspeakable had stepped inside another circle on the opposite side of the chamber. Runes burned under their feet. "Containment field aligned," the distorted voice said. "Anchor engaged." Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. "Harry," she said urgently, "they are using you as the focus." He felt it. The lines under London had been threaded through a pattern built into this chamber. That pattern had been designed to latch onto something. When he walked into the circle, it had seized his presence like a hook. "If you try to push out," Nimue said calmly beside him, "the resistance will twist your work. Anything you do will echo back at you and the lines. They built this not to snare someone who can touch the foundation." Harry's chest heaved. He looked at Kingsley. The Auror commander stood at the edge of the circle, wand still in his hand. His face had gone pale, but his jaw was set. "I am sorry," Kingsley said quietly. The words hit harder than the magic. Hermione stared at him. "You," she said. Her voice shook with anger. "You did this." "It was my plan," Kingsley said. He did not look away. "Mine and Dumbledore. The Ministry provided the space. The Unspeakables provided the frame. I gave them your signature. We could not risk Voldemort getting his hands on this first." "There is no Horcrux here," Harry said. His voice sounded strange in his own ears. "Is there?" Kingsley swallowed. "There is a fragment," he said. "But it is not why this chamber exists." Bindy made a small, panicked noise. "You set a snare," Nimue said. Her eyes were cold. "You called the heir here and wrapped him in a cage built out of the very thing he is supposed to repair." "It is not a cage," Kingsley said. It is a safety net. Harry laughed once. Came out ugly. You call this safety, he said. You drag me into your basement and hook me into a bomb. You are the bomb, Kingsley snapped. Silence slammed into the room. Oars behind him shifted. Shocked. Some looked guilty. Some looked determined. Kingsley took a breath. We do not know how far this power goes, he said more quietly. We saw what happened at Merlin. You fix something no one ever has. That is the part you see. We also saw the collapse radius. The way the lines shook for miles. The structural shock could have torn half that region apart if you had misjudged it. I did not, Harry said through his teeth. This time, Kingsley said. What about next time? What about the time you are tired and angry and someone you love is dying and you do not think as clearly as you think you do? What happens to London then? So your solution, Hermione said, voice shaking with fury, is to lock him up like a dangerous artifact. To neutralize the worst risk, Kingsley said. You are both brave. You have done more than anyone rightfully should. But you are still two teenagers carrying a tool no one understands. The world cannot sit on that kind of edge. You are afraid, Nimue said softly. You are not wrong to be. You are wrong in where you point that fear. Save the lecture, Kingsley said. His eyes stayed on Harry. This is not about purity or prophecy. It is numbers. If we lose control of the foundation, we lose everyone. I will not gamble with every life in this building because one boy wants autonomy. Harry's hands shook. He could feel the lines pulling at him, trying to stabilize around the chamber design. This is not autonomy, he said. This is existence. I did not ask for this. I did not ask to wake up with a map of the world burned into the back of my eyes. I just tried to keep people alive with what you lot left me. And now we are trying to keep more people alive, Kingsley said. This chamber is designed to bleed off any wild work you try. If you try to rewrite anything, the field will take the load. Hermione's eyes widened. And dump it where, she asked. Kingsley hesitated. The lines, he said. Harry felt his stomach drop. You are going to use the foundation as a rubbish bin, he said. Every time I try to fix something, you route the overspill into the earth and hope it disappears. It will dissipate, the masked unspeakable said for the first time since the trap triggered. We calculated the thresholds. The system can absorb more than any one wizard can output. And if you miscalculated, Boren said coldly. What then? You crack the island in half. We are not amateurs, the unspeakable snapped. You are playing with work Merlin refused to finish, Nimue said. That makes you amateurs. Kingsley lifted his wand a little. This is not a debate, he said. Potter, listen to me. We have a chance to keep you alive and keep the rest of us safe. We can work out rules, schedules. You help in controlled settings. You do not roam free over raw lines. Dumbledore is ready to advocate for you. The minister will listen if I tell her there is a way to pay for this war without breaking everything. Pay, Harry repeated. With what? With you, Kingsley said simply. You become a resource, a strategic asset. We build our world around that and we do it properly this time, not the way they treated you as a boy who lived symbol. Harry stared at him. That is your solution, he said. You replace one cage with another and call it progress. You cannot go back to being just a student, Kingsley said. You know that, and you cannot stand the idea that there is someone you cannot arrest, Hermione said. Kingsley flinched. You think I enjoy this, he said. You think I wanted to stand here and put cuffs on the boy who kept half my Aurors alive last year? I hate this. I hate that the choice is between two disasters. But I made my oath. I protect as many as I can. Even from you. Harry clenched his jaw. The room felt too small. He could feel the pressure of the containment field on his skin and in his skull. Every breath tasted of old magic. The lines under London thrummed like a nervous pulse. Harry, Nimue said quietly, you need to decide how you answer. He swallowed. Is there any way out? He asked her under his breath. Not gently, she said. He looked up at Kingsley. If I refuse, he said, what happens? Kingsley's eyes hardened. I have stun squads on both sides of this chamber, he said. Shield layers set up behind them. If you fight, we will hit you from two directions. The field will catch your wild work. You will go down. Dumbledore promised we will take you alive. I intend to keep that. Hermione took a step forward. And what about us, she demanded. Do we get a choice? Or are we just collateral? You will be treated as necessary associates, Kingsley said. You are not the target. That is not what he asked, she said. The unspeakable lifted a hand. We cannot keep this field at stable power for long, the distorted voice said. If we are doing this, do it now. Harry closed his eyes for a second. He thought of the last few years, of being pushed into battles he did not understand, of adults telling him to trust them while they hid things. He thought of Dumbledore standing in the hospital wing after second year, talking about love and choice while keeping his secrets close. He thought of Sirius falling. He thought of the letter upstairs in the circle tunnels. Whatever else is happening, this war still needs you. He opened his eyes. It does, he said. It just does not get to own me. He lowered his heel until it touched the glowing line on the floor. Hermione sucked in a breath. Harry, she hissed. Trust me, he said, eyes still on Kingsley. Just this once. She let out a shaky laugh. That is funny, she said, because I have been doing nothing but. He almost smiled. Then he dropped, not to the floor, into the lines. The containment field had wrapped his connection in a tight net. Whoever designed it had been clever. Every time his inner map tried to reach out, the pattern redirected it back, like mirrors in a maze. He did not try to push through it head-on. He went down instead. He followed the thread of himself straight into the ley cluster, past the net, into the deeper layer that did not care about ministry engravings. The pressure changed. He saw London from the inside, not the buildings, the connections. A web of old and new spellwork woven over raw veins of power. Ambient charms, wards, the entire flu system. All of it hanging off the natural lines like decorations on a frail tree. He saw the containment not the unspeakables had built. It sat like a spider at one of the crossings. It hooked into the lines and then ran up into the chamber, where it latched onto him. They had anchored their work on trust that the foundation was passive. It was not. He reached sideways and touched the layer Merlin had written long ago. The original restoration code. Felt clean, quiet, patient. He whispered a simple rule at it. This net does not apply to the Emery's signature. It was a small change. One line in a vast script. He felt the pattern twitch. Up in the chamber, the glowing circle on the floor flickered. Field fluctuation, the unspeakable snapped. He is trying something. Kingsley lifted his wand fully. Stun on my mark, he shouted. Harry ignored them. He did not try to shatter the net. That would throw power everywhere. He simply told the lines to treat his presence as exempt. The containment pattern resisted, tried to hold him. For a second, the strain made white pain spear through his head. Then the foundation accepted the change. The net still sat in the lines. It still wrapped any wild energy that entered from the outside. It just no longer recognized him as something to hook. The pressure around his chest vanished. Harry snapped back up into his body. He staggered, gasped, and almost went to his knees. Hermione caught his arm. Well, she breathed. That was stupid. But it worked, he panted. The glow of the circle on the floor went dark under his feet. He looked at Kingsley. Your cage does not fit, he said. The Auror eyes widened. Now Kingsley shouted. A wave of stunners and binding curses blasted toward the group. Nimue flicked both hands. The air in front of them hardened. Not into a full shield but into a narrow band that bent the first volley up into the ceiling. Spells hit stone with sharp cracks. Harry did not give the field a second chance. He grabbed the nearest safe piece of structure he could find. The stone under the Auror's feet. He told it to buckle. The floor rippled like a wave. Aurors cried out as the rock shifted, knocking them off balance. A few fell. One dropped his wand. Spells went wild, splashing against the walls. The containment net still tried to capture any foundation change, but without him as source, it went hunting for a target and found nothing it could lock onto. The masked unspeakable flung a hand out. Secondary restraints. The distorted voice shouted. Runes along the walls flared again. This time, the field did not try to grab Harry pattern. It tried to dampen the lines themselves. The hum in his bones stuttered. He felt the ley cluster twitch. They had built more than one layer. Harry, Nimue said sharply. They are strangling the lines. They will suffocate the node if they keep this up. Fantastic, he said. He reached out again, but this time he felt the resistance immediately. The damping field cut his access like someone stuffing cotton into his ears. He could still reach, but it hurt. Aurors scrambled to their feet. Some took cover behind the carved pillars. Others fired through the gaps. Hermione raised her wand. Protego, she shouted. A curved shield sprang up in front of them. Spells hit it in a flurry. It shuddered but held. Bindy whispered a sharp word. The house elf snapped her fingers. The air around the nearest cluster of aurors twisted, making them misjudge distance. Several spells crashed into the stone near their own feet. Boren traced a quick pattern in the air with his rod and slammed it into the floor. A short wall burst up in front of one flank, cutting off firing lines. The chamber filled with light and sound. Harry darted sideways, using the shield as cover, and planted his hand on the bare stone near one of the wall runes. He did not try to rewrite everything. He targeted one part of the damping field and told it a different rule. Do not affect connections that carry restoration patterns. The field shuddered. Pain punched through his skull as it tried to resist. Blood ran from his nose again. He tasted iron. The lay hum under his feet steadied a fraction. Aurors pushed forward, shouting. Spells splashed against the shield and the new stone wall. Stand down, Kingsley bellowed. This does not have to end in blood. Too late, Hermione shouted back. You brought a knife to a structure fight. That does not even make sense, Harry muttered. It sounded better in my head. She snapped. The masked unspeakable threw a new pattern at the circle. This one did not target Harry or the lines directly. Targeted the air inside the chamber. The temperature plunged. Harry's breath steamed in front of him. Frost crept along the floor. At the same time, gravity tugged sideways. The whole chamber tilted in a way that had nothing to do with the physical structure. People stumbled as their bodies tried to adjust. You are unbalancing the node, Nimue shouted. You idiots. Harry lost his footing for a second and slammed into Hermione. They both went down hard, shield flickering. A curse grazed the stone where their legs had been. Sorry, he gasped. Later, she said through clenched teeth. He grabbed the floor again. The damping field made everything feel thick and slow, but he forced his focus through it. He could not allow the ministry to tear this node apart. If the cluster snapped, the shock would travel along half a dozen lines, ripping wards and structures all over the city. He saw the chamber as a set of floats in water. The unspeakables were pressing on one side, trying to tilt the whole thing. He shoved back. He pulled the axis of gravity inside the containment area back to normal, while leaving the rest of the building alone. The move scraped nerves raw. His vision blurred. He heard someone shout his name from far away. For a moment the world steadied. Aurors and Circle alike hesitated, bodies adjusting. Then something inside the containment knot snapped. The damping field failed in one quadrant. Power rushed back into that section of the node. More than it should have, like water surging past a broken gate. It slammed into the chamber and looked for a shape. Harry became that shape. The rush tore a sound out of him that was almost a scream. He dropped to one knee, hands flying to his chest as if he could hold the power in. Lines of raw magic crawled under his skin, bright and hot. His bones felt like they were humming. He barely heard Hermione shout for him. He barely felt her hand on his shoulder. If he did nothing, the power would burst out in random directions, smashing everything. He forced his thoughts through the pain. Keep it simple. One outlet, one target. He picked the containment knot itself. He pictured its shape in the lines. The spider pattern. The hooks. The dampers. He opened a path straight through himself and pushed. For one horrible second he thought he had misjudged. The power howled as it went, trying to tear him apart at the edges. Then it hit the knot. The containment pattern blew. The runes on the walls exploded, stone chips flying. The carved lines on the floor shattered. The air in the chamber shook hard enough to throw everyone flat. The masked unspeakable screamed as the backlash ripped through their link. The figure flew backward, slammed into the far wall, and crumpled. The lay cluster roared under the building, wild and free and very unhappy. Harry collapsed fully. He lay on the stone, chest heaving, every nerve on fire. His ears rang. He no longer tasted iron, only dirt. Hermione rolled to his side. "Harry," she shouted. Her voice sounded distant. "Harry, answer me." "I am here," he rasped. "Good," she said. "Because I am going to shout at you later. That is fair." Around them, Aurors struggled to get up. Some lay groaning. Others were out cold. The chamber itself had taken damage. Cracks ran up the walls. Dust filled the air. One of the support pillars had lost a chunk near its base. Nimue staggered to her feet. The silver band at her throat flared again as she reached out and grabbed the edges of the node. She did not try to restore anything. She just held, knuckles white, eyes shut. Borin pushed himself up with a curse in his own tongue. "That was not gentle," he said. "Would you have preferred an explosion?" Harry croaked. "I would have preferred not walking into a trap built by idiots," Borin answered. Kingsley was already on his feet. His robes were dusty. A cut on his forehead dripped blood down his temple. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, wand still in his grip. He looked at Harry. "You just tore apart a project that took the department 2 years to design," he said. "They should have spent those years reading Merlin's entry notes." Nimue shot back without opening her eyes. "Still think this is something you can put in a box?" Hermione demanded. Kingsley's jaw worked. "This proves my point," he said. "Look at this." One spike in the wrong direction and the entire chamber nearly collapsed. "What happens when you do this under Diagon Alley? Under a hospital?" Harry pushed himself up on one elbow. "What happens if I do nothing?" he said. "What happens when Voldemort does this on purpose? You want me neutralized? Fine. But then you tell me who handles him when he decides to stop playing with wand spells and start poking the same layer." Kingsley stared at him. Dust drifted down from the cracked ceiling. "You insist on making this about one boy and one Dark Lord," Kingsley said. "This is bigger than both of you." "No," Harry said. "It is exactly about both of us. You put a leash on me, you leave him room to take the field. You let me run wild, you are right to be afraid. You cannot have a neat answer. That is what is driving you mad." Hermione stood, breathing hard. "If you want to work out new rules with us," she said, "if you want to build something that stops this from happening again, we will talk. Not like this. Not in a pit with stunners ready. You want trust, you have to show some." "Trust is earned," Kingsley said. "So is betrayal," she snapped. Bindy stepped closer to Harry, hands outstretched but not touching. "Bindy can pop us out," she whispered. "Circle tunnels, remember our pattern. Bindy can use the crack he made." Harry looked at Kingsley again. The Auror leader lowered his wand a fraction. "I am not your enemy, Potter," he said. "I am trying to prevent the kind of catastrophe you have nightmares about." "Then stop pointing your wand at the person who just prevented one," Harry said. They stared at each other. Around them, Aurors were pulling their unconscious colleagues into a tighter group, checking pulses. The masked unspeakable groaned and rolled, fingers twitching. On some level, Harry understood Kingsley's fear. He really did. If he were in that position, if he saw someone walking around who could undo death without anyone being able to explain it, he would be scared too. "That did not make this all right, Harry," Nimue said. Her voice shook a little now, though she kept her hands steady. "The node will hold for a while. Not forever. We need to go before the next layer of fools arrives." He nodded. "One last question," he said to Kingsley. The man waited. "Did Dumbledore know this was a trap?" Harry asked. "Exactly like this." Kingsley's eyes closed for a moment. "Yes," he said. "He knew the structure. He wanted reassurances about your safety. I gave them. He did not like it. He did not stop it." Harry felt something old and thin in his chest tier. "Right," he said quietly. Hermione took his hand. "That is that," she said. Kingsley stepped forward, hand outstretched. "Come with us now," he said. "We can talk about what happens next. No more tricks. You have my word." Harry looked at the hand. "You already spent that," he said. "I am not sure you have any left." Kingsley flinched. "We are not done," he said. "We are for today," Harry answered. He squeezed Hermione's hand. "Bindy," he said. "Bindy will get you home," she whispered. She clicked her fingers. The lay crack Harry had made when he blew the knot flared. The house elf hooked it and pulled. The chamber blurred. For a split second, Harry felt himself slide between 2 layers of reality. The ministry walls fell away. The hum of its wards vanished. They reappeared in the circle central hall. Harry's knees gave out. He hit the floor hard. Hermione went down with him, arms tight around his shoulders. Nimue stumbled but caught herself on the table, then flung her awareness back into the node under London to check the aftershocks. Boren pressed his hand against the stone, listening in his own way. Well, Boren said after a moment. The ministry still stands. For now, Nimue muttered. Bindy wobbled, ears drooping. Bindy does not like ministry, she said faintly. Bad air. Bad people. Harry lay on his back, staring up at the stone ceiling of the circle base. He felt hollow and buzzing at the same time. Hermione leaned over him, hair falling around her face. You all right? She asked. No, he said honestly. But I am here. She huffed. Good start, she said. He laughed, then winced. That was Kingsley, he said. Kingsley. Of all people. He thinks he is doing his job, Hermione said. Her voice was brittle. Protecting everyone. Even if it means stepping on us. He said Dumbledore knew, Harry said. I know, she said. They were quiet for a moment. You do not have to pick, she said eventually. You do not have to choose between being Merlin Heir and being yourself. They are the ones trying to turn you into a tool. Not you. He turned his head to look at her. Whatever I pick, he said, it looks like I cannot do it from inside their world. Hermione's eyes shone. Maybe not, she said. Maybe we have to build a new one. With what? He asked. We have a cave and some chalk. A cave, some chalk, a guardian who keeps calling you an idiot, a goblin who can terrify bankers into crying, a house elf who can bend space, one very annoyed centaur, and the two remaining people from the Golden Trio, she said. I have seen rebellions start with less. He snorted. So this is it, he said. We are done with the ministry, with the order. We are not done caring about people, she said. We are just done letting their fear decide what you are allowed to be. He swallowed. You are sure, he said. You do not have to follow me into exile. She stared at him. Are you serious? She asked. We just survived a ministry trap. You nearly fried yourself to keep London from falling in on itself. You think I am going to nip back to Gryffindor Tower and pretend everything is normal? It would be safer, he said. Nothing about you has ever been safe, she said, exasperated. That ship sailed when you befriended a giant three-headed dog. He could not argue with that. He reached up and brushed his fingers over her cheek. There was a smudge of dust there. Thank you for not stunning me and handing me over, he said. She rolled her eyes. You are welcome, you complete idiot, she said. He tugged her closer and kissed her. This time there was no rush of panic around them. No curses hitting shields. Just the steady humming of the circle base and the faint sound of water somewhere in the tunnels. She kissed him back, hands framing his face. There was frustration in it, and relief, and something gentler he did not have a simple word for. When they pulled apart, both of them were breathing harder. We probably should not make a habit of kissing after you nearly die, she said. We do seem to have a pattern, he said. She snorted. New rule, she said. From now on, at least half our kisses happen when no one has tried to break reality in the last hour. I will do my best, he said. Nimue cleared her throat. They both jumped. I am glad you are finding healthy emotional outlets, she said dryly. We do, however, need to talk about what just happened. Harry pushed himself up to sitting again. Everything hurt, but he managed. Short version, he said. The ministry tried to turn me into a living plug. I blew up their knot. They will be angry. That is the short version, in the same way Azkaban is a bit unpleasant in winter, Boren said. Nimue moved closer to the table and gestured. The map of Britain shifted. Lines around London glowed brighter. One node pulsed a little unevenly, but it held. They will rebuild, Nimue said. They will talk themselves into believing this was a temporary setback. They will tell each other stories about how dangerous you are. Some will call for your head. Some will demand you be recovered at any cost. Voldemort will hear about this, Boren said. If he has not already, he will watch how they react. He will adjust his own plans. So we have both sides looking at us like a threat, Hermione said. Brilliant. Welcome to the middle seat, Nimue said. Harry rubbed his face. What now? He asked. Now, Nimue said, we accept that you cannot fight this war as a side branch of the Order. You cannot walk into their structures and hope they treat you as a partner. They have shown you what they see when they look at you. A weapon they might lose control of. And you see what? He asked. Be honest. She met his gaze. We see a tool that might save the foundation of this place, she said. We also see a boy who did not break when the world tried to write over him. That matters. So you see a weapon too, he said. Yes, she said without flinching. The difference is that we are teaching you how to hold the trigger. Hermione nodded slowly. So we plan without them, she said. We find the rest of the Horcruxes. We learn how to block whatever Voldemort is trying to do to the lines. We stop waiting for permission. Boren rolled up his scroll. You also need a proper focus, he said. Using your bare hands on this scale is going to kill you. The staff of Emrys exists for a reason. Harry shot him a look. The what now? He asked. Nimue smiled for the first time since the chamber. The staff, she said. The one Merlin carved when he first realized wild intention needed a channel. A crystallized line, wrapped in his own script. We have been circling the topic. After today, I see no point in waiting. Hermione's eyes lit up despite everything. You want to send us on a quest, she said. It sounds much more childish when you say it like that, Boren said. Nimue stepped closer. This will not be a storybook walk through the forest, she said. The staff is not hidden in a cave with a sign. It sits in a pocket Merlin carved out of time itself. To reach it, you will have to walk trials that test exactly the thing Kingsley is afraid of. Your intent, your control, your willingness to sacrifice comfort for stability. Sounds exhausting, Harry said. It will be, Nimue agreed. It is also the only way you will survive whatever comes next. The game has moved under the board. The Ministry has shown its hand. Voldemort is changing his. You need a tool that lets you act without tearing the whole table apart each time. Harry thought of the look on Kingsley's face when he refused the outstretched hand. He thought of Dumbledore signing off on a trap built to put him in a box. He thought of Voldemort reading reports and smiling in some dark room. He looked at Hermione. Her fingers curled around his. We go, she said quietly, already answering the question he had not asked. We find it. We learn. On our terms. He turned back to Nimue. All right, he said. Show us where Merlin left his stick. Boren groaned. Do not call it that in front of the old wards, he said. They have feelings. Harry gave a tired, crooked smile. I will keep that in mind, he said. As Nimue began to shift the map to a different region, lights moving to reveal a path none of them had walked yet, Harry let himself feel the break that had happened in the Ministry chambers. Something had ended down there. Something else had begun. He could not be their symbol anymore. He could not be their bomb in a box. He could only be what he was with all the risk that carried. For the first time, the thought did not feel like a chain. Felt like a choice. The map on the stone table looked different this time. Britain still turned slowly in green light, lines of magic running through it like glowing roots. London still pulsed where Harry had torn the Ministry knot out and Nimue had forced the node to settle. But now the map was zoomed far to the west. Cliff lines glimmered in pale white. A jagged coast. The ghost of an old forest that had almost vanished in the real world. A single point on that coast shone brighter than anything else in the room. Nimue touched it with one finger. This is where he cut it loose, she said. Harry leaned against the table and watched the light ripple under her hand. He had slept. Sort of. At least he had closed his eyes for a few hours. His dreams had been full of stairs and chalk and Kingsley face, which was not restful. But his body had stopped shaking. That was something. Hermione stood beside him, arms folded, braid over one shoulder. She had a smudge of ink at the corner of her mouth that she had not noticed. She had been taking notes without realizing it while Nimue explained what little she was willing to share. Boren leaned with his back to one of the pillars, arms crossed, watching the map and them both. Callias stood near the tunnel mouth, bow unstrung, eyes distant as he listened to sounds only he seemed to hear. Bindy sat on the floor by Harry's ankle, knees hugged to her chest, ears drooping slightly from tired nerves. What are we looking at? Hermione asked. Exactly. Tintagel, Nimue said. Or what the locals used to call Tintagel before the sea ate half of it and tourists claimed the rest. This point sits where the old lines cross once and only once. Merlin used it as an anchor for a pocket. Pocket, Harry repeated. A fold in the code, Nimue said. He carved out a space where the general rules run softer, easier to shape. Then he sealed most of himself out of it so that it would not collapse when he died. She looked at Harry. He put something in there that he did not trust himself to use freely, she said. The staff, Harry said. The staff, Nimue agreed. If you want to work at this level without burning yourself out every time you sneeze near a ley cluster, you need a proper focus. Wand work can bend the top of the script. The staff carries a bridge to the layer below. Hermione chewed the inside of her cheek. You said there are trials, she said. You keep saying that every time we talk about it. Trials of intent, of control. Can you be more precise? Nimue smiled, but it was not comforting. If I told you exactly what to expect, it would not be a test, she said. I can tell you the shape. Each trial meets a fear. Merlin feared very specific things in himself. The staff would not accept someone who had those same faults without balance. Balance, Harry said. He was terrified of control without care, Nimue said. He saw what it did to the land when warlocks treated magic as a board game. He also feared the other extreme. Care without control. Power that flinches from hard choices until the choice is made for it by someone worse. Hermione's eyes dropped for a second. Harry felt her fingers brush his hand and then pull back. So the trials will push at both sides, she said. Force hard calls and make sure the person holding the staff actually feels the cost. Yes, Nimue said. You will be offered easy paths that leave quiet damage behind you. You will be offered noble gestures that break more than they fix. You will have to pick and live with it. That sounds familiar, Harry muttered. It will be more focused than your usual chaos, Boren said. That is at least something. Harry stared at the bright point on the map. You are sure this is necessary, he asked. I just broke out of a ministry cage built around the lines. You want me to march into a pocket that sits right on top of them. You survived that by tearing a hole in something grown by amateurs, Nimue said. You will not survive a contest with someone who has found a vessel at the same level without help. Harry looked up. You think Voldemort is that close, he asked. Close enough that I feel him sniffing along the outer edges, Nimue said. He is not subtle. He leaves little scratches. He has already tugged one old charm near Salisbury out of shape and poked the edges of an ancient well on the coast of France. He is looking for whatever the stories call the cup. The Grail story, Boren added. One of them. His version will not involve shared meals and forgiveness. Harry's stomach turned. So while we go after the staff, he said slowly, he goes after a cup that can poison the same layer. Something like that, Nimue said. This is why you do not have the luxury of sulking in a cave because your old headmaster disappointed you. I am not sulking, Harry said. Then grimaced. Not much. Your feelings are valid, Hermione said quietly. They just are not a plan. He huffed. Fine, he said. Tintagel. Pocket. Trials. When do we leave? Boren looked at Nimue. I would say yesterday, he said. Since the world does not care, dawn is the next best thing. It is already past dawn, Hermione pointed out. Next dawn then, Boren said. You are both exhausted. Your patterns are noisy. And I can hear your bones complaining from across the room. You would die in a simple fall if we took you to those cliffs right now. Harry started to argue, then stopped. His shoulders still ached. His head throbbed when he moved too fast. His magic felt raw like skin rubbed the wrong way. Fine, he said again. We sleep today. We make sure we are not walking into this blind tomorrow. We will not be fully ready, Nimue said. There is no such thing. But we can mend a few loose seams. She touched the map. The light faded. Eat, she ordered. Then it is time you both learned how to work a gate without ripping your arms off. Bindy ears perked slightly. Bindy likes gates, she said. Gates are like doors that forgot how to stop. That is one way to put it, Boren said. High in a castle that still pretended it was safe. Rain beat against the tall windows. Albus Dumbledore stood with his back to his desk and watched water slide down the glass. Beyond the pane, the grounds lay under a low, gray sky. The Black Lake was a flat sheet of slate. The trees around the edge of the forest shivered in the wind. Behind him, the office was a mess. Scrolls lay in lopsided piles on the desk. Books were open in several places. A half-eaten custard cream sat on a saucer beside a cold cup of tea. Fox perched on his stand with his head under his wing, ignoring the rest. At least 3 portraits snored gently. One old headmistress muttered in her sleep about exam schedules. Dumbledore did not turn. His mind was still in the chamber under the ministry. Kingsley's report sat open on the desk. He did not need to look at it again. He had read it so many times that the words had carved grooves in his thoughts. Containment field engaged. Emery's Heir broke dampers. Detonated structural knot. Escaped with associates via house elf translocation. Node under London stable but bruised. Aurors injured. None dead. Project containment circle destroyed. He had not wanted a containment circle. He had not wanted Harry to feel trapped again. He had agreed to the plan anyway. He closed his eyes and saw the look on the boy's face in his memory. From another time. 14 years old. Skin pale with grief. Green eyes hard with something brittle. You knew what he was up to at the ministry and you let it happen. Different argument. Different chest wound. Same line. Albus turned at last. Kingsley paced in front of the desk. The Auror had come straight from the infirmary. From the look of him. Bandage at his hairline. Stiffness in his left shoulder. He had refused to sit. McGonagall sat in the chair near the desk. Lips pressed tight. Hands white on the armrests. Her tartan robe was crisper than the air in the room. Let me be sure I have this correct, she said. Her voice was calm in a way that always meant trouble. You lured Harry and Miss Granger into the ministry on false information. You walked them down to a secret chamber built to restrain him. You watched them get dragged into some sort of net tied to the raw magic under the city. Then you tried to stun them when they objected. It was not that simple, Kingsley said. It rarely is, McGonagall said. That does not make it less insane. I did not lure them, Dumbledore said quietly. I informed them of a threat. I asked for their help. You deliberately left out that the threat was mostly them, she said. He flinched slightly. Kingsley stopped pacing. Professor McGonagall, he said. With respect, we needed to know if the circle could hold in a real stress situation. We could not build something like that and never test it. The risk is too great. You tested it on 2 of my former students, she snapped. Our options were limited, Kingsley said. We could not exactly invite you-know-who to walk in and try it. You do not get to call him that in this room, she said. Not while you are telling me you treated Harry like some cursed artifact to be catalogued. Dumbledore held up a hand. Minerva, he said. She turned on him at once. Do not Minerva me, she said. You knew. You signed off on this. I insisted on conditions, he said. There were layers. Failsafes. I demanded that Harry not be harmed. That he be allowed to leave when the structure proved unsafe. Which happened when, she asked. Before or after Kingsley and his people opened fire. That was never the plan, Kingsley said. Things escalated. The node reacted. He tore the knot out. We did not intend to hurt him. You intended to hold him, she said. Once you had him in that circle, you had no plan to let him simply walk away. Kingsley opened his mouth, then shut it. Dumbledore breathed out. We were afraid, he said simply. McGonagall stared at him. You, she said softly. You were afraid. Not of Harry, he said. Of what he can do without proper boundaries. Of the way the lines shook at that ruin. I have spent my life trying to keep the statute of secrecy intact, trying to keep Muggle wars from merging with ours. One young man with the ability to alter the foundation changes the balance in ways I cannot predict. That terrifies me. So you tried to put him in a box, she said. I tried to make sure he could not accidentally break the world in a moment of grief, he said. I trusted that we could teach him how to use this safely from a place where his worst impulses would not hurt others. And he broke your box, she said. Kingsley folded his arms. He did more than break it, he said. He exempted himself from the net at the code level. I have no idea how he did it. The unspeakables are in an absolute state. They keep babbling about signatures and shells. You wanted proof of how dangerous he could be, McGonagall said. You have it. Are you happy? Of course not, Dumbledore said sharply. She sat back, eyes hard. Then what now, she asked. You have lost his trust. possibly for good. You knew how fragile that was, Albus. You knew how much damage you had already done. Why in the name of every founder did you take this risk? He looked down at his hands. Because there are no safe choices left, he said. Harry is in a position that has never existed before. Voldemort is chasing old myths that have teeth. The Ministry is frightened and in love with the idea of control. The Circle has its own agenda. I am trying to keep as many children alive as I can while the ground shifts under all of us. Any path I pick breaks something. McGonagall did not soften. Someone should have told him the truth, she said. Years ago. Instead of hiding him from it and then trying to grab the wheel when he reached for it himself. He was a child, Dumbledore began. He is not now, she said. Silence settled between them. Kingsley cleared his throat. Whatever we feel about the ethics, he said. The practical reality is that he walked through one of the most complex containment fields ever built, killed a project, and then vanished under our wards with a house elf. He is now fully outside Ministry structures. We will not be able to persuade the minister to treat him as anything but an unaligned threat after this. Which is partly what you wanted, McGonagall said. Less room for debate, more room for your crisis plans. For my crisis plans, Kingsley said. Yes, because from where I stand, the crisis is very clear. We have you-know-who moving under the ground trying to become a permanent feature. We have the Emery's heir trying to patch holes and throwing fresh stress into the system each time. We have a government that has never met a lever it did not want to pull. The only way I see survival is if we find a way to stabilize that power source before it goes sideways. And if Harry does not agree, she said, then we try something else, Kingsley said. I am not blind. I saw his face. He will not come back to us easily. That does not change the fact that we cannot ignore his existence. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead. We may not need to chase him at all, he said slowly. There are other shadows moving. He reached for a smaller scroll. This came from one of our eyes in France, he said. There was a disturbance under an old church outside Calais. Local muggles reported strange lights and a minor collapse. When our agent arrived, there were traces of ritual work on a buried well. Something had tugged at the edges of a very old charm that kept the local line steady. Voldemort, McGonagall said. Or someone following his orders, Dumbledore said. He is hunting something that touches the same level Harry does. Kingsley's eyes hardened. A cup, he said. The Grail story. You believe it, McGonagall asked. That there is an object like that. I believe myths grow around real fractures, Dumbledore said. If there is a vessel that can take poison to the layer itself, Voldemort will find it if we do not. McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. So we have one boy you have lost. One dark wizard you never truly had. And a story about a cup that might end the world, she said. Excellent. Dumbledore gave a tired smile that did not reach his eyes. It is what we have, he said. And Harry, she said quietly. What does he have? He looked at the rain on the window. I hope, he said, that he has people who will stand beside him even when we fail him. The Circle did not have guest rooms as such. It had spaces carved into stone, piled with blankets and books and small things that made it feel less like a bunker and more like a place where people lived. Harry woke the next morning to the sound of quiet conversation outside his alcove. He pushed the curtain aside. Hermione sat at the small table that had been dragged near the entrance. She had a cup of tea in both hands, eyes half closed as she breathed in the steam. Nimue sat opposite her with a slate and chalk, drawing circles as she spoke. Borin leaned against the wall, chewing on a piece of dried fruit that looked like it might break teeth. They all turned as he stepped out. Morning, Hermione said. The shadows under her eyes were lighter than the day before. Her voice sounded steadier. Morning, he said. Sit, Nimue ordered. Eat. Your trials will go better if your blood sugar is not an enemy. Bindy appeared at his elbow with a plate before he could answer. Toast and eggs and those strange beans wizards like, she announced. Also water. Thank you, he said. He sat, accepted the plate, and realized how hungry he was as soon as he tasted the first bite. So he said around a mouthful. Gate lesson. Nimue tapped the slate. Foundation gates are not like portkeys or flu, she said. Those are spells pinned on top of the lines. They grab the surface and slide. Gates at this level open a fold in the script itself. If you misjudge the anchor, you tear the fold rather than slip through it. That is unpleasant. How unpleasant? Hermione asked. Imagine splinching, Nimue said. Now imagine splinching the concept of yourself. Messy and very hard to fix. Harry stopped chewing for a second. Right, he said. Motivated to listen, thanks. Good, Nimue said. First rule. You do not open anything from here that you have not already touched from that side. He frowned. I thought the whole point was to reach this pocket, he said. We have never been there. You will not open the main passage from this hall, she said. Bindy will take you to Tintagel the normal way. You will reach the anchor point on foot. Then you will open from that side. Why, Hermione asked. Because the pocket is tied to the land, Nimue said. Merlin wrote the gate as a 2-key lock. One in the lines. One in the rock. You need both to avoid pulling the pocket loose. Boren nodded. Also, it is tactically stupid to show the world that the Emery's heir can open deep gates from his safe house, he added. We do not know how many eyes watch the outside of this place. Harry swallowed his mouthful. So Bindy carries us near the coast, he said. We walk. We find the anchor. Then what? Nimue drew another circle on the slate and divided it into 3. You will feel it, she said. The anchor is not a stone with a sign. It is a point where the raw lines and Merlin's old script intersect. You will reach for that point with your inner map and place a mark. Then you will trace the old path into the fold. How will he know the path? Hermione asked. Nimue looked at Harry. You already know some of it, she said. You just have not looked. He blinked. What do you mean? He asked. When the vault woke, she said, it did more than give you control over loose bits of script. It laid out a set of routes Merlin wanted guarded. They sit at the edge of your awareness. You ignore them because you are busy not dying in more obvious ways. Boren snorted. She means you are distracted, he said. Harry thought back to the times he had been inside the lines. There had been more than just the map of Britain. There had been faint routes leading off the main clusters. Trails like thin silver threads. He had noticed them in passing and assumed they were old. Unused paths or leftovers from Merlin's time. You mean those, he said slowly. Yes, Nimue said. One of them leads to this pocket. You will have to follow it in a place where the world does not behave the same way. Hermione took a sip of tea. What about enemies? She asked. We are not the only ones who can feel disturbance at the node. If Voldemort is sniffing around these things, he may also be watching this region. He does not know about the staff, Nimue said. Merlin hid that part very carefully. He suspects there is power in old sites. He does not yet know which ones matter to you. Yet, Boren said. Yet, Nimue agreed. So we should expect trouble anyway, Hermione said. Obviously, Boren said. Callias ducked through the doorway. The forest above the tunnels feels restless. He rumbled. The stars last night spoke of movement in the west. We will not be alone out there. Harry finished the last of his toast and set the plate aside. So much for a quiet walk, he said. It was never going to be quiet, Hermione said. Nimue stood. You leave in 1 hour, she said. Pack light. No trunks. No enchanted tents the size of houses. If you cannot carry it on your back, it does not come through the pocket. Harry nodded. Understood, he said. Bindy hopped to her feet. Bindy will bring warm cloaks, she said. Tintagel wind bites. Thank you, Hermione said. Callias looked at Harry. I will meet you at the surface gate, he said. Someone has to make sure you do not fall off a cliff before you even reach the trials. Harry gave a weak grin. Nice to know you have faith in me, he said. I have faith in gravity, Callias replied. It always wins if you forget it. The sky above the forest was a clear, sharp blue when they emerged. The winds that had hammered Hogwarts had not reached this hidden grove yet. The air felt crisp rather than cold. The trees around the circle entrance stood tall and quiet, branches bare but steady. Bindy stood at the edge of the clearing, holding 2 cloaks and a small bag. Bindy cannot go all the way, she said. Gates that old do not like house elves near the core. They were built in days when elves were bound to places, not people. Harry took 1 cloak. Thick wool, lined with something soft. It smelled faintly of smoke and herbs. He wrapped it around his shoulders and pulled the hood up. Hermione did the same. Borin had a lighter cloak slung over one shoulder and a leather satchel across his chest. He held his rod loosely in one hand, eyes narrowed against the light. Callias had no cloak. His pelt was enough. Harry adjusted the strap of his own small pack. It held a spare set of clothes, a few potions, some food, and the usual things Hermione insisted on bringing wherever they went. He had left his trunk and most of his school things buried in a corner of the tunnels. It felt strange to walk away without them. Nimue stood in the shade with her arms folded. "This is the last time you will take a step toward this without a trial watching," she said. "Enjoy that." "I will try," Harry said. Bindy held out her hand. "Bindy will take you to the old path near Tintagel," she said. "Not into the village. Too many eyes." Harry took her hand. Hermione took his other. Callias and Borin laid hands on his shoulders. "Ready?" Bindy asked. "No," Harry said. "Do it anyway." Her fingers tightened. The world folded. House elf travel was not like apparition. There was no crushing sensation. No stomach drop. It felt instead like someone had pulled the scene apart along a seam and pushed them through. They appeared on a rocky path halfway down a cliff. Wind hit them at once. Cold and strong, smelling of salt and old stone. Below, waves smashed against dark rocks, white foam exploding in bursts. Above, the top of the cliff rose in a jagged line. Harry staggered as his body adjusted. Callias planted his hooves and stood steady, hand on Harry's shoulder until he found his balance. "Bindy, let go." "Bindy will wait at the safe point inland," she said. "Bindy cannot stand on old magic lines for long." "Prickles. Be careful," Hermione said. "Bindy is always careful," she said, which was not entirely true. But she vanished before they could argue. The path they stood on had been carved from the cliff face long ago. It wound up and around, narrow in places, stone slick where spray reached. Borin peered up. "The old fortress is that way," he said. "The tourist ruin is above it. The anchor is not inside either. It is under both." "Under," Harry repeated. He stepped closer to the edge and looked down. Mist rose from the smash of the waves. Dark shapes of rocks jutted up like drowned towers. He could see faint traces of old stairways cut into the lower face of the cliff, half swallowed by time. "Merlin liked dramatic scenery," Hermione muttered. "People who can float do not think about footing the same way," Borin said. Callias snorted softly. "We are not floating," Harry said. "We walk." They started up the path. It was not a long climb in physical terms. The wind made it harder, tugged at cloaks, tried to push them toward the drop. Harry dug his boots into each step, feeling the rough scrape of stone through the soles. As they climbed, he felt something else. The hum in his bones grew stronger. Different from London. The lines here felt older, slower, less tangled by human builds. They ran like smooth cords rather than frayed rope. Hermione touched his arm. "You feel it?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "It is cleaner." "That helps," Borin said. "Less trash on top means fewer surprises when we open the fold." They reached a point where the path widened into a ledge. A pillared arch stood against the rock, half broken. Tourists had scratched names into the stone until some ward had finally been laid to stop further damage. Beyond the arch, a crude fence blocked the path, with a faded sign warning people not to go further due to unstable ground. Callias stepped through the fence without hesitation. "Unstable is where you need to go," he said. Harry followed, ducking under the rail. The path beyond the warning narrowed again. The stone underfoot felt slightly softer, as if the cliff did not quite agree with its own shape. "This is sitting right on an old junction," Hermione said. "You can feel where the land thickens and thins." "I can," Callias said. "The horses that were not real once used to dance here on nights when the line sang." Harry glanced at him. "You mean stories about seahorses that drag people under," he said. Callias gave him a flat look. "Some stories leave out that the horses asked first," he said. They moved on. The path ended in a flat shelf of rock that jutted out over the water. There were no more safety rails here. No signs. Just the edge and the sea. The wind tore at them, colder now. Waves crashed far below. Harry walked to the lip of the shelf and looked down. For a moment his stomach clenched. It felt like the drop went on forever. He turned back. "Well," he said, "if I were Merlin, This is exactly where I would put a ridiculous secret gate. Obviously, Boren said. Hermione stepped up beside him. Do you feel it? She asked. He closed his eyes. At first there was just the noise. Wind, water, the faint grind of rock under Callia's hooves. Boren quiet breath. Hermione's presence warm at his shoulder. He breathed in and let his awareness slip under that. The ley cluster here was small but strong. 2 lines crossed under the cliff. One ran along the coast. The other reached in from the sea, a thin strand that carried a different kind of power, old and deep. Wrapped around that crossing was something else. Script. Not the messy patchwork he had seen at the ministry. Something older, cleaner. A pattern that matched the shapes he had seen carved in the vault and inside his own inner map. Merlin work. He reached for that pattern. It answered. A thin silver trail lit up in his mind, running from this junction into a fold he had never fully looked at. It had always been there, just outside where he kept his focus. Now that he paid attention, it pulsed faintly, like a path waiting for feet. I have it, he whispered. Hermione fingers curled into his cloak. Show me, she said. He risked it. He lifted his free hand and gently touched her inner sense with his own, the way Nimue had taught them during joint exercises. For a second they shared the view. The cross, the script, the waiting thread. Her breath caught. That is it, she said. That is the anchor. Then draw it, Boren said. Harry opened his eyes and knelt. He pulled a piece of chalk from his pocket. Neville would have laughed himself sick at the idea of Harry drawing runes on purpose. But here he was. He sketched the pattern from his mind onto the rock at the cliff edge. A circle, 3 lines, a twist at the center that felt like a knot and a door at once. Callias watched closely. Old, the centaur said. I see why the herd avoided this place when the outsiders came. The land remembers him. When Harry finished, the chalk lines glowed faintly. Now, Nimue voice said from the back of his mind, where she had touched his thoughts before they left, you step through. He swallowed. Right, he said. He stood, took Hermione's hand again, and reached for the silver thread. The world around him dimmed. The cliff, the sky, the sea, all went slightly out of focus as the path sharpened in front of him. It did not look like a tunnel. It looked like a set of instructions. Steps written into nothing. He took the first one. The shelf under his feet shivered. Wind pulled at his cloak, then died. The crash of waves faded. For a moment, there was nothing but the thread and the feeling of moving without walking. Hermione's grip on his hand tightened. Then they were through. The air changed. They stood now in a place that looked, at first, like another cliff ledge. The sky above was the same pale blue. The sea below crashed in familiar white spray. But the cliff was wrong. The rock here was smoother. The lines of the stone ran in gentle curves that matched the script Harry had just drawn. The sound of the waves had a faint echo that did not match the distance. He looked back. There was no path behind them, no arch, only open air and the drop. Boren stepped through the fold a moment later, brushing chalk dust from his hands. Callias followed, shoulders tensing as he took in the change. Pocket, Boren said. Closer to the lines than the land. Hermione turned slowly, eyes wide. This is not a full world, she said. It is a shell sitting on a set of rules. Callias snorted. Try not to fall through the shell then, he said. Ahead, the ledge extended to a narrow stone bridge that arched over a gap. At the far end of the bridge, a door waited. It was not attached to a wall. It stood by itself, a tall rectangle of dark wood with a simple iron handle. No frame, no hinges, just a door hanging in the air. Subtle, Harry said. Boren walked to the start of the bridge and stopped. There, he said. He pointed to the empty air around the door. Harry frowned and reached out with his inner sight. He felt it at once. The space between them and the door rippled. Not in the physical sense. In the script, the rules here shifted from step to step. Gravity changed direction in patches. Time ticked at slightly different speeds. The bridge was real in some places and only a suggestion in others. If he walked across without paying attention, he would step into a gap where the script did not support him and fall through the pocket. He swallowed. So this is the first trial, he said. Not quite, Boren said. This is the bit that filters out tourists. The staff does not bother with anyone who cannot even cross their front step. Comforting, Hermione said. Callias peered over the edge. Clear lines below, he said. If you fall, you will not fall forever. You will just hit the base script at an unpleasant angle. Harry looked at him. Your sense of comfort needs work, he said. Hermione took a breath. All right, she said. What do you need? He closed his eyes for a second and mapped the space. It was like looking at a pattern of glowing tiles over the hollow. Some tiles were solid. Some flickered. Some were blank. He could see a route across where the tiles lined up for at least 2 steps at a time. It twisted and doubled back in places, but it existed. I can see where the rules hold, he said. There is a path. You have to guide us, Hermione said. He nodded. Stay close, he said. If I say stop, you stop. Do not second guess. Boren raised an eyebrow. And if you misjudge, he asked. Then I fall first, Harry said. You can laugh at my ghost. Boren's mouth twitched. I will consider it, he said. Harry stepped onto the first solid tile. The bridge felt stable under his foot. In his mind, the script there was steady. He took another step and pulled Hermione along. They moved in a slow, careful line. Step. Pause. Check. Step. Sometimes Harry had to angle sideways, placing his foot where the script held even if the stone looked the same. Once he told them to take a step that left them standing with one foot on solid rock and the other dangling slightly over nothing. Hermione did not scream, but her face went white. Next step is solid, he said quickly. Promise. You had better be right, she muttered. He was. Halfway across, the pattern changed. A line of tiles that had been solid flickered as something brushed the pocket. Harry stiffened. What is it? Hermione whispered. Something touched the outer edge, he said. The pocket noticed us moving and adjusted. Can it do that? Boren asked. It just did, Harry said. The path in front of him vanished. New tiles lit up in another direction. They now led in a tight curve to the left, closer to the edge of the bridge. This is the part that tests trust, Nimue voice said in the back of his memory. Your trust in your own grip. Their trust in you. He swallowed. New plan, he said. We go that way. Hermione did not argue. She kept her hand in his and followed. Boren grumbled under his breath in gobbledygook but moved when Harry told him. Callias stepped lightly, tail flicking once in annoyance when the bridge thinned. As they reached the last few steps, the pocket gave one more little trick. The final solid tile did not sit right in front of the door. It was off to one side. If Harry followed the pattern, he would end up standing slightly away from the handle. He considered trying to cheat. He thought of Kingsley and his neat plans. He took the safe step and stopped. Hermione frowned. We are not in front of the door, she said. The door does not want us to be yet, he said. He lifted his free hand and reached for the space between their tile and the handle. The script there was thin, slightly brittle, felt like a cracked glass pane. He could force it and risk shattering the pocket around them. Or he could see what it did if he did nothing. He waited. The door swung open on its own. Light spilled out. Not blinding. Warm and steady. A voice came with it. Better late than most of them, it said. Come in before the bridge gets bored. Hermione blinked. Did that door just insult someone? She asked. It is certainly in the right company, Boren said. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. He stepped through the doorway. The room on the other side was not what he expected. He had half imagined some grand hall. Towers of books. Floating lights. Maybe a ghostly figure in robes for dramatic effect. Instead he walked into what looked like a small round cottage made of stone and wood. A low fire burned in a hearth. The light he had seen was mostly from there. It painted the room in gold and orange. Shelves lined the walls, cluttered with jars, bits of metal, old scrolls, a battered kettle, several chipped mugs, a pile of tangled string, a teapot that might have been alive, and something that looked suspiciously like a rubber duck. A table stood in the center with 4 chairs around it. On the table sat a plate of bread, a small bowl of salt, and a knife. A man sat in one of the chairs. He looked very ordinary, middle-aged, perhaps, though his hair was more silver than dark, curled around his ears and fell a little into his eyes. Those eyes were bright and blue, with lines at the corners that spoke of laughter and worry both. He wore simple robes, sleeves rolled up, hands bare except for an old ring with a small knotwork pattern. He had a wooden staff leaning against the back of his chair. It was plain, smooth, no jewels, no carvings beyond a spiral up the shaft. The man looked at Harry and smiled. "About time," he said. "I thought you might get stuck arguing with yourself on the bridge." Harry's throat went dry. "You are not real," he said. The man shrugged. "Depends what you mean by real," he said. "I am a run of script stitched to a pocket. I remember a great many things. I can shout at you and annoy you and give you a headache. That passes for real in most pubs." Hermione stepped up beside Harry, eyes narrowed. "You are a print," she said slowly. "A copy of Merlin personality recorded in the staff or the pocket. A ghost that remembers being alive and hates being dead enough to talk." The man laughed. "Sharp," he said. "You must be Hermione. Nimue always did like clever ones." She blinked. "You know Nimue?" she asked. "I wrote part of her," he said. "She did the rest herself, which is impressive given how stubborn the original pattern was." Borin moved to the side, hand on his rod. He did not draw it, but he did not relax either. "We are not here for tea," he said. "You should be," the man replied. "Tea is the only thing that makes what you are about to do tolerable." Harry took a step forward. "You are Merlin," he said. The man looked at him for a long moment. "Part of me is," he said. "The part that knew this was coming and left instructions. Most of me is dead." That was the point. Harry swallowed. "Right," he said. "And you are the one who built the vault. The lines. This pocket. With help," the man said. "I did not do any of this alone. That was one of the first mistakes I learned to stop making." His gaze flicked to Hermione, to Borin, to Callias. "I see you got the memo," he said. "You brought people. Good." Harry kept his eyes on the staff. "Is that it?" he asked. "The staff of Emery's." Merlin looked at it. "This old thing," he said. "Yes, that is it. Though it does not like the name. Prefers just staff." Hermione made a strangled sound. "It has opinions," she said. "It does when you give it a mind," Merlin said. "Treat your tools like they are empty and you end up with knives that break in your hand. Give them rules and personality and they will argue with you instead of failing." Borin cleared his throat. "You said trials," he said. "We do not see any tests. Only bread and salt and a table." "Do not rush," Merlin said. "You will wish for bread and salt once the fun starts." He looked at Harry. "You came here after breaking a containment not at your ministry," he said. "You rewrote one of my own lines to exempt yourself from a net. You shook a node and held it. You have already proven that you can reach the foundation. You are here now to prove something else." Harry's jaw clenched. "Which is?" he asked. "Why you should be allowed to," Merlin said simply. The words landed like a weight. Hermione took a small step forward. "Allowed by who?" she asked. "You are dead. He is the one living with this." Merlin shifted his gaze to her. "Allowed by the rules I wrote into the staff," he said. "I do not care what Dumbledore thinks. I do not care what your ministry thinks. I definitely do not care what that ridiculous snake man thinks. I care whether the staff believes your intent matches the work. So we have to convince a piece of wood that we are not going to wreck the world," Borin said dryly. "You have to convince yourself," Merlin said. "The staff will just refuse to cooperate if you lie." Harry looked at the bread and salt. "What do we do?" he asked. Merlin leaned back in his chair. "Eat," he said. "Share bread and salt. Old rule. You do not walk into trials as strangers when you can walk in as guests." Callias moved first. He walked to the table, took a piece of bread, dipped it in the salt, and ate. Then he took another piece, dipped it, and handed it to Harry. Harry accepted it. The bread was warm. He had no idea how a pocket kept bread warm, but it tasted like something just out of an oven. He dipped it in the salt and ate. Something in the room shifted. The air felt thicker for a second, then looser. Hermione followed, then Borin. When they had all taken bread and salt, Merlin nodded. "Good," he said. "The staff will not kill you outright now. It will at least wait until you finish the tests." Hermione glared at him. "That is not funny," she said. "You will learn that if you cannot make jokes when the world is ending, you run out of jokes for quieter days," he said. Harry took a breath. "What is the first trial?" he asked. Merlin stood. "When you leave this room through that door," he said, and now his voice lost some of its easy humor. You will step into a place that remembers every time I broke something to fix something bigger. It will show you choices. Some will be echoes of mine. Some will be yours. He took the staff from the back of his chair and held it out. You will not carry this yet, he said. You will carry a reflection. Light gathered at the end of the staff. It stretched, thinned, and then a second ghostly staff appeared beside the first. This one was pale gold, slightly transparent. Merlin pointed it at Harry. The ghost staff drifted forward until it hovered in front of him. Take it, Merlin said. Harry hesitated. He reached out and wrapped his fingers around the ghost wood. Felt warm. Not like normal wood. More like holding a living hand. A rush of script spilled into him. Not words. Shapes. Lines. The outline of how the real staff aligned with the foundation. His breath hitched. That is a mirror, Merlin said. It will not give you full access. It will not let you draw raw power the way the real staff does. It will, however, make your intent loud enough that the pocket can hear it. Harry tightened his grip. I thought the pocket already heard us, he said. It moved the tiles on the bridge. It heard you walk, Merlin said. Now it will hear you decide. Hermione stepped closer. What about us, she asked. Do we get ghost staffs? Merlin shook his head. No, he said. This one is keyed to him. That does not mean you do nothing. Trials at this level never test one person. They test how others react. You will be given chances to challenge him, to stop him, to walk away. Those choices matter as much as his. Boren snorted. You are saying if we knock him out and drag him back through the gate, the staff might decide we are the ones with sense, he said. The staff does not want sense, Merlin said. If it wanted simple sense, it would have gone to a goblin and stayed in a vault. It wants someone who understands both the cost of action and the cost of waiting. He moved to the far wall. A door appeared there that had not been present before. It was made of stone, with no handle, just a single circular mark in the center. When you go through, Merlin said, you will not see this room again until your trials are done. Will you be there? Harry asked. Merlin smiled, sad and fond all at once. In a way, he said, but you will not get hints. That would defeat the point. He touched the stone mark. The door swung open. On the other side, Harry saw fog. Not thick, just enough to blur shapes. He tightened his grip on the ghost staff. Hermione took his free hand. You ready? She asked. No, he said. Same as before. Then we keep going anyway, she said. They stepped through together. The fog swallowed them. It was not damp or cold. Tasted like nothing at all. The ground underfoot was firm, though he could not see it. After a few steps, the light shifted. Shapes formed. They were in a street. Harry recognized it at once. The crooked buildings leaning over a narrow road. The smell of owls and parchment and tea. The distant sound of chatter. A bank with white stone pillars at the far end. Diagon Alley. But not as it was now. The shop signs all looked bright and new. There were no boarded windows. No posters warning about Death Eaters. No wanted notices. People filled the street in a crowd that looked younger than the last time he had walked here. Witches and wizards in robes that reminded him of old photographs. Hermione stopped at his side. This is not real, she said. I know, he said. A shape moved near them. Harry turned and saw a boy about his own age. Dark hair neat. Robes crisp. He carried a small bag with new books. Beside him walked two adults in neat robes. One of them was Dumbledore. Not quite. His beard was shorter. His face had fewer lines. His eyes were sharp and clear. He walked without the slight stiffness Harry had come to notice. He spoke to the boy in a low voice Harry could not hear. The boy laughed at something and nodded, full of trust. Hermione reached out and grabbed Harry's sleeve as he took an involuntary step forward. You cannot speak to them, she said. They will not hear you. He looked down at the ghost staff in his hand. What is this? He asked. A memory. A choice, a voice said behind him. He turned. A figure stood in the doorway of a small shop. He looked like Dumbledore and he did not. This echo wore the same robes as the younger man in the alley, but his eyes were older. They were the eyes Harry knew. Tired. Heavy with regret. One of many, the echo said. You made this place, Harry said. I did, the echo answered. with help from the staff. I let it record the moments where I picked a path that hurt someone. I wanted you to see that I am not the only one who ever had to choose who to lie to. Harry's jaw clenched. Why would I care about that, he asked. Because you are about to face your own set, the echo said. This is the first. You can walk past it, or you can change it. Hermione frowned. What does that mean, she asked. The street shifted. On the far side, a carriage appeared. Not the stagecoaches Harry knew. An old ministry carriage drawn by winged horses. It rolled along the cobbles, pulled by no visible driver. Adults in dark robes watched it pass with polite interest. The carriage reached the bank steps. 2 Aurors stepped out. They looked young. One had Kingsley build without his scars. The other was a witch Harry did not know. They opened the door of the carriage. A child stepped down. Harry saw black hair, glasses, a face thinner than it should be. This Harry looked about 6. He wore oversized clothes that did not fit. His shoulders were hunched as if he expected someone to hit him. People in the street turned to look at him with curiosity. Some smiled. Some whispered. Dumbledore and the boy near him stopped walking. Who is that? Hermione whispered. Me, Harry said. His voice sounded hollow. The younger Dumbledore looked from the small Harry to the carriage, then to the bank. The older Echo stepped closer to Harry. This is the day I first arranged for you to see our world, he said. In another path. Harry blinked. In another path, he repeated. This pocket has access to forks, the Echo said. Moments where I could have chosen differently. In my real past, I left you in your aunt's kitchen until Hagrid was ready to fetch you at 11. Here I made another call. The small Harry walked in front of the Aurors toward the bank steps. He looked around with huge eyes. He looked at the Dumbledore walking with the neat dark-haired boy. Their eyes met. For a second, the line between them hummed. Hermione's hand tightened on Harry's arm. You can intervene, the Echo said. The staff mirror gives you enough authority inside this pocket to change how this plays out. You can nudge. You can shove. You can break the script and rewrite it. To what end? Boren asked. To see what that does, the Echo said. To you. To them. To the lines. Callia's ears flicked back. You are testing not just his choices but how he handles meddling with time and memory, he said. You want to see if he falls in love with the idea of fixing every bad day. Yes, the Echo said simply. Harry watched the small version of himself. He remembered lying in the cupboard under the stairs, listening to Dudley shout. He remembered Aunt Petunia tight-mouth. He remembered thinking magic was only in the books at the library. He imagined what it would have been like to walk into Diagon Alley at 6. To see Dumbledore then. To have a wand chosen, or at least to see one. To know early that there was something else. Hermione's voice was low. Harry, she said. He turned his head slightly. You do not have to touch this, she said. You are allowed to walk past. This is not your fault. It is my choice, he said. He lifted the ghost staff. The script around the memory trembled. If he stepped in, he could do 100 things. He could pull the small boy away from the Aurors and take him through the alley. He could place words in the young Dumbledore mind. He could change the age he was dropped at the Dursleys. He could even erase the decision to leave him there at all. The urge to fix it rose like a wave. He could save that boy years of pain. He could also change the person he became. He thought of Nimue describing the danger of restoration without cost. Of undoing hurt until nothing had weight. He lowered the staff. No, he said. Hermione let out a breath. The Echo arched an eyebrow. No, he repeated. That boy deserves better. So does every version of him. But I am not going to rip his life apart here to make myself feel better about mine. This is a copy. If I play with it, I am only practicing on ghosts. The urge still pulled at his chest. He pushed it down. If I start rewriting my past for fun in a pocket, he said, what is to stop me from rewriting everyone else when I get angry enough? There are things I can fix going forward. This is just me scratching an itch. It does not bring back Sirius. It does not unhurt me. It just gives me a picture where I get to pretend. The small boy at the bank steps looked at Dumbledore one last time, then let the Aurors guide him inside. The scene shimmered. The carriage faded. The crowd blurred. The Echo of Dumbledore watched Harry for a long moment. Do you hate me? He asked quietly. Yes, Harry said. and I understand why you did some of it. That does not cancel the hate. The echo nodded. Fair, he said. The fog thickened again. When it cleared, the street was gone. They stood instead on a stretch of land Harry did not recognize at first. It took him a few breaths to realize what he was seeing. A valley, cottage in ruins, the faint outline of a circle of standing stones. Godric Hollow. Hermione hand found his again. Different kind of test, she whispered. He tightened his grip on the ghost staff. I figured, he said. Behind them, the echo of Merlin did not appear. The trials were shifting to something deeper. He looked down at the staff. The wood seemed to hum under his fingers. You still with me? He murmured. He did not expect a reply. He got one anyway, a faint pressure in his mind, like someone nodding. He let out a breath. Good, he said, because I have a feeling this is only the warm-up. He stepped forward into the valley that held the memory of his parents' home, the first war, and the night a green flash had failed to kill him and done something much more complicated instead. Hermione walked with him. Callias and Borin took up places at his back. Above them, the sky in the pocket stayed clear. The real storm was ahead. Harry stared at the chalk line that cut across the floor and tried not to think about how much of his soul they were about to poke. The ritual chamber under the circle compound was small and old. The stone walls sweated with faint condensation. Faint runes glowed along the ceiling, breathing a slow pale light that did not throw any shadows. The air smelled of chalk dust, iron, and something sharp and metallic that always clung to goblin work. He stood barefoot inside the half-finished circle. His socks and shoes sat neatly by the doorway. The staff of Emery's rested against his right palm, warm and steady. The carved wood sending a mild hum up his arm every few seconds like a heartbeat that was not his own. The amulet echidna lay flat over his chest, heavy and cool through his shirt. His scar itched. Not the old lightning sting he had grown up with, but a crawling awareness, as if something inside his forehead knew it was on the eviction list. Borin knelt at the edge of the circle, chalk in one hand, a goblin steel stylus in the other. His broad face was set in deeper lines than usual. Every so often he muttered in the goblin tongue and flicked a glance at the staff with something that looked very close to respect. Hermione sat cross-legged on the floor outside the circle, a stack of parchment on her lap, quill tucked behind one ear. Her hair was pulled back in a rough knot, exposing tired eyes and ink smudges on her fingers. When Harry met her gaze, she tried to smile and failed, then tried again and just about managed it. Nimue leaned against the far wall, arms folded, eyes half closed. Her skin had color again after the restoration at Merlin, but she still moved with careful control, as if aware that too much strain might pull at invisible stitches. Bindy perched near the doorway on a low stone block, small hands curled around her knees, eyes too bright and too watchful. Callias was not in the room. The centaur had gone back to the surface hours ago to trace the pattern of the stars and the tug of the ley lines, leaving a report that Hermione could quote from memory. Again, Borin said. His voice cut through Harry's wandering thoughts. Repeat the definition. Harry shifted his grip on the staff. Restoration magic operates on information, not on meat. Borin's ear twitched. Better than yesterday. Hermione huffed out a breath. Harry used the exact phrasing we agreed. It will help. He rolled his eyes, but there was no real annoyance in it. Fine. Restoration magic is a deliberate rewrite of the informational state of a target back to a chosen earlier configuration. Happy? Almost. Hermione scanned the parchment. You missed the part about precision. Precision or you scramble your own soul, Harry added dryly. I did not forget that bit. Borin drew another curve inside the chalk circle, then connected it to a cluster of runes with the stylus. The metal tip left no visible mark, yet the faint glow of the ward lines flickered and brightened. Good. Borin sat back on his heels. You will not be allowed to forget. That is the point. Harry snorted. Comforting. Bindy spoke up in her clear, careful voice. Harry Potter will focus on the timeline of his soul, not on the Horcrux fragment itself. The fragment is like a corrupt note stuck to a clean ledger. We do not burn the ledger. We remove the note and repair the page. Hermione nodded. Exactly. The amulet will help you see the structure. The staff will stabilize it while you work. Boren's ward cage will keep any loose information from spilling into the room. Harry glanced around at the lines on the floor. The circle around his bare feet was simple enough, just chalk and a few clustered symbols. Outside that, Boren had drawn a second ring with complex intersections and arcs, each joined to sigils etched directly into the stone. Thin threads of goblin metal lay across some of the runes, gleaming faintly. The air felt thicker nearer those points, like the inside of a storm. So, Harry said, no pressure. Immense pressure, Boren corrected calmly. That is why we are doing this here and not in a tent in the forest. Hermione let out a small, nervous laugh. Please do not talk about tents right now. Memories of cold nights on the run flickered between them. Harry saw the same thought cross her face and fade. She gripped the parchment a little tighter. Walk through it one more time, she said. From the moment you close your eyes. Harry swallowed. The staff hummed again against his palm. Close eyes, he began. Shift focus inward. Use the amulet to amplify perception of my magical core. Identify main soul pattern. Identify invasive fragment bound to scar. His hand lifted halfway to his forehead before he forced it down again. Use the staff to lock the main pattern in place. Then use restoration to pull my soul back to the state before the fragment attached itself. Maintain the structural integrity of everything else. And, Boren prompted, and do not let Tom's memories bleed into mine. Hermione shivered. We have layered blocking anchors for that. And I will be here the whole time. Harry looked at her. If it goes wrong, you call it. You drag me out. Her jaw clenched. I am not leaving you in that circle, Harry. Do not even suggest it. I am serious. So am I. She set the parchments aside and shuffled closer to the chalk edge. You trust me with research and with planning and with shouting at goblins until they admit they were wrong about an equation. Trust me with this as well. If I say you can keep going, you keep going. If I say stop, you listen. That is the deal. He felt the tightness in his chest ease a little. You know that is exactly what I was asking, right? She blinked, then gave a short, embarrassed laugh. Oh, right. Yes, I suppose it is. Nimue opened her eyes fully. Her gaze settled on Harry, cool and assessing. The echoes of Merlin still cling to you, she said. The lay responded when you took the staff. They will respond again when you call on restoration like this. Do not fight that pull. Guide it. I thought the whole point was not to rip my soul apart, Harry said. The lay are not interested in your body, Nimue replied. They care about pattern. Merlin taught them your name long ago. They remember. Creepy, Harry muttered. Hermione nudged the chalk with her finger and frowned. The metaphors are not helpful, Nimue. I do not speak in metaphors, girl, Nimue said, but without any real snap. You would know if I did. Can we not argue about poetry while my soul is on the table? Harry said. That earned him a strangled sound from Bindy that might have been a laugh. Even Boren's mouth twitched. The faint tension in the room shifted. Not gone, but lighter. Boren pushed himself to his feet. The cage is ready. The staff will stand in the central channel. Harry Potter, place it upright and keep your hand on it until I tell you otherwise. Harry shifted his stance. The floor under his bare feet was cool and rough. He planted the end of the staff in the small circle at the exact center. Lines of light surged out from the point of contact, racing along the chalk and metal threads. The glow rose up the staff in a slow spiral until the whole thing hummed like a living tuning fork. The pressure in his ears deepened. He swallowed and his throat clicked. Core resonance stable, Boren said, more to himself than anyone. Hermione Granger, take your position. Hermione moved to sit directly in front of Harry, just outside the circle. She folded her legs, rested her hands on her knees, then reached out and placed her fingertips on the chalk line, right opposite his toes. I am here, she said quietly. You focus on the inside. I will watch the outside. Harry sucked in a breath. If this works, he said, it is the end of the scar. The end of the boy who lived nonsense. Hermione's eyes shone. It is not the end of you, she said. That is the important part. Nimue moved to stand behind Hermione, one hand hovering just over the girl's shoulders, not quite touching. Bindy hopped down from her block and went to stand near Borin, small hands clenched. The room settled into place. Harry closed his eyes. The world narrowed immediately. The faint sounds of breathing, the low hum of wards, the subtle scrape of Borin's boots, all dropped to a dull background. The weight of the staff under his palm became the main anchor. The amulet against his chest suddenly felt heavier, as if it had grown roots into his skin. He followed that sensation inward. He had done this before in training under quieter circumstances. With the amulet and the staff in place, he could perceive his own magic as a field of shifting light, threads and nodes of information rather than simple energy. It had always been strange and beautiful and terrifying. Now, with the full cage built and his mind focused, the view sharpened. He saw himself as a pattern. A dense, complex lattice of light hung in the darkness behind his eyelids. At the center, a blazing core of structured magic thrummed in slow waves, the color impossible to name. Around it, countless smaller lines wove in and out, each thread representing memory, habit, scar tissue, learned spells, old pain. And there, at the top of the structure, clinging to the place where the pattern brushed some invisible outer wall, was the stain. The Horcrux fragment was not a piece of meat or a black lump. It was a cluster of twisted information, a knot of jagged symbols jammed into his pattern like foreign script on a clean page. It glared a harsh, sickly green that made his stomach turn even in this strange space. The scar pulsed in the real world. He heard himself gasp distantly. Hermione's voice reached him through the blur. "Harry, you are safe. You see it?" "Yeah," he said, or thought he said. His lips felt numb. "Got it. Anchor your own pattern first," Borin instructed. His voice sounded like it came from under the floor and through his bones rather than through his ears. "Use the staff. Lock the lattice. Do not tug at the stain until the base is set." Harry poured attention into the staff. In this inner view, it appeared as a vertical line of fixed light, running through his core like a spear of calm. When he focused on it, the scattered threads of his magic tightened, aligning themselves to that stable axis. The lattice stopped trembling. He felt the amulet flare against his chest. The sensation mirrored in this inner world as a gentle, golden halo that wrapped around the central light. "Stabilized," Hermione's voice said, trembling only slightly. "You can start, right?" Harry took a breath in the dark space. He remembered Borin's lectures, Hermione's notes, Nimue's stern warnings. Restoration was not about attacking the fragment. It was about picking a point in time and telling the universe very firmly that it needed to return to that state. He reached along the threads that made up his own soul, searching for the informational moment when the Horcrux had fused with him. The day in Godric's Hollow swam up. Lily's scream, green light, a flash of infant terror. He did not let himself live it. He traced the pattern instead, the way Hermione had walked him through on parchment. At one point, the lattice had been whole. Then there had been impact, rupture, and a thin crack where foreign information slid in and coiled itself around the fresh wound. There, he focused on the point just before that, on the pattern of a baby who was loved and protected and not yet marked. "That anchor," Borin said, hearing his hitching breath somehow. "Hold it. Wrap your intent around it." Harry clenched his jaw. He wrapped his will around that prior pattern. Not to erase everything since then, not to go back to being an infant, but to tell the universe that the part of his soul where the Horcrux had attached belonged to that shape, not the corrupted one. "Restore this segment," he whispered into the dark. "Not the years. Just this segment." The staff answered. Power surged up from the floor, through the wood into his hand, then outward into the lattice. The golden halo from the amulet tightened. The whole structure of his magic groaned like metal under strain. For a moment nothing happened. The green stain hissed and clung harder. Then the Horcrux fought back. Images slammed into him with brutal speed. Tom Riddle as a child in a gray, echoing orphanage. Small hands clenched, eyes flat. A wardrobe rattling as magic burst out to punish a bully. A rabbit hanging limp because no one stopped him. Tom as a teenager, smiling with charming teeth and dead eyes, slipping a cursed necklace into a box. Tom, wand in hand, in a cave lit by green fire, laughter bouncing off stone as he carved his soul like meat. Each image landed not as a distant memory but as if Harry were inside the skin living it. The cold satisfaction, the slippery thrill of control, the contempt for anyone weaker. It crawled over his own emotions, trying to paint them in its colors. Harry gagged. In the real world his body jerked. His fingers spasmed on the staff. "Harry!" Hermione shouted, voice sharp and scared. "Stay with me. What are you feeling?" He clung to her voice. "Tom!" he ground out. "He is trying to write over me." "Then do not let him," she snapped, fierce in a way that steadied him. "You are not him. You have people who actually like you, remember?" A choked sound escaped him that might have been a laugh. It hurt, but it was his. "Focus," Bourne said. "The fragment is broadcasting images to disrupt your intent. They are not you. Mark them as foreign." Harry forced himself to look at the pictures without wearing them. He labeled each one in his head with a single word. Tom, Tom, Tom. "Not me." The lattice steadied. The green knot flickered. He poured more power into the restoration pattern. The staff burned under his palm. The smell of hot wood and ozone reached his nose even though his eyes were still shut. Sweat slid down his spine. His heart hammered so hard he could feel it in his teeth. The lattice around the stain began to unwind. Layer by layer, the threads that had wrapped around the fragment loosened and slid back, retracting into the shape they should have had. The green knot shrank, fighting every step, screaming in a voice that had no sound but clawed at his mind. Then something else woke up. The moment the Horcrux began to tear free, another weight in the pattern shifted. It had always been there, vast and quiet. He had never quite seen it. Now the restoration call brushed against that depth and the whole lattice rang. Harry did not fall. There was nowhere to fall to. Instead, his perception exploded outward. He was no longer just inside his own soul. He was in time. The world around him vanished. The ritual chamber, the smell of stone, the heat of the staff, Hermione's fingers on the chalk, all dropped away. In their place, he stood on a flat plane of gray light under a sky filled with slow-turning symbols. Lines of information stretched in every direction, glowing pale gold. Each line pulsed with moments, small flares marking decisions, spells, births, deaths. They wove together into a web so dense it made his head hurt. At the center of that web stood a figure. The man wore simple robes that looked older than Hogwarts. His hair was long and dark, streaked with silver. His beard forked in two neat strands. His eyes were not any particular color. They were all of them at once, flickering as if reflecting many suns. Harry knew who he was before the man spoke. "Emrys," the man said. "It took you long enough." Harry's throat closed. "I am not Merlin," he said automatically. "I did not say you were," the man replied. His voice was calm and tired and threaded with a humor that did not quite land. "You are the part of me that gets another chance to be less of an idiot." Harry stared. "You sealed yourself," he said. "Nimue told me parts, but she did not say why." The gray plane shifted under their feet. Scenes hung in the air around them, layered and transparent. He saw a younger Merlin standing in the middle of a battlefield, hands raised. Soldiers froze mid-motion as he rewrote gravity, pushing swords and arrows gently away from flesh. The air itself rippled as he bent it. He saw Merlin in a council chamber lined with stone and banners. Wizards and witches in archaic robes shouted about muggles, about secrecy, about power. Merlin sat at the head of the table, face blank, hearing them talk about turning his discoveries into shackles. He saw Merlin alone on a cliff, the sea raging below. The ley lines rose from the ground as visible streams, whispering in a language Harry felt in his bones. The man beside him watched his own past without flinching. "I saw too much," Merlin said quietly. "Time is not meant to be a book you can flip through. Every peak wants a correction. Every correction demands another peak. It does not end." Harry swallowed. "You tried to fix everything." "I tried to stop a war before it started," Merlin said. I tried to protect a child who had not yet been born. I tried to keep my friends alive by cutting out the parts of time that hurt them. Each intervention made a knot. Each knot demanded more force to untangle. At some point, the only way to avoid becoming a tyrant was to step out of the board. Harry watched another scene drift past. Merlin in a cave, his hands on the staff of Emrys as he spoke to the ley lines themselves. His words were too strange to understand, but the intent was clear. Place me where I do the least harm. The world jumped. Merlin now lay in a stone chamber, eyes closed, staff across his chest, wards woven around him in intricate layers. You sealed yourself, Harry said again, this time with more weight. Yes. Merlin's gaze slid toward him. And I left a path for an heir who might do better. Less power. More heart. More friends who do not worship you. Harry almost laughed at that, except the throat tightness would not let it out. You left the staff, he said. You left all this. I left tools, Merlin replied. The staff, the amulet, the charter with the goblins, the idea of the order that later fools twisted. I could not trust myself to carry them any further without deciding to carve the world into a shape I liked. The vision shifted again. Harry saw Dumbledore, not the old man with twinkling eyes and lemon drops, but a younger version, hair already silver, sitting at a crowded table with goblins, centaurs, and a witch Harry did not recognize who wore director robes he had seen in pictures of old ministry records. Scrolls lay open on the table. The amulet echidna gleamed in the center. The staff of Emrys stood in the corner like a silent witness. Primal sorcery cannot be regulated, Dumbledore said. His voice carried the same gentle cadence Harry knew from Hogwarts days, but there was no warmth in it now, only strain. We barely survived Grindelwald. We survived Tom Riddle only because his arrogance outpaced his understanding. If Emrys' power wakes in the wrong hands, there will be no countermeasure. A goblin with Boren's eyes but not his scars bared his teeth. The answer is not to bury our charter, he said. We wrote it with Merlin. We agreed to guard the line, not choke it. The line must be throttled until the world is ready, Dumbledore said. Until we have brighter minds, stronger institutions, or leaders you trust more than yourself, the centaur said flatly. Dumbledore's hand tightened on his wand. If it wakes in a child without guidance, there will be no time to build safeguards. I will not risk that. The vision jumped. Harry saw Privet Drive, small and cramped and painfully familiar. Dumbledore stood in the sitting room, wand moving in slow, precise arcs as he layered invisible constructs over the sleeping form of a baby in a basket. Lily's protective sacrifice glowed as a soft, pink light around the child. Dumbledore reached into it, pulled threads free, and wove a secondary lattice over the tiny core of magic. Not cruel, not careless, deliberate. Forgive me, Harry, Dumbledore whispered to the sleeping baby. You will hate me for this if you ever learn. Better that than the world breaking in your name. Harry felt something tear inside his chest that had nothing to do with Horcruxes. The scenes blurred. Years flicked past. Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat, Chambers and Basilisk and Prophecy. Each moment had a second layer now. Subtle shifts in the lattice of his magic where the suppressors had drawn tight, muffling surges that would have revealed his heritage too soon. Every time Harry had nearly died, some quiet, hidden part of the Dumbledore lattice had moved to keep him just this side of alive, just this side of discovered. It was not mercy. It was not pure cruelty. It was regulation. The gray plane returned. Merlin's figure stood once more at the center of the web. Dumbledore appeared at the edge, years older now, watching the threads with haunted eyes. All of them, Harry said in a rough voice. All of you kept trying to manage the board. Yes, Merlin said. And you decided the only safe move was to remove your own piece, Harry went on. Dumbledore decided the safest move was to chain mine. Dumbledore's gaze flicked toward him. This Dumbledore was not the one who had died at the astronomy tower. He was older than that, eyes dimmer. I never wanted you to be a weapon, the old man said quietly. Or a tyrant. Or a god. I wanted you to be alive long enough to choose. You did not tell me what I was choosing, Harry snapped. You locked a part of me away and hoped the world would not fall apart before you figured out a plan. Yes. There was no defense in Dumbledore's tone, only tired agreement. Harry opened his mouth to shout more, then shut it again, because under the anger sat something worse. He understood. He hated that he understood. Merlin had stepped out of the board because he did not trust himself with it. Dumbledore had gripped the board with both hands because he did not trust anyone else. Now Harry stood between them with the staff humming at his back and the Horcrux screaming at the edge of his soul. "What am I supposed to do with all this?" he asked. His voice cracked. "I am not a genius like Hermione. I am not some ancient wizard who saw every war. I am just a bloke who keeps nearly dying at school." Merlin's mouth quirked. "That might be exactly why you got the job. Because I am not smart enough to break the world on purpose? Because you care more about people than about plans," Merlin said. "Because you let others argue with you. Because you do not enjoy control for its own sake. That is a better anchor than any ward I could write." "Harry," Hermione's voice cut across the vision like a beam of light. It did not come from the gray plane. It came from the present, from the ritual chamber, from her body sitting on stone with chalk under her fingers. He grabbed onto that sound. "You have to finish it," she said. He heard tears in her words. "The fragment is loosening. I can feel it. Your scar is bleeding. You cannot stop now." He looked at Merlin, at Dumbledore, at the endless web of threads. "I am not going to be a tyrant," he said. "I am not going to be a pawn either. I am going to be something else." "Good," Merlin said simply. "That was the answer I wanted." Dumbledore closed his eyes. His shoulders sagged. "I am sorry," he said, "for the cupboard, for the lies, for the cage. I cannot undo what I did. Only you can write what comes next." Harry wanted to scream at him, to demand back every year of feeling small and stupid and dependent. Instead he forced himself to breathe. "I do not forgive you," he said. "Not today. Maybe not ever. But I understand you were afraid." Dumbledore flinched as if Harry had thrown a curse. Harry turned away. He poured every ounce of will he had into the restoration pattern. Not fueled by rage at Dumbledore or by hatred of Voldemort, but by something simpler. He wanted to be himself. He wanted the piece of Tom Riddle out of his head. He wanted to carry Merlin's legacy without an invader whispering in the cracks. "Restore this," he said to the universe. "Restore me." The lattice blazed. The green knot shrieked without sound as the threads around it snapped free and rewove themselves into their rightful pattern. For a heartbeat, the fragment clung on, a tiny, furious seed of chaos. Then the staff of Emrys flared. A clear, clean vibration ran through his core and into the Horcrux. The fragment shattered. It did not explode. It did not wash the room with dark magic. It simply came apart, its information unwoven, its structure dissolved. Harry felt something leave his scar like a pulled splinter. Pain ripped across his forehead, down his spine, through his limbs. Every nerve screamed. He heard himself shout. The gray plane collapsed. Merlin, Dumbledore, the web of time all vanished. He slammed back into his body. The smell of hot stone and sweat and charged magic filled his nose. The solid weight of the staff pressed against his palm. His legs buckled. The world tilted. Hands caught him. The staff clattered as it tipped sideways and thudded against the inside of the circle, still humming but no longer channeling the same strain. Chalk smudged under his bare feet as his knees hit the floor. "Harry!" Hermione's arms wrapped around his shoulders, hauling him forward. His head landed against her chest. For a second he did not know up from down. His scar burned, then cooled. He felt something wet on his face and realized he was crying. "Easy," Hermione whispered. "You are here. It is done. It worked." He sucked in a ragged breath. "It is gone," he choked out. "He is gone. I cannot feel him anymore." Hermione's own breath hitched. "Good," she said fiercely. "Good." Boren crouched beside the circle, eyes scanning the chalk and the fading glow of the wards. "Pattern stable," he muttered. "No leak. No residue. The Horcrux information has been fully broken down. You have done it." Bindy let out a small, high sob. "Harry Potter is whole." Nimue stepped closer, her steps soundless on the stone. She looked at Harry with old, unreadable eyes. "You touched the achronological stream," she said. It was not a question. Harry nodded against Hermione's shoulder. "Merlin was there," he said hoarsely. "So was Dumbledore." Hermione froze. "You saw him?" "Not like a memory," Harry said. "Like an audit of everything. Merlin showed me why he sealed himself. Dumbledore showed me why he did all the mad stuff he did with me." Boren's expression tightened. And I do not want to be either of them," Harry said. His voice shook, but the words felt solid. "I am not going to vanish into a cave because I am scared of myself. I am not going to treat people like pieces on a board just because I can see more than they do. I am going to fix what I can, and I am going to trust other people to tell me when I am being an idiot." Hermione let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. "Good. Because you are absolutely an idiot sometimes." He huffed against her, gave a weak smile. "Charmer," she sniffed. "You are crying on my shirt." He became aware of the damp patch spreading under his cheek and winced. "Sorry, did not say I minded." Her arms tightened around him for a second. Boren stood. "The staff and the amulet will need to cool," he said. "The cage can handle the residual hum. We will reset the wards later. For now, the human part of this experiment needs food and water." Bindy bobbed her head. "Bindy will get tea, and biscuits, and a bucket just in case." Harry groaned faintly. "Please do not mention buckets." Hermione brushed his hair back from his forehead with gentle fingers. He flinched automatically, expecting pain, then froze when none came. The skin under her touch felt strange. The old raised line of the scar was still there, but it no longer buzzed. It was just a mark. No whisper lurked behind it. No sense of someone watching from inside his own skull. "How does it look?" he asked, voice small in a way that embarrassed him. Hermione swallowed. "It looks like a scar," she said honestly. "Just a scar. No glow. No wrongness." He closed his eyes again. Relief washed through him in a heavy, almost painful wave. His muscles went limp. If Hermione had not been holding him, he would have slipped sideways. "Harry," she said, alarm creeping back in. "Stay awake a bit longer, all right?" "I am so tired," he mumbled. "Feels like I ran from Privet Drive to Hogwarts." "You can sleep after you drink some water," she insisted. "Boren, can we break the circle so I can move him to a bed?" "The wards have already collapsed," Boren said. "The chalk is now only chalk. You may cross." Hermione shifted, easing them both to the side so Harry's legs were no longer trapped in the fading pattern. She kept one arm around his back and used the other to grab his hand, prying his fingers off the staff. The moment he let go, the hum died down. The staff leaned gently to one side and came to rest against the stone, as if it had been placed there rather than dropped. Nimue watched it with an unreadable expression. "The staff has accepted him fully," she said. "There will be no further backlash from the Horcrux cleansing. The line from Emery's to Potter stands, whole and untainted." "Brilliant," Harry muttered weakly. "Can the line from Potter to bed stand soon as well?" Hermione snorted. "Yes, Your Majesty." She got her shoulder under his arm and coaxed him up. His legs shook the entire time. Sweat cooled on his skin, leaving him shivering. Every muscle felt like it had been used as a conduit for lightning. Bindy darted ahead to open the heavy wooden door. The sudden movement of air as they stepped into the corridor made Harry sway. Hermione tightened her grip, her body warm and solid against his side. The walk to the infirmary room felt longer than their journey through ancient ruins. The corridor stones were familiar now, the gentle buzz of wards a constant background. Harry focused on small things to keep himself grounded. The sound of Hermione's breathing, the scuff of her boots, the faint clink of the amulet against his chest, the absence of any whisper behind his thoughts. They reached the small room the circle had given them for rest and recovery. A narrow bed waited against one wall, sheets clean and tucked tight. A table with a basin and a jug stood nearby. Hermione guided him to sit on the bed, then pushed him back gently. "Lie down," she ordered. "You look like you could fold in half." He obeyed with no argument. The mattress felt like a cloud compared to the stone floor. He let out a long breath he had not known he was holding. Hermione poured water into a cup and held it out. His hand shook when he reached for it, so she helped him tilt it. Cool liquid slipped down his throat, washing away the copper taste of magic. "Thanks," he mumbled. She set the cup aside and sat on the edge of the bed, shoulders slumping for the first time since the ritual started. Up close, he could see that she was as exhausted as he was. Her eyes were red at the corners. Wisps of hair had escaped the knot and clung to her cheeks. "You all right?" he asked. She gave him a look. "You are asking me that?" "Yeah." He swallowed. "You watched me nearly rip my soul out. That cannot have been fun." Her mouth trembled. "You stopped breathing for a few seconds," she said quietly. "Your pulse went strange. There was blood coming from your scar. Boren said it was expected, but that did not help." He winced. "Sorry." "Stop saying sorry for nearly dying," she snapped, voice cracking. "Just stop doing it." He reached for her hand and squeezed. "I am trying." For a moment they just sat there, fingers tangled. The room was quiet except for their breathing and the faint distant rumble of goblin machinery somewhere in the compound. "I saw him," Harry said after a while, voice barely above a whisper. "Merlin. And Dumbledore." Hermione's eyes searched his face. "Do you want to talk about it right now?" "I do not know," he admitted. "Part of me wants to shove it in a box and never open it. Part of me knows that is a stupid idea." She gave a humorless smile. "That is progress. Old you would have just gone with the box. Old me did not have a full-on ancestral lecture in the middle of soul surgery," he said. Her lips twitched. "What did Merlin say?" "That I am meant to do better than he did," Harry said slowly. "That power without people is a disaster. That stepping out of the world was the only way he could trust himself. He called me the part of him that might be less of an idiot." Hermione snorted. "Accurate." He squeezed her hand again. "Dumbledore admitted he chained my magic on purpose. He said he did not trust the world not to break if I woke up too early. He said he wanted me to live long enough to choose." Hermione's face softened. "And you do not forgive him?" "Not yet," Harry said. "Maybe not ever. But I understand he was terrified. I understand why he looked at Merlin and Voldemort and decided the only safe thing was to build cages." She leaned closer. "For what it is worth," she said, "I am glad you saw that. Not because he deserves your understanding, but because it means you know the full picture now. You are not acting on half-truths anymore." He let his head fall back onto the pillow. "Feels like I swallowed the full history of magic in one go," he muttered. "It is heavy." Hermione shifted, then carefully stretched out beside him on top of the blankets, leaving a respectful space between them but close enough that he could feel her warmth. She turned on her side to face him and rested her head on her arm. "Then you do not carry it alone," she said simply. "You never have to. That is the entire point of all this. Circle of Avalon. Goblin mentors. Centaur seers. House elf scholars. Me." He blinked at her. "Hermione, the circle is ancient and complicated. You are you." "Is that your attempt at romance?" she asked dryly. "No," he protested. "I mean, you are the bit that makes it all bearable. You are the one who reads the impossible texts and yells at me when I am about to do something stupid and write sense into the nonsense. You are my anchor." Her cheeks flushed. She looked away for a second, then back at him. "You are mine as well," she said, voice soft. "I did not realize how much until you were screaming in that circle, and I thought if we lost you, everything we have built would fall apart." Harry swallowed. His chest hurt again, but not in the same way. "I am not going anywhere," he said. "At least, not without you insulting my plans first." "Good," she whispered. Silence settled between them, comfortable this time. He watched the tiny movements of her breathing, the way her eyes flicked over his face as if she were memorizing it. The words were there. He could feel them on the back of his tongue. He had nearly died more times than he could count. He had faced Basilisk and Dementor and Dark Lord. He had never been this scared of a single choice. He took a breath. "Hermione, can I?" He trailed off, then forced himself to meet her eyes. "Can I kiss you?" Her eyes widened. For a moment he thought he had misread everything. Then she let out a tiny, incredulous laugh. "You picked this moment," she said. "I just ripped a soul parasite out of my head," he said. "I feel like I am allowed a weird sense of timing." She smiled, real and bright through the tiredness. "Yes," she said. "You can." He shifted closer, slow in case his muscles decided to give up halfway. Hermione met him halfway, closing the tiny gap. The kiss was not like in films. There was no swelling music, no perfect angle. His nose bumped hers. Their teeth knocked lightly. She tasted of tea and ink and salt from tears. It was perfect anyway. Warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with magic. For a few seconds the web of destiny and Merlin and Dumbledore and Voldemort faded. There was only this small, real thing. When they parted, Hermione rested her forehead against his. "We are going to have to talk about this properly," she murmured. "Later," he said. "After I sleep for a week." She chuckled. "Fine. But you are not getting out of the conversation." "Would not dream of it." His eyes drifted shut. The exhaustion he had been holding back finally rolled over him. This time, when he slipped towards sleep, there was no lurking snake in the back of his mind. No foreign voice waiting in the dark. His thoughts were his own. As he drifted off, the last thing he felt was Hermione's hand finding his under the blanket, fingers lacing through his once more. Safe. Whole. Held. For the first time since he could remember, Harry Potter slept without a scar burning and without a monster breathing in the corner of his mind. Outside the small room, the staff of Emery's hummed quietly in its stand. The ley lines shifted far below the earth, noting the change in their quiet, patient way. The achronological air had cleansed his foundation. The world waited to see what he would build on it. The first sign that something was wrong came from the floor. Harry felt it under his boots as a slow, steady tremor, like the stone itself was trying to breathe. The training chamber under the circle compound had survived everything so far, but the vibrations coming through the rock now felt different. Not simple shaking. A pulse. He lowered the staff of Emery's and looked up. "Please tell me that is just goblin plumbing." Hermione glanced up from the table strewn with maps and notes. Her eyes were already wide. "Goblin plumbing does not make the ley lines twitch." Borin burst through the doorway before Harry could answer. His armor was half buckled, hair pulled back in a rough tie. 2 goblins in circle livery ran behind him, arms full of crystal plates that flickered with lines of light. "Everyone up!" Borin snapped. "Now!" Harry straightened. The tremor in the floor climbed up into his legs. The staff hummed in his hand, a low, warning note. The amulet against his chest turned cold and then hot in a heartbeat. "What happened?" Hermione demanded. "The readings yesterday were stable." Callias checked the star spread twice. "Callias is the reason we are not already dead." Borin shot back. He slapped one of the crystal plates down on the table. Thin golden lines crawled across it like frantic veins. He saw a flare. The high nexus just spiked. 3 times normal output. Then it bent. Harry frowned. "Bent where?" "Toward Britain," a new voice said from the corridor. Callias stepped in, mane damp with sweat, bow slung over his back. The centaur's normally calm face was tight, eyes almost black. Star symbols dusted his shoulders like faint ash, still glowing from the work. "The pattern twisted," he said. "The lines that pass through the North Sea are flexing toward one point. Southern England. The old crossroads." Hermione stared at the plate. "The stone circle. The heart of the web," Nimue said quietly as she entered after Callias. Her robes were fastened for travel, staff in hand. Caermurden may be the memory, but the stone circle is the throat. Anything anchored there will be carried through the whole network. Harry's grip tightened on his staff. "He started something, did he not?" Borin nodded once. "Your Dark Lord finally made his move." Bindy slipped in behind Nimue, eyes huge. The wards felt it. The old charter runes woke up. They tried to lock, but the pull was too strange. "It is not simple dark magic. It is structural." Hermione swallowed. "Voldemort got his hands on the chalice." Harry looked up sharply. You mean Hufflepuff's cup. The artifact Dumbledore called a Horcrux, Hermione said. Borin had me cross-check records. Before Voldemort carved his soul into it, it was something older. A field vessel. It could hold pure magical law in liquid form for transport between places. A portable rule, Borin said grimly. If he has found a way to use it as a foundation anchor at the Nexus, he can write his will into the lines themselves. Harry's stomach turned. As in forever, as in until someone breaks the whole web, Nimue said. Which will also break the world. The tremor under their feet deepened. Dust drifted down from the ceiling in thin streams. Somewhere far above, a gong sounded, long and dull, the circle's general alarm. Harry met Hermione's eyes. We cannot wait for the Ministry. We tried waiting for them after the last ambush, she shot back. They sent a memo, right? He said. So this time we go first. Callias moved to the table and stabbed a finger at the map. Here. The stone circle sits on the surface node. Beneath it is the ley nexus chamber. Impossible to reach from above once the ritual seals. But the charter tunnels below Merlin connect to a side throat. Merlin carved it for emergency access. It is old and dangerous, but it is there. Borin nodded. I can open it from here. Harry, only you can shut that ritual down. The rest of us will keep the outside from turning into a slaughterhouse. Hermione squared her shoulders. I am coming with him. No, Borin snapped. We need you to coordinate the defense. Without you, the human forces will panic and get themselves killed. Hermione glared. I am not leaving Harry alone in a ley nexus while he fights Voldemort with pure structural magic. Harry lifted a hand. Oi! Please do not plan my death before breakfast. Hermione turned that glare on him. You are not going in there without a mind anchor. I will not allow it. Harry will need her, Nimue said quietly. Borin, you cannot follow him through that throat. The lines will not accept your body. Hermione has walked a chronological awareness once already. She can stand nearer than the rest of us without being erased. You make it sound very inviting, Harry muttered. Borin's mouth pressed into a thin line. He looked at Hermione, at Harry, then at Nimue. Fine, he said. But if either of you breaks, I will drag you out no matter what the Nexus thinks. Deal, Hermione said at once. Harry nodded. Deal. Borin snapped his fingers. Circle assembly in the main hall in 5 minutes. Callias, alert the allied centaur clans. Bindy, run message to the elves and to the remaining order members we can trust. We go in without the Ministry, but that does not mean we go in alone. Bindy bowed, eyes fierce. Bindy will tell them Harry Potter calls, that the world is about to crack. They will come. She vanished with a soft pop. Nimue touched Harry's forearm, thin fingers cool even through his sleeve. You cleansed your foundation yesterday, she said. That timing is no accident. The lines are listening. They will answer you. Let us hope they like what I have to say, he answered. He slid the staff of Emery's across his back for a moment, grabbed his cloak, then swung the staff into his hand again as they moved. Hermione walked at his side, already listing off checks under her breath. Staff is stable, amulet responsive, your core reading was clean this morning. No trace of Horcrux residue. You have eaten, which is important. You slept for 8 hours. 6, he corrected. You kept poking me to see if I was still breathing. I did not poke, she muttered. I nudged. He gave her a sideways look. Very aggressive nudging. Be quiet, she said, but her lips twitched. The short corridor opened into the main hall. Goblins, witches, wizards, and a pair of house elves were already gathering. Crystal plates hung in the air near the ceiling, each showing a different view of the lines. All of them were wrong. Golden threads that should have flowed smoothly now kinked and twisted toward one bright, unnatural knot. Status, Borin barked as he strode into the center. A goblin at the nearest console plate saluted. Surface reports confirm. The stone circle sky is black. Lightning in clear air. The pillars are glowing. A containment shell has formed. Death Eaters, Callias asked. Multiple groups, the goblin replied. Some at the circle itself. Some ringed around the field. The ministry has sent a team, but they are holding at the far wards arguing with a robed official. So they sent Pius or one of his friends, Hermione muttered. Brilliant. Harry saw Kingsley's name flash on one of the sideboards, along with other order members, and felt a small knot of relief. At least some of the right people would be there, even if the bureaucrats got in the way. Boren hopped up onto the central platform so all could see him. Listen, he called. Conversations died fast. The High Nexus is under active assault. The Dark Lord has begun a ritual to fuse his soul and intent into the Foundation. If he completes even half of it, every witch and wizard on the planet will feel his hand in their magic. We either stop him now or we bend the knee to him every time we cast a spell for the rest of our lives. You all knew this was coming. This is why we rebuilt the circle. Faces hardened around the hall. Harry Potter will go with Hermione Granger through the charter throat into the Nexus chamber. Boren went on. Their task is simple to describe and nearly impossible to survive. They will break the ritual from the inside. Our task is to make sure they have the time to do it. Callias will lead the Centaur strike from the western ridge. Nimue will take the old rites and cut off any attempt to drain the river lines. I will take command of the ground assault and coordinate with whatever St. Ours are on site. Bindy and the elves will keep civilians out of the blast zone and hold a second shield if the worst happens. Harry stepped forward. He felt dozens of eyes turn to him. Boy who lived, a chronological heir, Merlin's line. All the names he never asked for. I am not going to give a speech, he said. You know what he has already done. You know what he will do if this works. I am done letting him write our lives for us. Today we write his place instead. There was a low sound around the hall. Not a cheer. A simple noise of shared intent. Nimue moved to Harry's side. She raised her staff, tapped the floor once. A thin circle of light appeared under his boots, under Hermione's, under Boren's. The air chilled. The throat is open, she said. Once you step through, there is no return until the ritual breaks one way or another. Do not waste the crossing. Hermione took a breath and stepped into the light. Her hand found Harry's without even looking. He gripped back. Ready? She asked. No, he answered. We go anyway. Nimue gave a sharp nod. The circles of light flared. For a moment Harry felt the world drop away. There was no sense of forward or back, only a wrench in his stomach and the strange, familiar feeling of slipping between layers of reality. Then his feet hit stone again. The side throat opened onto a narrow ledge high above the main Nexus chamber. The space spread out beneath them, vast and terrifying. Harry had seen the ley lines in visions and in careful, controlled rituals. He had never seen them raw. The chamber was a bowl carved out of the earth, its walls lined with smooth, pale stone that reflected every glimmer of light. At its center, the lines rose from the ground as pillars of molten gold, twisting and weaving around one another. They should have shone in simple patterns. Now they writhed. Streams of power arched from one pillar to another, bending inward toward a point just above the floor. A black circle had been etched into the stone there, large enough for 3 people to stand inside. Runes burned along its circumference, some familiar, some so old Harry's eyes slid off them. Above that circle floated the chalice. It was not the small cup Harry remembered from Dumbledore's descriptions. Voldemort had warped it. The metal had darkened to a deep, ugly color. Liquid that looked almost like melted moonlight rose and fell inside it in slow, thick pulses. Every time it swelled, the ley pillars flickered. At the very edge of the circle stood Voldemort. His body was thinner than before, almost wasted. His eyes burned a sickly red. Snakes wrapped around both his arms, their scales drinking in stray magic. His wand lay untouched on the ground beside him. He did not need it. He was writing straight into the lines. Around the base of the pillars, shapes moved. Shades, echoes, fragments of old spells. The air tasted sharp and metallic. Hermione let out a slow breath. This is worse than the diagrams, she whispered. Diagrams did not have crazy snake man with portable rule cup, Harry said. Voldemort's head turned. He had no nose, but he sniffed anyway, like a predator catching scent. So, he said. The heir comes. At last. His voice carried easily up to the ledge. There was a strange echo in it, as if the chamber itself were speaking with him. Harry stepped forward, still on the ledge, staff in hand. You really cannot resist a dramatic line, can you? Voldemort smiled, a slow, unpleasant stretch of lips. You cleaned your scar, he said. I felt the leash snap. Clever boy. I wondered when you would crawl down here. Had to make sure you would not whisper in my head during the conversation, Harry said. That gets annoying. Hermione tugged on his sleeve. Do not stand there trading insults, she hissed. We need a plan. We have one, Harry said quietly. You read the pattern. I keep him busy. Harry, she warned. He squeezed her hand once and let go. Trust me. She looked like she wanted to argue. Then she nodded, jaw tight. You have 3 minutes, she said. After that, I start shouting instructions from the ruins. He gave a short, shaky grin. That is honestly comforting. He stepped to the very edge of the ledge and raised the staff. Tom, he called. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You do not get to use that name. It is your name, Harry said. And I am tired of pretending you are something else. He drove the end of the staff into the stone. The sound rang through the chamber like a bell. The lay pillars shivered. You are not the only one who can talk to the Foundation, Harry said. Merlin taught the lines my name as well. For a heartbeat, the golden pillars flared. Voldemort's smile twitched. You think waving a stick will change the fact that I am already tied into the Nexus, he said. Look at the chalice, boy. Feel the pull. I am not just above the lines. I am inside them. Every path, every spark, every child that lifts a wand in the next age will touch me. Wrong, Harry said. You will touch them. That is not the same thing. And you still have to finish the binding, or it will rip you apart. Voldemort's eyes flicked to the chalice. The liquid inside it was rising faster now, pressing against the rim. Threads of power ran from the chalice down into the circle, then up into the base of each pillar. Hermione's voice whispered at Harry's shoulder. He knew she was still on the ledge behind him. The circle has 4 anchor points, she said, rapid and urgent. North, south, east, west. Each one ties a different aspect. Body, mind, magic, name. He already fused name and magic. That is why the lines echo when he speaks. Body is half-bound. Mind is still loose. If he finishes the 4th, he becomes a law, not a wizard. That the bit where he becomes hard to kill? Harry asked. That is the bit where every spell you ever cast has to use his language, she shot back. We need to break at least 1 anchor completely before the chalice peaks. How long? Less than 10 minutes. Then we make sure he spends those 10 minutes looking at me. Harry stepped off the ledge. He did not fall. The staff of Emery's flared under his feet, weaving a small, invisible platform of structured air. He dropped a short distance, then landed on solid nothing that felt as stable as stone. Voldemort's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. Show off, the Dark Lord murmured. Merlin would be proud. Merlin is actually very disappointed in all of us, Harry said. But we will do performance reviews later. He took another step forward on air. The staff answered his intent, extending the support. In a few moments he stood level with the circle floor, still between the pillars. The golden streams over his head crackled. Hair on his arms lifted from the static. The chalice pulsed. The air around Voldemort rippled like heat above a fire. Enough chatter, Voldemort said. Let us see which architect the lines prefer. The first strike came without wand or word. The air in front of Harry twisted. Pure force slammed toward him, not as a simple blast but as a rewrite of local pressure. It tried to erase the space where he stood, to close it like a book shutting on empty pages. Harry snapped the staff up. Instead of pushing back, he reached into the instruction at the heart of the attack. Pressure equals 0 here, Voldemort had written. Harry changed it. Pressure remains as it is. The invisible impact dissolved an arm's length from his chest. The stone under his feet did not even tremble. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You really did pay attention. Had good teachers, Harry said. And a very stubborn girlfriend. Hermione made a tiny strangled noise from the ledge. Harry hoped it was not outrage at the word. He did not have time to unpack it. Voldemort lifted his hand. The snakes around his arms opened their mouths. Threads of sick green magic poured out and wrapped around his fingers. He flicked his wrist. The curse that left his hand was not a simple killing curse. It was a sheet of code. Harry saw it in the instant before it hit. A long, elegant string of instructions that reached for the target's core and told it to stop. Not heart, not breath. Existence. The air between them turned the familiar green of Avada Kedavra. Harry did not raise a shield. He did not dodge. He stepped into the attack. The staff hummed in his hand as he pushed its tip through the oncoming bolt. At the moment of contact, he reached for the instruction that powered the curse. End this. That was the heart of it. A command wrapped in rage and contempt and years of practice. Harry took that command and snapped it. Then he wrote a different one on the same place. No action. The green light hit the staff and vanished. Not reflected, not absorbed. Simply failed to be. The chamber went very quiet. Voldemort stared. "What did you do?" he asked softly. "I told it not to run," Harry said. His voice shook a little from the strain. "You wrote the rule. I just refused to apply it." Rage flared in Voldemort's eyes. The snakes on his arms hissed, their scales rippling. The chalice pulsed harder, liquid slopping over the rim in slow, impossible motion that never hit the floor. It simply sank back into the circle. "Child," Voldemort said, "you think this is about clever edits." The floor around him split. Stone rose in jagged teeth. The pillars of the ley lines bent inward, pulling arcs of golden energy down into the circle. The air grew heavy. Every breath burned Harry's throat. Voldemort flung his arms wide. "I am not casting spells," he shouted. "I am altering the board. Witness what it means to be the master of foundation." The circle at his feet flared. For a heartbeat, Harry saw the structure Hermione mentioned. For anchor points, glowing bright. Lines from each point ran up into Voldemort's body and out into the chalice, then into the lines. Name and magic pulsed in steady rhythm. Body flickered. Mind jittered like a faulty wand. Harry moved. He slammed the staff into the stone between two pillars and dragged it sideways. The air obeyed. A wall of dense, packed earth surged up from the floor, rising like a solid wave between Voldemort and the nearest anchor. The move tore at his shoulders. This was not neat editing. This was grabbing raw matter and shoving it. The new wall cut across several of the smaller ritual lines. Sparks flew. Above the chamber the ley pillars bucked. Hermione shouted from the ledge. "That broke the body link on the east anchor, but it is self-correcting. You need something bigger." Harry gritted his teeth. "Working on it." Voldemort gestured. The wall heaved, cracking under the weight of a counter-instruction. For a moment earth and will wrestled. Harry let go of the wall and reached deeper, not at the surface but at the binding that held the floor in place. Gravity, direction, down. He grabbed those concepts in the small space around Voldemort and turned them sideways. The Dark Lord staggered as his body tried to decide which way was down. His snakes flailed. The chalice wobbled. Rings of green light erupted around him and snapped into a cage as he forced the environment back into normal shape. He looked at Harry with raw hate. "You dare twist the most basic laws around me. You are the one trying to move into them," Harry shot back. "You notice how the lines are screaming." The pillars shuddered again. A deep, pained vibration that shook dust from the ceiling far above. Hermione called down, voice hoarse. "If he keeps pushing, the nexus will crack. We will get what we want, which is him not winning at the cost of the world falling apart. Not a great trade. Then we have to bind him in a way that the lines can live with," Harry said. "Harry," she warned. His name came out as a plea and a warning at once. Voldemort stepped forward inside his circle. The chalice tilted with him, still floating. The liquid inside it climbed higher, almost to the rim. "You have no idea what I am about to become," he said softly. "The first mage to truly step beyond wands. Your Merlin scratched at the surface and ran away. Your Dumbledore tried to throttle the board. I will sit on the throne itself." Thrones are just chairs, Harry said. And you look silly in every one you pick. Voldemort snarled. A blast of force ripped from the circle, slamming into Harry's chest. Harry flew backward, air platform shredding under his boots. He hit an invisible barrier halfway to the wall. Pain exploded along his ribs. Hermione swore from the ledge. Harry, I am fine, he gasped. Mildly broken, but fine. He twisted the staff and rebuilt the air under his feet. The ache in his chest throbbed with every breath. He could feel bruises forming based on sheer experience. His hands shook. The staff hummed. The amulet burned against his skin. You are not alone. The thought was not words so much as a layered certainty. Hermione on the ledge, mind racing. Boren and the others above, fighting. Merlin's echo at the back of his consciousness. Not steering, just watching. The lay themselves, thrashing but listening. He set his jaw. All right, he muttered. Then we do this properly. He looked up at Hermione. I need you to calculate the binding, he called. A rule that the lines can accept that still traps him. She stared down at the circle, eyes moving rapidly. Lips moved as she half-whispered numbers and terms under her breath. He could tell when an idea snapped into place. Her shoulders straightened. The lines do not like domination, she shouted. They resist any attempt to fix a will over them. That is why the world keeps twisting around tyrants. But they like balance. They like conservation. They like closed loops. Short version, he yelled back. Turn him into one of their constants, she said. A self-contained rule that burns itself out every time someone tries what he is doing. He wanted to be everywhere. We make him function instead. He becomes the whole that eats all copies of himself. Harry blinked. So a sink. Yes, she shouted. A sink. Any attempt to anchor a soul for domination triggers his pattern instead, sucking it in and neutralizing it. No mind, no choice, no movement. Just a fixed reaction. Will that kill him? Harry asked. It will be worse, she called. He will be conscious for a moment at the threshold, then smear across his own rule. After that, nothing. He will not think. He will not decide. He will not feel. He will just be the shape of a law that keeps others from becoming what he tried to be. Harry swallowed. That was not mercy. It was not simple execution either. Lines will accept that, he asked. They will like the part where no one else can do this ever again, she said. We need his pattern to be the template, though. It has to run through him. Voldemort laughed, harsh and sharp. You think I have not heard you, girl, he called. You plan to use my greatness as a warning label. More like a drain, Harry muttered. You will fail, Voldemort said. You cannot write me into the walls. I am the writer. He lifted both arms. The snakes hissed. The chalice boiled. The circle flared in a blinding flash of green and gold. The lay pillars screamed. Above ground, the battle finally hit. The roar of hooves and shouted spells echoed faintly down the throat to the Nexus chamber. The Centaur clans crashed into the Death Eater lines from the West Ridge, arrows crackling with raw lay charge. Goblins surged through the lower passes, blades in hand, cutting through the dark ranks with brutal efficiency. Kingsley's voice cut through the chaos at the surface, rallying the scattered Aurors, dragging at least some of the ministry into actual action. Nimue stood at the river edge above, arms spread, holding the water lines in check, preventing Voldemort from draining whole channels dry for his ritual. Bindy and the elves flickered at the edges of sight, snatching wounded out of the way, snapping wards into place around panicked Muggle witnesses. All of it fed into the storm below. Harry felt the battles as vibrations in the lay. Every fallen body, every fired spell, every shout of fear or defiance tugged at the lines. Voldemort tried to pull all that noise into himself, to feed on it. Harry refused to let him. He drove the staff deep into the floor of the Nexus chamber. Power surged up his arms, fierce and painful. He tasted copper. His nose started to bleed. Listen, he told the lines. Not aloud. In the quiet place he had learned in the achronological vision. You know this pattern. You have seen his type before. He is trying to sit on you. He will keep doing it. Others will copy him. That is the shape of his mind. The pillars thrummed. We offer another shape, he went on. A guardrail built from his own mess. A loop that closes on any hand that reaches for the throne. For a heartbeat he felt resistance. The lines did not like being told anything. They were older than human magic. Older than goblin craft. Older than Merlin. He did not beg. He did not order. He simply held the image Hermione had described. A sink. A closed loop that 8 attempts to anchor domination. A constant, made from one man's arrogance. Slowly the resistance eased. The pillars brightened. Voldemort felt it. His head snapped around. "What are you doing?" he snarled. "Get out of my channels." He thrust out his hand. The circle spat another killing curse. This one 3 times thicker than the last. It screamed toward Harry. Not just energy but raw intent. A slab of focused hate. Harry lifted the staff again. His arms shook. His ribs screamed. He wanted to lie down and sleep. Instead he reached into the heart of the curse. End this. He wrapped Merlin's knowledge and Hermione's design around that core and twisted. The curse hit the staff and split in 2. One part dissolved into nothing. The other shot sideways and wrapped around the chalice. The liquid inside the cup hissed as green light sank into it. The glow around Voldemort flickered. His eyes widened in something like surprise. "No," he hissed. "Yes," Harry said. He stepped forward on his air platform, closing the distance. Every movement felt like wading through hot glue. The lines tugged at him as well now, not out of malice, but because he stood in the middle of a rewrite. "Tom," he said quietly. Voldemort bared his teeth. "Do not call me that. You wanted to be written into everything," Harry said. "You wanted every spell, every wand, every charm to carry your mark. Fine, we will give you that. But you do not get to decide how." He drove the staff down again. This time he did not aim at floor or air. He aimed straight at the circle. The staff tip struck the edge of the ritual ring, right between 2 anchor points. Light exploded. For one frozen instant Harry saw everything. Voldemort's soul pattern spread across the lines like spilled ink. Every Horcrux, every split, every murder. The chalice holding all the fragments now. An overfull cup of horror. The anchor points tying aspects of him to name, body, magic, mind. At the same time he saw the design Hermione had sketched. A looping path, simple and brutal. Any attempt to attach a soul to the lay for domination would slide into that loop and never come out. He took Voldemort's pattern and shoved it into the template. Voldemort screamed, not in pain from a curse, in pure outraged refusal. "You cannot," he shrieked. "I am beyond you. I am beyond all of you. I am the future of magic." Harry's voice shook, but he shoved the words out anyway. "You are a warning label." The staff burned in his hands. His palms blistered. His vision went white at the edges. He heard Hermione screaming his name, felt her trying to reach him through the achronological link, feeding equations and support. The lay pillars flared to blinding gold. The chalice burst. The liquid inside did not spray. It unraveled. Thin streams of pure informational light whipped out in all directions, trying to escape. The loop caught them. Every strand snapped back, coiling around the pattern that was Voldemort. For a heartbeat, Voldemort's mind was everywhere. Harry felt flashes of memory, of cold corridors, of the orphanage, of Hogwarts as a boy, of first spells, of burning resentment. Then the loop closed. Harry felt the presence that was Voldemort stretch, thin, and smear across the rule. Conscious thought flickered and died. There was no more mind, no more will, just a fixed reaction. Any soul that tried to tie itself to the lay in the way Voldemort had designed would slide into that sink and be turned into inert structure. The lines accepted it. The pillars settled. The screaming stopped. The glow dropped from blinding to bright. Harry sagged. The staff held him upright. His chest heaved. Every breath tasted of ash. The circle on the floor cracked. The snakes on Voldemort's arms turned to dust. His body hung in the air for a moment, caught between gravity and the web. There was no soul in it anymore. Not in the old sense. Whatever Voldemort had been now existed only as a pattern. The body fell. It hit the floor with a dull final sound. No flash, no burst of magic, no dramatic smoke, just a broken, empty shell. Harry stared at it, panting. It is done, he whispered. He cannot come back. Not through Horcruxes, not through wands, not through any of it. Hermione scrambled down from the ledge, using the remaining air platforms like a rough staircase. She almost fell the last meter and stumbled into him, arms going around his shoulders. Idiot, she said into his neck. Her voice shook. Utter idiot. You say that like it is new, he rasped. She pulled back enough to look him in the face. You just wrote a new law, she said. Through your body. Do you have any idea what that does to a person? Hurts, he said honestly. Also, my hands are on fire. She grabbed his wrists and turned his palms up. The skin was red and blistered. Little sparks still jumped along the fingers. Do not touch anything important, she said. I try not to touch important things anyway, he muttered. They always explode. She let out a choked laugh even as tears ran down her face. The chamber shifted. For a moment Harry thought it was just his legs giving out. Then he felt the change in the lines. The pillars were no longer thrashing, but they were not at rest either. They pulsed in slow, uneven waves. Hermione frowned and looked up. That is not right, she said. They should be stabilizing. Harry focused past the pain. He reached a little way into the structure, touching the nearest pillar with his mind. He felt the loop he had built with Hermione's design. It worked. Any attempt to grab the foundation through domination now slid into the sink and died. Voldemort's pattern sat there as the template, inert and fixed. But the space where Voldemort had tried to fuse himself had left scars. The Nexus core was cracked. The lines were running through a damaged channel. It is like a bridge with a hole in the middle, he said slowly. Traffic is still moving, but the support is wrong. If we leave it like this, it will tear wider. How long? Hermione asked. He shook his head. Days. Weeks. I am not sure. But it will not hold on its own. It needs an anchor. Something to carry the strain until a new shape settles. Something, she repeated. Or someone. He did not answer. Above them, the roar of the surface battle changed tone. The edge of panic dropped. The feel of spells along the lines shifted. No more focused dark marks. More stunned confusion. Then surges of relief, of disbelief. News was already spreading. The Dark Lord had fallen. Harry looked down at the empty body on the floor. He felt no tug from it at all. No echo. No tug at his scar. Just a dull sense of something that used to be dangerous and now was not. Hermione followed his gaze. We did it, she said. You did it. The war is basically over. He wanted to agree. He wanted to lie down on the floor and laugh and cry and fall asleep right there. Instead, he looked up at the pillars again. The golden streams shook with each pulse. Cracks spidered along the wall where the ritual circle had bitten too deep. The whole chamber felt like a chest breathing too fast, ribs about to snap. We stopped him, he said quietly. But we did not finish the work. The foundation is wounded. If we walk away now, we leave a broken world for the next group of idiots to trip over. Hermione grabbed the front of his robes. Do not say what you are about to say, she snapped. Do not even think it. I have to at least consider it, he said. You heard Nimue. You read Merlin. Someone has to stand in that hole long enough for the lines to heal. An anchor that is not trying to rule them, just keep them from tearing themselves apart. Not you, she said. No. We will find another way. A device. A construct. A shared anchor. We will build something. There is no time, he said. Look at them, Hermione. They are shuddering now. Give it hours and we might lose whole regions of stable magic. People will start misfiring spells in their own kitchens. Children will have surges. The more panic, the more stress on the lines. We cannot spend months in a lab on this. The world will not wait. She shook her head violently. You just bound Voldemort. You are burned, you are exhausted, your hands are half-cooked. You are not strong enough to take that position even if it were a good idea. Merlin did it, he said. Merlin also sealed himself away because he was scared of what he would become. She snapped. You promised you would not repeat that. You said you would not vanish into a cave and leave the rest of us to tidy up. He flinched. I know. Then stop looking at that hole like it is a door with your name on it, she said. He looked back at the pillars. The pull was almost a physical thing now, a low pressure dragging at his chest. The staff of Emery's vibrated in his blistered hands. The amulet throbbed against his skin. You can feel it too, he said. Yes, she hissed. And I am choosing not to jump. You are going to make the same choice. He swallowed. What if it is not a jump? What if it is a seatbelt? Harry James Potter, she said, very precise now. Do not you dare wrap a sacrifice in a neat little metaphor and expect me to accept it. He gave a weak smile. That is a fair point. I am sorry. I promised you no more martyr nonsense. Good, she said. He let that hang for a moment. Then he added very quietly, but I did not promise the world anything, and the world is the one that will crack if we walk away. Tears spilled over her lashes again. You are not the only person in the world, she said. Stop acting like it. We have Borin, Nimue, Callias, hundreds of goblins, the Centaur clan, the elves. We will build a system. We will share the weight. That is the whole point of the circle. He wanted to believe her. He wanted to cling to that hope. He also knew what it had felt like when the curse hit the chalice, when the lines accepted the loop. They had responded to him, not just to Merlin's toys, to him. You are right, he said slowly. We will build something. We will share the weight. But someone has to pick it up first, so it does not crash through the floor. Stop, she said. Please. He reached up with one burnt hand and touched her cheek. She flinched at the heat, then leaned into it anyway. I am not making a decision now, he said. I am telling you what the problem is. We have to talk to Borin, to Nimue, to Callias, to the goblin elders. This is bigger than us. But we cannot pretend it is not there. Her breath hitched. Fine, she whispered. We talk. All of us. Nothing happens until we have tried everything else. Promise me that. I promise, he said. He meant it. He also knew that sometimes the universe did not give you enough time to try everything else. He pulled her into a hug. She clung to him, fingers digging into his back. His ribs protested. He did not let go. After a long moment, she pulled away just enough to press her forehead to his. One more kiss, she murmured, voice shaking. Just in case. Not helping my resolve, he said, but he leaned in anyway. The kiss was shorter than the one in the infirmary room and far more desperate. There was no careful angle this time, no slow testing. It was a collision of relief and terror and stubborn hope. When they broke apart, both of them were breathing hard. Right, Harry said hoarsely. We should probably tell everyone the Snake Man is gone, and that the world is still nearly broken, Hermione added. Minor detail, he said. She smacked his shoulder. Idiot, he smiled, then winced. Ow, I am fragile. You are stupid, she corrected. There is a difference. They turned together toward the throat exit. The lay pillars pulsed behind them, bright and uneasy. The loop that held Voldemort's pattern settled into place. A new, silent fact baked into the world. Above, the storm over the stone circle began to clear. Wands lowered. Masks hit the ground. Somewhere, far away, a child with untamed magic threw a tantrum and nothing terrible happened when a bowl shattered. The war was ending. The real work was about to begin. The tunnel tried to throw them out. Stone groaned around Harry as he stumbled through the charter throat. Dust rained from the low ceiling. The walls rippled under his hand like something alive and angry. Hermione kept his other arm over her shoulders and dragged him forward. Her breath came in harsh, fast pulls. The amulet against his chest burned hot. The staff in his hand buzzed like a live wire that refused to shut off. Keep moving, she snapped. If this thing collapses with us in it, I am going to haunt you. Already feel pretty haunted, Harry muttered. His voice came out rough. Every word scratched his throat. The floor bucked again. Harry lost his footing. For a second his burnt hands slipped on the staff and his vision went white. Hermione swore, shoved her shoulder under his ribs, and lurched them both toward the faint patch of light ahead. Voices bled through the rock. Goblin shouts. The distant ring of steel on stone. A human voice Harry thought might be Kingsley, deep and steady even in the middle of a storm. The throat spat them out into a wider passage with all the grace of a kicked door. Harry collapsed to his knees on solid floor. The staff clanged beside him. Hermione dropped with him, one hand still gripping his robes like she could keep him from sliding back into the Nexus by sheer panic. Boren was there in an instant. He grabbed Harry by the chin and tilted his head, peering into his eyes with no softness at all. Another goblin pressed a cool metal disc to Harry's chest. The disc glowed, flickered, then steadied. Core is intact, the goblin reported. Field distortion in the upper channels. Burn across both hands. Overload at the structure interface. English, Hermione snapped. He is alive, Boren translated. And stupid, Harry managed a weak grin. That seems to be the main diagnosis lately. The tunnel shook again. Loose gravel skittered along the floor. A crack opened in the ceiling, showing a flash of strange, pale gold light from deeper down. Hermione flinched. The Nexus is still unstable. Of course it is, Boren said. He hauled Harry to his feet with more strength than his size suggested. You ripped out the parasite and locked the would-be tyrant into a sink. The lines are trying to decide what to be without him. Harry swayed. Hermione caught his arm and held on. We need to get to the surface, he said. People have to know he is gone. They already do, Boren said grimly. The mark over the stone circle broke like rotten glass the moment his pattern smeared into the rule. Death Eaters panicked, then half tried to run and half tried to slaughter their way out. Our people and the Order are cleaning that up right now. Then we need to help, Harry said. You will help by not collapsing in my corridor, Boren snapped. We still have a wounded Foundation under our feet. Until we understand the damage, I am not letting you anywhere near a battlefield. Harry opened his mouth to argue. Hermione squeezed his arm so hard he winced. He is right, she said, voice shaking. You did your part. Let everyone else do theirs for once. He looked at her. Sweat plastered her hair to her forehead. Ink stains still marked her fingers. Her eyes, though, were clear and furious. All right, he said. Felt wrong to say it. Wrong to not run toward the sound of curses and screams. But the pull in his chest was not toward the surface. It was downward, toward the cracked Nexus under them. Boren waved to the goblin who held the glowing disc. Circle call. War room now. Nimue, Callias, anyone still standing. We need a council while the lines are still listening. The goblin pressed 2 fingers to the disc. Light rippled across its surface. The air above it shimmered. Small, ghostly forms of other rooms flickered into view, like moving paintings made of light. Nimue appeared first, hair hanging loose, staff in one hand, river spray on her robes. Callias joined a heartbeat later, mane damp, bow cord still vibrating behind him. Behind their shoulders, Harry saw half a sky full of storm clouds breaking apart over the stone circle. Kingsley came into one of the views as well. His robes were torn, his cheek bleeding. He took in the goblin faces and the sight of Harry behind them in a second, then gave a short, tight nod. Report, Boren said. Surface is contained, Callias said. The Death Eater lines broke when the mark vanished. Many threw their wands down. Others fought to the last. Our losses are heavy but not ruinous. The Centaur clans hold the western ridge. The Ministry finally decided to act once they saw whose side the sky was on. Kingsley's mouth twisted. I have a feeling the Minister will claim we were part of his plan all along, he said. But that can wait. More important, there is no trace of Voldemort. His body is here. It is empty. Harry swallowed. He is in the rule now, he said. Or what is left of him? Kingsley's gaze sharpened. Explain. Later, Boren cut in. Right now the Nexus is the problem. Harry, tell them what you told us. Harry took a breath. Talking hurt, but staying silent hurt more. The ritual failed, he said. We stopped him from finishing the full bond. Hermione and I turned his attempt into a sink. Anyone who tries the same stunt will be dragged into it and neutralized. The lines accepted that, but he pushed too far before we cut him off. The core of the nexus is cracked. The stream is moving through a damaged channel. Nimu's eyes closed for a second. Harry saw her shoulders sag as if someone had dropped a stone cloak on them. I felt the distortion through the river lines, she said quietly. Draw too much and they skip like a warped record. This will ripple into every wand and circle on the continent. In plain language, Hermione said, if we leave it, magic becomes unreliable for everyone. Little things at first. Miscast charms. Surges. Then real damage as more stress builds. Can it heal on its own? Kingsley asked. Not fast enough, Harry said. It needs an anchor, a shape to settle into. Right now it is a mess of half-erased paths and raw scars. Callias frowned. Merlin acted as that anchor once, he said. He stepped into the stream and made himself the fixed point. The lines wrapped around him until they calmed. We all know how that ended. Silence fell around the joined views. Hermione stared at the floor. Her hands were fists at her sides. We are not doing that again, she said. Each word came out flat and hard. We are not throwing another person into the river and calling it balance. Then we need another method, Boren said. A structure instead of a body. A device. A net. The lines prefer living anchors, Nimue said reluctantly. They trust patterns that move and feel. They will tolerate a crafted core only if there is a heart tied to it. Harry looked up. You mean a shared anchor, he said slowly. A system that uses the circle itself as the heart. Not one person in a cave. All of us. Nimue studied him. That was the dream, she said. Merlin could not make it work in his age. The peoples were too divided. Each group tried to own the core. So he did it alone. Boren bared his teeth. We are not that age anymore. Callias nodded once. The clans remember when the last war ripped the lines. We do not want a repeat. My people will accept part of the strain if the balance is kept. The elves will as well, came Bindy's voice off screen. She must have been just out of sight in Kingsley's field. We can weave anchors around old sites where children already use wild magic. It will be less of a shock. Kingsley looked from one image to another, then back at Harry. Whatever you are planning, he said. Say it clearly. I have Aurors up here who need to know whether they can safely cast a bandage charm in the morning. Hermione stepped forward so the others could see her properly. Her hair was full of dust, and her voice shook, but her words were crisp. We design a ring, she said. A set of anchor points across the world. Each one is built by a different group. Goblin craft, Centaur star rites, elf bonds, human structural texts. We tie them together with the charter Merlin wrote with Boren's ancestors and the staff as the key. No one group can control the whole. No one person has to stand in the stream forever. Boren grunted approval. That spreads the load. The lines are stubborn, but they understand circles. They like repeating patterns. Problem, Harry said. Building something like that takes time. We do not have it. The nexus is already shaking. Each hour makes the crack worse. Callia's eyes moved as if he were watching stars shift that only he could see. He is right, the centaur said. Days at most before we start seeing real failures. Weeks before the damage becomes permanent. You do not have months for clean research. So we need a brace, Hermione said. Something we can jam into the break while we build the proper support. Temporary, not permanent. Nimue looked at Harry. You feel it pulling at you already, do you not? Harry did not bother to deny it. The tug in his chest had not eased since they left the chamber. It sat there under his ribs. Not a voice, not a word, just a constant pressure. Come back. Hold this. Yes, he said. Of course you do, Hermione burst out. It likes you. You just wrote a law through your own core. It will keep trying to use you as the fix for everything. That does not mean we let it. I am not volunteering to vanish, Harry said. I am not Merlin. I am not going to seal myself away and leave everyone else to sweep up. But I might be able to act as the brace while you set the ring. You will still be in the stream, she shot back. You will still take damage. You already look like you lost a fight with a dragon. He gave a faint smile. Dragons actually like me in this life, remember? Her eyes flashed. This is not funny. I know, he said quietly. I am not joking. I am scared out of my mind. I just do not see another way to keep the world from cracking while we argue about designs. Boren rubbed his face with one hand and left a streak of dust across his cheek. We can tighten the existing wards around the Nexus to buy some hours, he said. Not days, not weeks. Enough for the Circle to agree on the bones of the ring. After that, someone has to stand in the broken spot and hold it steady while we build around them. Nimue looked like she wanted to spit. I hate that you are right, she said. Callias inclined his head. Anchors are a fact, not a preference. The question is what kind, and for how long. Hermione folded her arms across her chest, as if to physically hold herself together. If he does this, she said slowly, there have to be limits, time, depth, safeguards, and he does not go in alone. What? Boren demanded. I can stand at the edge of the stream, she said. I have touched a chronological awareness once. I know where the threshold is. I can watch his mind. If he starts to fuse with the Foundation instead of just bracing it, I pull him back. Or I shut the channel against him by force. Harry turned to her. That might kill me. She met his eyes. Better dead and free than alive and sealed, she said. Her voice shook only on the last word. You promised you would not become another ghost in the walls. I intend to hold you to that. He stared at her for a second. Then he nodded. All right, he said. Deal. Kingsley cleared his throat. I hate everything about this conversation, he said. But I understand the stakes. Tell me what the Ministry can do that will actually help. You can stop them from meddling while we fix things, Boren said sharply. Keep your politicians out of our tunnel. Send trusted healers and ward experts if you have them. People who will listen more than they talk. I can do that, Kingsley said at once. McGonagall will as well. Once we have secured the field, we will come to you. No press. No reporters. Just the people who can help keep the mess small. Bindy's voice piped up again from off-screen. And you can make new law, she said. Not about us. About magic. No more legal ways to carve souls and feed them to cups. No more secret departments full of cursed toys. Close the doors he left. Kingsley looked toward her, then back at Harry. I will need advice on how to write that, he said. From people who understand what he tried to do. Hermione lifted her chin. You will get it, she said. From us. From Professor Marchbanks. From every scholar who did not run away from the hard bits. We are not leaving this in dusty books anymore. For a moment, despite the crack in the world, Harry felt something like hope settle in his chest. Then we have a pattern, Nimue said. Circle ring in design. Harry as brace. Hermione as watcher. Boren, Callias, elves, goblin elders as builders. Kingsley as wall against political noise. We do not have time to polish it, but we have enough to start. Boren nodded once. War room in 10 minutes, he said. Harry, you get those hands wrapped. Hermione, you wash your face before you pass out. I want at least some of us to look like we know what we are doing when the elders arrive. Hermione made a sound close to a laugh despite everything. Yes, Commander. The images faded as the crystal disc dimmed. The corridor felt smaller without all those distant rooms attached to it. Harry leaned back against the wall. The stone under his shoulders vibrated in a slow, tired pulse. You all right? Hermione asked quietly. Define all right, he said. She gave him a stern look. Harry, he sighed. Everything aches. The lines are humming at the back of my head like a very angry beehive. My hands feel like they are on fire. And I am terrified I am about to promise something I cannot survive. Good, she said. He blinked. What? Good that you feel all that, she said. Means you are still you. I would be more worried if you were calm right now. Being petrified is the correct response to holding up the foundations of the world. He stared at her for a second, then snorted. You really do have a talent for comforting words. She stepped closer. Her hand hovered near his cheek, then landed gently on his jaw. Her thumb brushed away a smudge of dust. You are not doing this alone, she said. Say it. Fine, he muttered. I am not doing this alone. Louder. I am not doing this alone, he repeated, voice rough. Good, she said again. Now get those hands treated before Boren has a fit. He glanced down. The skin on his palms was an angry red, with cracked blisters around the base of his fingers. Little sparks still jumped between them. Ha, he said faintly. No wonder everything hurts. Hermione rolled her eyes and steered him toward the infirmary rooms. They did not see the surface until hours later. By the time Boren and Nimue finally allowed them up, the worst of the fighting was done. The stone circle field was a mess of torn earth, scorched grass, and scattered masks. The standing stones themselves still glowed faintly with old power, but the sky above them was clearing. Harry stepped out of the tunnel mouth and squinted. After the pale light of the Nexus chamber, normal daylight seemed too bright. A cool breeze hit his face. It stank of smoke, fear, and something sharp that meant spilled magic. Kingsley stood near the central stone, wand at his side, cloak torn. McGonagall was with him, robes singed at the edges, hat missing. Several Order members hovered nearby. A ring of goblin warriors and centaur archers held a loose perimeter. For a second, everyone just stared at Harry and Hermione. Then noise broke. Potter! Kingsley's deep voice cut through the chatter. He strode forward with that same calm stride he used in the middle of duels. You look like you lost a wrestling match with a volcano. Harry glanced down at himself. His robes were blackened in weird patches. His hands were wrapped in clean cloth, and he was probably still streaked with dust and dried blood. Feels like it too, he said. Volcano won on points. I am still standing though. McGonagall reached them. Her eyes, usually so controlled, brimmed. She took in his state, Hermione at his side, the staff across his back, the amulet at his chest. Is it true? She asked. Is he gone? Harry looked back toward the tunnel mouth that led down to the Nexus. He thought of the empty body lying on stone far below, the silent pattern loop that now waited to swallow any copy of that madness. Yes, he said. No wand, no Horcruxes, no back door through the lines. Tom Riddle is finished. A sound went through the gathered witches and wizards. Not a cheer, not yet. More a collective exhale, like a room that had been holding its breath for years. McGonagall closed her eyes for a brief moment. When she opened them again, they were wet but steady. Thank you, she said simply. Harry shook his head. I did not do it alone, he said. Hermione did half the thinking. The circle did half the work. Voldemort did half the damage to himself. Kingsley gave a short, dry huff. You never did like taking credit, he said. I suppose that is part of why it worked. Ron appeared out of the crowd then. Hair even more of a disaster than usual, nose bleeding. His eyes were huge. Harry, he blurted. You are not dead. Harry managed a grin. Not for lack of trying, apparently. Ron stared at him for another second. Then he charged forward and crashed into him in a hug that nearly knocked the wind out of both of them. Get off, Harry spluttered. But he hugged him back just as hard. You bloody idiot, Ron said into his shoulder. You vanish into a hole under the ground. The sky goes mad. The mark breaks. And then there are rumors you turned into a lightning bolt or something. Do you have any idea how close my mom is to a full meltdown? Tell her I am sorry, Harry said. You can tell her yourself, Ron muttered, pulling back. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand, then actually seemed to notice Hermione. You all right? No thanks to you calling this lot a simple distraction mission, she snapped, but her eyes were soft. I am fine. Harry is singed. Nothing new. Ron followed the line of her hand where it still rested on Harry's arm. His gaze flicked between their faces. Something clicked. Oh, he said. Hermione stiffened. Oh what? Ron swallowed. Right. So when Ginny said she thought you two had been giving each other looks since the tent days, she was not wrong. Hermione went bright red. Harry felt heat climb his own neck. This is not the time, Hermione hissed. Ron held up his hands. Oi, I am not yelling. I am just saying I see it. Took long enough, really? You are not angry? Harry asked carefully. Ron made a face. Harry, mate, I like you, but not in that way. Ginny and I had our go. It was a mess. She is already talking about doing healer training and not waiting around for anyone. You and Hermione have been a sharp duo for years. Everyone with eyes could see it. I was mostly waiting for you to catch up. Hermione blinked. You could have said something and sit through your lecture about projection and emotional transference. Ron snorted. No thank you. I prefer to survive my conversations. Despite herself, Hermione laughed. Harry felt some knot in his chest loosen that he had not known was there. Kingsley cleared his throat again. I am thrilled that we can add romantic closure to the list of today's events, he said dryly. But we need to talk about what happens next. In a quiet room, without eager ears, McGonagall nodded. The school will need to know that the war is over, she said. But they do not need to know about the Nexus. That story would spread faster than any of us can control. Harry felt the pull in his chest again, stronger now that he was standing under open sky. The lines ran under this field like buried rivers. He could feel how they shivered. We will come back down with you, he said. Borin needs you to hear what we are about to attempt anyway. It is going to affect every witch and wizard on the planet. Kingsley looked at him. If it is about the crack you mentioned, he said quietly, I want it fixed as much as you do. I also want you alive at the end of it. Keep that in mind when you start proposing impossible things. I will try, Harry said. Ron frowned. Crack. Fixed. Impossible things. Why do I have a feeling this is going to be worse than first year? Hermione gave him a weary smile. Because you are finally paying attention, she said. Come on. You might as well sit in. You are part of this whether you like it or not. Ron blinked. I am. You followed us into a cursed chessboard when we were 11, she said. You stood on a broken leg in front of a murderer. You went hunting Horcruxes with us. You are circle material whether you signed a charter or not. Ron flushed bright red and muttered something about needing to change his socks. Harry clapped him on the shoulder and nodded toward the tunnel. Welcome to the boring part, he said. Saving the world carefully. They did not sleep that night. The war room under the circle compound filled fast. Goblin elders with heavy scars across their faces. Centaur envoys with star chalk still dusting their backs. Elf representatives in simple tunics, eyes sharp. Kingsley, McGonagall, Ron, and a few other order members. Nimue at the head of the stone table, staff resting beside her. Maps of the lines covered the walls. Crystal plates hovered in the air, showing slow pulses of light across continents. In the center of the table, Borin had placed a simple clay bowl filled with water. Golden threads of light swam just under the surface, mirroring the Nexus response. Harry stood near one end of the table with Hermione, Ron on his other side. His wrapped hands itched. Every time the Nexus pulsed, the water in the bowl shook. His bones echoed the same rhythm. We have already agreed on the basic shape of the ring, Hermione said. She had a stack of parchments in front of her, all crammed with neat lines of script and diagrams. 8 anchor sites. 2 in Britain, 1 in Europe, 1 in the Americas, 1 in Asia, 1 in Africa, 1 in Oceania, 1 deep under the Atlantic. Each controlled by a joint council, not a single ministry or clan. The staff and the amulet will act as master keys for emergency overrides only, and even that will require at least 3 circle signatures. Borin nodded. We have the sites. We have volunteers. The goblins will reinforce the Atlantic base. The centaurs will take the ridge over the Italian lines. The elves have already claimed one of the forest nodes. The rest we seed in schools and cities where magic is dense but not yet poisoned. Kingsley rubbed his temples. The political battle over who gets to sit on which council will be messy, he said. But I can manage messy. I cannot manage a collapsing world. We will push it through. Good, Nimue said. The ring will take months to settle. Years to become what it is meant to be. That is the long work. The short work is the brace. Harry, Hermione. All eyes turned to them. Harry swallowed. His throat felt tight. We have one attempt, Hermione said quietly. Borin and Nimue can tighten the existing wards, but that only compresses the crack. It does not fix it. Callia says the lines will tolerate one more large rewrite at the Nexus before they start rejecting our hand entirely. If we fail or if Harry fuses too deep, we do not get a second chance. Cheerful, Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione shot him a look. I prefer honest. Harry took a breath. Here is what we know, he said. The lines respond to me, not because I am special in some cosmic way, but because Merlin wired his tools to this bloodline and Dumbledore spent years tying my magic into every big event. They recognized my pattern. When I wrote the sync, they accepted it faster because of that. Do not downplay it too much, Boren said dryly. Plenty of fools have waved Emery's trinkets around over the centuries. The lines gave them nothing. The link picked you for a reason. That frightens me, but it is a fact. Harry gave him a faint smile. I will panic about destiny later. Right now, the plan is simple. I go back into the Nexus. I stand in the broken core. I use the staff and the amulet to hold the structure in the shape Hermione and Nimue draw. They use me as a living frame while they lay down the first ring of the permanent anchor. You are leaving something out, Kingsley said. Harry nodded. Right? The bit where if I lean too far in, I stop being just a frame and start becoming another fixed point the lines wrap around. That is what happened to Merlin. That is what I am trying not to repeat. Nimue leaned on her staff. That is where Hermione comes in, she said. She will stand at the threshold, inside the cage but outside the direct stream. She will watch his mind and his core. If he starts to widen beyond the frame we set, she will cut the connection. Whatever the cost. Ron stared at her. Cut as in what? Stun him. More like sever the rope, Nimue said bluntly. He would either be flung back into his body with damage or he would snap. Either way, he does not dissolve into the foundation. Ron's face went pale. No, he said. Absolutely not. That is not a plan, that is a threat with extra steps. There has to be another way. If there is, we have not found it yet, Hermione said. Her voice trembled but her eyes were steady. We cannot wait for perfect answers. We can only build the best one we have and leave space for better later. That is the entire point of the ring. This brace is only meant to carry the load for a while. Harry looked at Ron. I am not thrilled either, he said. But I would rather walk into this with a safety line than pretend it is safe and fall anyway. Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then he swore softly and scrubbed his face with his hands. Fine, he said. I hate it. But if you are going to do this, you had better come back. I am not doing all this legal rubbish with Hermione without someone to roll his eyes at the right moments. Hermione sniffed. You say legal rubbish like it is not the only reason we will get to complain about his portrayer in the new history books. Oh great, Harry muttered. They will probably call me something dramatic. The heir of balance or the fool in the foundations or something. Hermione gave him a small smile. We will keep the title sensible, she said. You have at least 2 votes on that committee. Nimue tapped the table once, drawing attention back to the bowl in the center. The water shivered. The golden threads under the surface twisted in discomfort. We are wasting seconds, she said. The longer we talk, the more stress builds. Harry, Hermione, are you ready? Harry felt his heart hammer. His bandaged hands throbbed. Sweat prickled under his collar. Every instinct screamed at him to run in the other direction. He looked at Hermione. She met his gaze and took his wrapped fingers in both of hers, ignoring the heat. I am terrified, she said. You are allowed to be as well. We go anyway. He let out a shaky breath. That seems to be our thing, he said. Bad hobby, Ron muttered. Harry straightened. All right, he said. Let us hold up the world for a bit. The Nexus chamber looked worse the second time. The pillars of the lines were still bright, but now their glow came in sharp jerks rather than smooth waves. Cracks veined the walls. Little flakes of stone drifted down like slow rain. The ritual circle Voldemort had carved was a maze of fractures and dead runes. His body was gone. Someone had carried it away while Harry was in the war room. That felt right. This place did not need that presence anymore. The staff hummed low in his hand. The amulet against his chest pulsed in time with the uneven pillars. Hermione stepped with him to the edge of the broken circle. Her hair was tied back in a rough knot, sleeves rolled up. She had drawn a smaller ring inside the larger one, marked with fresh, clean runes. Those were the braces. The emergency frame. Nimue stood on one side, staff raised. Borin stood on the other, chalk dust on his claws. Callias and two other centaurs watched from a ledge, murmuring the positions of stars even though they were deep underground. Bindy perched near a cluster of goblin metal struts, ready to reinforce whatever sagged. Once you step in, the lines will grab you, Nimue said softly. Do not fight that pull, but do not follow it all the way. Stand where we tell you to stand. Nothing more, right? Harry said. His mouth was dry. He took one more look at Hermione. If this goes sideways, he said. You know what to do. I know what I will try to do, she corrected. And I am hoping very hard that I will not have to choose between options that all make me sick. He wanted to kiss her. The urge burned in his chest. There were too many people watching. There was too much to do. She seemed to read his mind anyway. She leaned forward and pressed a quick, fierce kiss to his lips. Come back, she whispered. He nodded. That simple movement felt like the hardest promise he had ever made. Then he stepped into the circle. The world narrowed to light and pressure. The moment his foot crossed the inner ring, the lines lunged. Not as hands, but as hungry awareness. They recognized his pattern and reached for it. Threads of gold wrapped around his core. The staff blazed in his grip. The amulet flared. He had expected pain. What came instead was weight. It felt as if someone had dropped an invisible mountain onto his shoulders. Every channel of his magic lit up. Every old scar, every practice spell, every half-forgotten charm from first year flickered in his mind as the lines took inventory. He ground his teeth. Easy, he said through them. I am here. I am not going anywhere. Let me stand. The pull eased by the smallest fraction. The lines pushed in around him, pressing his pattern into a shape that fit the fracture. He felt the crack now, not as a line in stone but as a missing point in the web. Voldemort had tried to sit there. The sink they had made from his pattern filled the worst of the hole, but the edges were still raw. The lines skimmed that broken lip and shivered. Found it, he said. His voice sounded distant in his own ears. Feels like a tooth ripped out without a new one growing yet. Hermione stood just outside the inner ring, hands on the chalk, eyes locked on him. Anchor there, she said. Staff down. Amulet centered. Do not chase the pain. Just brace around it. He pushed the staff down. The tip met stone. The chamber hummed as if a finger had pressed the world into tune. The amulet warmed into a steady heat that spread through his chest. Nimue began to chant under her breath. Old words. Older than the school. Borin traced new lines on the floor, connecting runes to the small anchor ring Hermione had drawn. Callias called out star positions, mapping the sky above onto the earth below. Harry closed his eyes. He did not go wandering the gray plain this time. No conversations with long-dead wizards. No view of time as a web. He stayed in the narrow space Nimue had pointed him to. He was a brace, nothing more. The lines pushed. He pushed back just enough to keep them from collapsing inward. The broken edges grated against his mind. He felt sweat run down his back. His wrapped hands ached around the staff. His legs trembled. Status, he heard Borin snap. The field is holding, Hermione answered. Oscillation is dropping from wild to rough. We have a baseline. Begin the first layer. Golden light spilled across the floor as goblin runes and elf threads and centaur star lines engaged. The small anchor ring glowed brighter. It sent thin streams of power up into the space above Harry's head, weaving a net around the damaged core. The weight on him changed. It no longer pressed down in one direction. Instead it spread sideways like a load being shared across beams instead of a single pillar. He took a breath. It went in easier than the last one. You are doing it, Hermione said. Her voice shook but carried pride and fierce relief. The lines are accepting the ring pattern. They are rehearsing it on this chamber before we ever touch the other sites. Do not get smug yet, Borin warned. We are one mistake away from frying his brain. Comforting, Harry muttered. Hermione shot him a look that tried to be stern and failed. Her eyes were damp. "Less talking," she said. "More bracing." He focused again. The world narrowed to the contact point between his core and the crack. He could feel the sink where Voldemort now lived as a dead pattern. It pulled at any attempt to attach a dominating soul. That was good. That was the rule he had wanted. Around that, new shapes grew. Circles linking circles. Paths that led away from the nexus and toward future anchors. The lines tasted those paths, tested them, found them acceptable. Time blurred. He did not know how long he stood there. Minutes. An hour. Sweat dripped into his eyes. His arms felt like they were held up by stubbornness alone. Once, his vision went gray at the edges and he nearly slipped. Hermione shouted something sharp and frightened. That pulled him back. "Harry," she said. "Say something." "Still here," he managed. "Do not you dare drift," she snapped. "Do not you dare decide the achronological stream looks more interesting than breakfast with us tomorrow." "Bossy," he muttered. "Alive," she shot back. "Stay that way." The net around the crack thickened. The first layer completed. The second began. Each pass took more weight off his direct hold and moved it into the new structure. He felt the difference. Slowly, the pressure eased. The lines still held him, but not as their only brace. The ring design was starting to carry the load, even in this first rough form. Nimu's chant shifted. Boren's chalk snapped on a final stroke. Callia's fell silent, then let out a breath that sounded like someone lowering a bow at last. "It is set," Nimue said. Her voice wobbled for the first time since he had met her. "The local core is braced. We can pull you out now." Hermione stepped closer until her toes touched the inner ring. Her hands were ready. Her eyes locked on his. "Harry," she said. "Time to come home." For a moment, the lines did not want to let him go. They had a brace that worked. They were pleased in their strange, non-human way. They wanted to keep the familiar pattern right where it was. He felt that pull and, for a heartbeat, understood why Merlin had stayed. It was quiet here, clear. No messy arguments, no grief, no half-fixed institutions. Just rules and the chance to make them neat. He thought about staying. He thought about never having to explain Dumbledore's choices to the public. Never having to sit in a ministry office while people argued about budgets. Never having to attend funerals. Then he thought about Hermione crying in a dusty ring if she had to cut his mind free. He thought about Ron complaining about paperwork. He thought about Ginny deciding to build a life that was not about him. He thought about McGonagall watching another student vanish into legend. He thought about sitting in the common room and arguing over Transfiguration essays. About helping Neville with a greenhouse that no longer had cursed plants waiting for children. About walking into a class where no one had to check the sky first. "No," he told the lines. He did not shout it. He did not try to order them. He simply stated it as fact. "I am not your fixed point," he said. "You have the brace you need. You have the ring starting. You have a sink to deal with tyrants. I am not going to be your ghost. I am going to live in the world I just helped you keep." The lines resisted. For a second the weight increased, almost like a sulk. Hermione reached into the circle with her mind, not her hands. He felt her there, at the very edge of the stream, fierce and bright. She did not pull him. She pushed the shape they had agreed on into the crack. Pattern where the ring held, not the boy. "Let him go," she told the lines. "We are not repeating old mistakes. You wanted balance. This is what it looks like." Something in the pressure shifted. The weight on his shoulders slid sideways. The grasp around his core loosened. The staff stopped burning and settled to a steady hum. The amulet cooled to a pleasant warmth. The lines did not withdraw fully. He doubted they ever would now. But they stepped back from that desperate grip. The crack held under the ring. The nexus core pulsed in a more even rhythm. Harry took a shuddering breath and lifted the staff from the floor. His knees buckled. Hermione lunged, crossed the chalk, and caught him as he fell. Nimue flinched but did not stop her. The danger was past. The world tilted. For a moment he saw double. The chamber and something like the gray plane overlapped in his vision. Merlin stood at the edge of his sight, staff in hand, watching. "Better choice," the old wizard said quietly. "About time someone made it." Then he was gone. Harry blinked hard. The world narrowed to stone, sweat, Hermione holding him. "You all right?" she whispered. He let out a weak laugh that turned into a cough. "I am not a ghost," he said. "That feels like an improvement." She laughed and cried at the same time. "Idiot," she said. "Magnificent idiot." Boren approached, eyes scanning the chamber. The cracks in the walls were still there, but they no longer grew. The pillars rose in smoother lines. The hum underfoot had settled into a firm, steady beat. "It will do," he said. "For now." Callias nodded from the ledge. "The sky agrees," he said. "The star pull has shifted from panic to wary interest. We have time to build the full ring before things tear again." Nimue closed her eyes and let out a long breath. "Then the brace worked," she said. She opened her eyes and looked at Harry. "You did not run. You did not vanish. Good. Thanks for the vote of confidence," Harry muttered. She actually smiled. It was small and tired and real. Bindy appeared at his elbow with a jug and a cup nearly bigger than her head. "Tea," she announced. "Dr. Bindy prescribes 3 cups and several biscuits." Harry took the cup with shaking hands. Steam curled against his face. The simple, normal smell made his eyes sting. "Best healer in the circle," he said hoarsely. Bindy puffed up. "Everyone else was busy holding the world," she said. "Someone has to remember the biscuits." Ron picked that moment to lean against a pillar. He looked awful. Bruised, dusty, eyes hollow with exhaustion. He grinned anyway. "You done playing Atlas?" he asked. "Atlas dropped the sky," Hermione said. Harry did not. "Please do not compare me to mythic blokes with questionable work records," Harry groaned. "I just want a nap." "You can have one," Hermione said. "After we brief Kingsley, and McGonagall, and maybe 100 other people." Harry made a face. "Can I hold the world again instead? It sounds easier than politics." "Too late," Ron said. "You are a symbol now. Get used to forms." Harry slumped against Hermione and drank his tea. Whatever came next, at least he would face it as himself. Not as a tether. Not as a ghost. Merlin's heir had stayed. The world did not heal in a day. The newspapers tried to make it sound like it did. They ran bold headlines about the fall of he who must not be named, about the boy who lived saving magic itself, about the Circle of Avalon erupting from legend into politics. They printed dramatic sketches of Harry with the staff, of Hermione holding parchment over a broken world, of Kingsley standing between goblins and politicians. The reality was less glamorous and more work. There were trials. Long, messy trials where Death Eaters shouted about loyalty and fear, where witnesses cried, where old laws had to be torn up and new ones written. Kingsley sat through every one, calm and firm, backed by McGonagall and a growing list of allies. There were funerals. Too many. Harry spoke at some. At others he stood at the back and said nothing, because there were no words big enough. There were debates in the new circle chambers that lasted until dawn. Goblins arguing loudly with ministry officials. Centaur envoys refusing to sit at tables that ignored their star charts. Elf representatives insisting that house elves be offered contracts instead of chains. Hermione in the middle of it all, hair pinned up with quills, voice hoarse, battering bad arguments into shape. Harry sat on the Circle Council more than he liked. He waved the staff at people who insisted the old ways had worked fine. He let Hermione and Boren do most of the talking. He learned to say no to flattery and to threats. He also went back to school. That part surprised everyone, including himself. McGonagall called him into her office the week before term started. The rebuilt headmistress' office smelled of polish and new parchment. Half the portraits were empty, their frames waiting for new occupants. "You could take a post here," she said. "Defense against the dark arts, if you like. The curse appears to have broken with him. Or you could take a place at the circle full-time. No one would question it." Harry looked at the window. The view of the grounds made his chest ache with a fierce, quiet love. The lake, the forest, the stone towers. "I never finished school," he said. That was hardly your fault, she replied. Does not matter, he said. I want to sit exams because I chose to, not because the world forced me into caves instead. I want 1 year where my biggest problem is an essay I left too late. McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Her eyes softened. All right, she said. You return as a student. An older one, but still a student. The younger years will point and whisper, of course. They did that in first year as well, he said. I am used to it. You will attend circle meetings during breaks, she went on. You will help design the structural classes. You will not vanish from our politics, Harry. We need you there. But you will also have Quidditch practice and essays and detentions if you decide to test Professor Slughorn's patience. He smiled. Feels like a fair deal. Hermione went back as well. She insisted on taking every exam she had missed and 3 extra besides. Ron joined them, grumbling about having to read anything that was not Quidditch tactics. Hogwarts changed. A goblin wardmaster came once a week to teach older students about structural safety. A centaur taught a new subject that combined practical astronomy with lay awareness. An elf scholar ran a class on non-wand magic and the history of service and freedom. Some parents complained. Some withdrew their children. Others sent letters of support. The school weathered it. It had stood through worse. Under the ground, at the Nexus, the ring grew. New anchors came online one by one. Every time Harry attended the ritual for a new site, the lines hummed in recognition and approval. They no longer tried to drag him in. They accepted his visits as checks, not as invitations. The sink where Voldemort now existed as a silent rule remained. Once, in a quiet moment, Harry reached toward it again just to be sure. There was nothing there but a shape. No mind. No whisper. No pain. He let it be. On a cool evening near the end of term, Harry and Hermione sat on the Hogwarts roof under a sky full of stars. The air smelled of grass and distant lake water. The castle hummed with the low, content sounds of students doing homework or sneaking chocolate. The prom had passed. Exams loomed. The world still argued in council chambers, but the crack in the foundation no longer threatened to swallow them all. Hermione leaned back on her hands, hair loose around her shoulders. You realize you are going to be on exam questions in a few years, she said. Harry groaned. Do not remind me. I am going to fail history because I keep arguing with the textbook. She laughed. You and Professor Binns are going to have a very interesting dynamic when you politely point out that you were there for the event he misremembers. I am half tempted to let him keep his version, Harry said. At least then he will not try to drag me into long speeches about the proper use of primal sorcery. She glanced sideways at him. You know they are going to call you something dramatic in those books, she said. The Merlin heir. The architect who refused the throne. The boy who wrote a law and then went back to class. He made a face. Can we not just go with Harry Potter? That name causes enough trouble already. It will, she said. But it will also mean something new now. When people say it, they will not just think of a scar. They will think of the crack that did not widen. Of a rule that stops another monster from trying the same stunt. Of a bloke who chose to live in the mess instead of stepping out of it. He looked at her. And what will they call you? She shrugged, pretending to be careless. Annoying know-it-all, probably. He reached over and took her hand. Archivist of Avalon, he said. First scholar of the ring. Who shouted at the lines until they let go of an idiot. She flushed. You are not an idiot, she said softly. I am your idiot, he corrected. Her fingers tightened around his. They sat in silence for a while. Stars wheeled overhead. The castle creaked as it settled for the night. Somewhere below, Ron shouted at someone about chess pieces cheating. Do you still hear them? Hermione asked eventually. The lines, he considered. Not like before, he said. Not as a call. More as a background hum. When someone tries something stupid with a circle, I get a headache. When an anchor site comes online, it feels like someone has opened a window. Annoying, she said. Reassuring, he said. Reminds me that the work is still happening even when we are revising for exams. She smiled. You are planning to keep going with the circle after school then. Someone has to stop the goblins and the ministry from eating each other, he said. And you would be lonely without someone to bring you tea in the middle of a 12-page speech. I do not give 12-page speeches, she protested. You literally gave one last week about elf contract law, he said. I counted, she huffed. It was necessary. I know, he said. I am glad you are the one doing it. She shifted closer until her shoulder pressed against his. I am glad you stayed, she said quietly. He looked at her. The memory of the pull at the nexus shivered through him. The temptation of becoming a fixed point. The relief of choosing not to. Me too, he said. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed the back of it. She leaned in and kissed him properly, slow and sure under the starlight. The lines under the ground hummed, not in demand this time, but in contentment. The brace held. The ring grew. The sink waited for any fool who tried to climb onto the throne again. Merlin's heir sat on a roof with a clever witch and planned homework. The world, cracked and patched and noisy, went on.